Hey, folks.
Howdy, howdy.
Howdy, howdy. Ah, we're back. We're back.
We're
After
back. We
I
are
had a little
behind.
snooze. I had a little snooze on Friday, live on stream, and Mo's internet went out. So we have
Yes.
some catching up to do. We have some catching up to do with cleaning lady and
Yes.
all
And
the things.
apparently she was the one we decided to spend 5 hours with. So
Yeah,
if you're with me with the Canero trial, I'm guessing the defense having heard and looked at it, as the
yeah,
internet held, I was like, "Oh, this'll be another one to go at 1.25 speed or 1.52
yeah,
speed."
yeah. And I heard a lot about it. Uh, I went on laid back law Friday after a quick nap, and they were talking, and I also talked to Rackets, and we more or less agreed. I mean, this is a witness you could handle in 30 minutes or less.
Yeah, I mean, you
Oh,
wanna
yeah,
highlight that she does have an angle here,
yeah,
and that she did have to, kind of amend some of the things because she was actively using, as she said,
mm,
and her memories weren't all that clear, so I do
mm,
think that there were some points that you could, you
mm,
know, have hammered, but I think to go too much after her, you do risk it's a tightrope.
yeah,
Because I think even in spite of ourselves, we both had to agree that she came off quite
yeah, decent,
authentic, quite
yeah.
yeah, I
And I
mean
mean, she does have picked up herself. She works with disabled, however that became possible, and
yeah.
so yeah, so the state did good by painting her in a good light. Now, of course, it is the defense job to say, yeah, but
Yeah,
you
and
don't you don't have to do that for 5 hours.
no, you do run the risk of taking someone who genuinely seems to have atoned, have started on redemption. It can look like you're bullying or punching
Mm,
down.
yeah, 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 oh, yeah. Sailor Laws and Santa Mo. Yeah, that. Mm. All right, folks. We are going to trade Lawn and Crim for Court TV for this one. Let's see. Yeah, they have
And I
that.
almost would have liked the male attorney questioning her. I know he went kind of full
Mm,
spasmodico, I am Atticus Fitch and Spartacus,
mm,
but I Bart Simpson lady lawyer is more annoying in her terrier affect than he was in his overacting to me.
mm. Yeah, I really wish he hadn't
Yeah, he
done the
hadn't.
cross-examination. I mean, now he was much better the day after
Yeah,
when
yeah.
apparently because he actually watched to see, okay, what was the reaction of my amazing cross-examination of this cop, and everybody goes, boo, bad. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
And you want it to be a short and effective.
yeah.
You have to be thinking both on the state
Mm,
side, which we have criticized the state for whatever in the hell the strategy is
mm,
that they're presenting information at.
mm,
Both sides need to be very aware that you are dealing with people, jurors that were picked because they really don't understand the legal system
yeah,
and they promise to be fair and impartial. But they don't understand why they're getting all of these witnesses who aren't telling them anything.
yeah. And also, if lawyers can talk to witnesses as a lawyer, which makes the witness what, and if the witness says what, the jury is probably also saying what, what's
Yeah,
going on
now
here?
I will say for all the criticism that Miss Nestor has gotten, she has tried to layperson her language, and
Mm,
she's caught herself like, "Okay, we're using lawyer words. I'm
yeah.
sorry. In layperson terms, this is what I
Mm,
mean." And there is that bridge that I think sometimes in trials, lawyers don't
mm,
remember that there is that whole bridge that of
mm,
knowledge they have to gap,
mm,
or gap of knowledge they have to bridge, sorry. It's
mm. Ta-da!
even my metaphors are dyslexic.
Mm. Yeah. So I tuned in to roughly where we left off the Friday. And folks, it's 1.5. If you think it's too fast, I will lower it to 1.25, but you have to tell me. Uh, yeah, let's go.
All right. So, according to your testimony that you just gave, when you were arrested in April of 2023, between April of 23 and May of 23, you had 7 interviews with, it was Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard, and then there were some other people too, but those were the 2 main ones, correct?
Yes.
All right. So, since that time, since the last interview that we have a transcript of, May 13th, 2023, how many times have you met with, we're going one at a time, how many times have you met with Detective O'Driscoll?
While I was incarcerated?
No, after you got out.
After? There was a couple of times.
Couple. Okay.
Yes.
So,
I'm not sure on the numbers. It was a while back.
in what circumstances did you meet with him?
They would come and they would check on my ankle monitor when I was on my ankle monitor. Sometimes I wasn't charging. Sometimes they'd swing by and ask me a couple questions.
Questions about the case?
Yeah, I remember this because I reacted
Yeah.
to that immediately. Why are the investigators checking? Or that's the job for the parole officer to check on the
Yeah.
ankle monitor. And you don't really need to check on the ankle monitor unless it's broken.
Yeah, I remember thinking, "Okay, here's something we could dig into," because she's getting kind of concierge, parole service.
Yeah.
So, I would have dug into that.
Mm,
Now I know that I think the defense goes into her educational background
mm,
and all her life
mm,
choices. That's not anything again, that would
mm,
cross that line into potential bullying territory for the
mm.
jury. I would stick here. So,
Yeah.
you've been arrested before. Is this normal kind of treatment
Yeah.
that you would get on parole?
Yeah. You've been on parole before. Isn't that in your experience? Are they the cops or the parole officer who checks your basic questions? Just to tell the jury this is this is not normal.
Yeah, and
But
it doesn't put her in a bad light. So it's one of those points that you can push on that kind of
oh,
absolves her.
I'll get there eventually. Okay.
Well, I like the question like that because it absolves, it's not picking on the witness, which I think
Mm,
you do have to be careful about, but it is showing that the state
mm,
who we can pick on at all times is
yeah.
acting very out of character.
Yeah.
Hmm. And then the jury notes that, but if you sandwich that between 5 hours of BS about whether she went to high school or not, then the jury is not gonna remember that very kind of, "Hey, isn't
Mm,
that important?"
yeah.
Just about my part.
Okay. So, about the things you're testifying about.
Yes.
All right. And you say they. Was that Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard together?
Yes.
Did you always meet with them together, or did you sometimes meet with them separately?
No, they were always together.
Always together. And so they came to your house a couple. Does a couple mean 2, or does a couple mean 5? Does a couple mean, what does that mean to you?
We can go out, I'm going to say maybe 3 or 4 times.
3 to 4 times. And they would talk to you about your testimony during those visits sometimes?
Not with my testimony. They'd ask, if the question came up, like, "Hey, where was you at this time?" Stuff like that.
Okay. Do you know if they recorded any of those conversations with you?
I do believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
You think they were recorded?
I'm not 100% sure.
All right. Did they call you on the telephone after you were released?
No, I kept in touch with them, with Ankle Monitor.
So you called them on the telephone?
No.
Oh,
I was just being tracked by Ankle Monitor with them.
All right. Did they drive you places?
They did when I was in jail. They drove
Right.
me sometimes up to this courthouse.
And, okay. And after you were out, did they drive you to Wasatch County Courthouse?
They did a couple of times when reporters were there.
All right. When you were in the car, did they have conversations with you?
No.
All right. What other people from Summit County Sheriff's Office, if any, besides Detective Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll, did you talk to?
Were there detectives?
Yes. Were there any others?
No.
All right. Have you met with the prosecutors in this case, either Mr. Bloodworth or anyone else?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
There was an initial meeting when this case first came appeared with Bloodworth, and then a couple times over the last couple weeks.
So when you met with them over the last couple of weeks, was that to go over your testimony?
Yes.
Did they practice your testimony with you in those meetings?
They kind of prepared me for what kind of, I don't know what the word I'm thinking of. They kind of prepared me a little bit of it.
Did they review your answers with you?
Pause for 1 second, Ms. Lewis. I apologize for the interruption. Hold the mic a little bit to your left. Okay, you can move wider today.
Okay.
Now pull the mic more in front of you.
Yeah.
Let's try that. I'm sorry, you asked me
Sorry,
the
go
last
ahead.
question. One more
Did they review your answers with you?
Yes.
All right. So they reviewed with you when the drug buys happened, correct?
They would ask me the questions and I would answer.
Did they correct you if they thought if they thought your answer was wrong?
Not really, no.
All right. Did they practice cross-examination with you?
Yes.
So they did we call it a mock cross. Someone pretended to cross-examine you. Is that fair?
Yeah, they kind of just brought up how you were going to bring up my past, how I was going to feel.
Okay. That's all?
Yes.
Okay. Did they tell you how to answer the questions that I might be asking you?
No.
They didn't give you any advice on how to answer the questions?
No.
Did they help you put the pieces together so you would remember what to testify to?
Actually, I'm the one that's asked, like, if I needed to know Robbie, I put in my phone, like, obviously it says Kouri Doreen's niece, Robbie, Nicole's friend, just stuff like that.
Wait, I don't know if I understood your answer to my question. So my question was that they helped put the pieces together for you for your testimony, and what was your answer?
I said I'm the one that asked for pictures and stuff like that.
So you asked them to help put the pieces together for you.
I don't know if it was actually helping me put the pieces together. Kind of refresh my memory a little bit. It happened a long time ago.
That's true. This happened almost 4 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And your original interviews with detectives was almost 3 years ago.
Yes.
All right, we're gonna get back to that. Who else have you spoken to about your testimony in this case?
Nobody.
Well, now,
When I was in jail, when I was incarcerated,
okay. In jail, who did you speak to about that you were going to be cooperating?
there was O'Driscoll, Maynard, and I can't remember the lady that came from the feds, but I didn't really talk to her.
That would be Ms. Whistler.
I cannot remember.
Okay, we'll get back to that too. Would you talk to Nick Von Savage that you were cooperating in this case during the time you were in jail?
Yeah, he's one of my best friends.
Okay, so you told your best friend that you were cooperating.
Yes.
And you told your best friend, man, I don't even remember what happened. You got to help me out here, right?
Just in the part where in the car, yes.
Okay.
So she kept it a secret and told everyone.
Yeah. What I will say is this witness is doing incredibly well not taking the bait. She's being very honest, like, and when the defense, because you know that a lawyer generally doesn't ask questions without knowing the answer, she's being very forthcoming. So I think that this witness is actually, despite our general snitch,
Yeah, but here's something important. Something that the defense knows, that she told her friend to help her remember.
yes.
Okay. Now expand on that for a couple of minutes, then move to the next point.
Yeah, don't come back to, because again, if you have people that have shorter attention spans or have a hard time, linking things together unless they're in a very kind of bullet point and logical pattern, the jury's going to miss a lot of this.
Yeah. Make a point. And for instance, now when we know they went over to the next day, but they shouldn't have had to. Because take the 4 absolute best things, 3 or 4, make them overly obvious, and then move on.
Because this is a 5-week trial projected to be. You can't expect a jury to remember 3 to 4 to 5 to 10 pages of notes on every single witness.
No.
You want them to remember the very important things, the 4 or 5, like Nick said.
Yeah.
Very important things.
And this is a crucial witness for the prosecution. So 3, 4 things. For instance, that wording that she told her friend to help her remember. Because then in closing, remember Carmen, the housekeeper, that she had to be helped to remember. Because as you know, she was high at the time, most of the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, and I think if they go to that and say, "Look at how the state treated her so much differently than any other person
Mm,
facing her crimes and that had screwed up in drug court," would
mm,
they have gotten an extra pass? Would they have gotten all of these help? Would they have gotten, detectives to drive them to the courthouse?
mm.
Because Nick was with you one of the times you met Robbie Crozier.
Yes.
And you had Nick help you remember that because you did not remember that specifically. You did not remember the dates, right?
I don't remember the dates exactly, no.
Okay. Today you remember the dates
Well, yeah.
because they were told to you.
Well, no, the more you think about it, the more it pops up.
Okay. All right. So the dates you could
That's not how memory works. You were reminded until it became a memory.
Yeah.
remember 3 years ago, you thought you remember now.
Yes.
All right. We'll get back to that. Ms. Crozier, do you have mental health diagnoses?
Do I what?
Any mental health diagnoses?
No.
You're not diagnosed with any mental health problems?
No.
You're sure?
Yes.
What about anxiety?
Yeah.
You take medication for that?
Not so much anymore, no.
Okay. Are you on any medications today?
No.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about drug court. So in 2021, you were given the opportunity to participate in the Wasatch County Drug Court.
Yes.
Right. And that is an opportunity, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you were allowed to go to drug court, you had been arrested for a number of felonies.
Yes.
It was, let me grab some papers. When you were arrested for how many first-degree felonies?
I'm not sure.
All right, well, give me a moment to find it. Here we go. Okay. 2 first-degree felonies, possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance. Is that right?
Yes.
A third-degree felony, possession or use of a controlled substance.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then a number of misdemeanors that all dealt with possession of controlled substances, paraphernalia, or driving under the influence.
Yes. Is that 2019?
Yes.
Yes, that was me and my exes. Yes.
All right. And that was the case that you were allowed to go to drug court on.
Yes.
All right. So you talked about this a little bit. I just want to make sure everybody understands. And when you go to drug court, you get what is typically what you do is you get a plea in abeyance, right?
Yes.
So that means you plead guilty to all or some of the counts that you're charged with, correct?
Yes.
And then it's held. The court holds that plea. They don't put it on your record yet, right?
Correct.
And then if you successfully complete drug court, those will be dismissed. Correct?
Yes.
All right. So, and right now, I mean, you haven't been, we're going to talk more about this, but you haven't successfully finished drug court yet. True?
Yes, it's on pause.
Okay. But it sounds like you're doing really well.
Yes.
And you're clean.
Yes.
And congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
I know you had a very difficult time for a very long time.
Yes.
And drug court's really hard, right?
It is. Yes.
I mean, I was an
They,
attorney in
they
drug
expect a
court.
lot in the beginning.
I was an attorney in drug court, so I have some familiarity, but you're expected to do a lot.
A lot. Yeah.
You're expected to go to treatment. True.
Oh, yes. Sorry. I thought you were going to continue. Sorry. Yes.
Sorry, I'll let you do that. You're expected to get very regular UAs to make sure that you're clean.
Every day you call in. Yes.
And then, so it's random. You call in every
It's,
day. And
yes. It's a random color number depending what phase you were in.
All right. And there's, how many phases are there
5.
at Wasatch Drug Court? 5.
Yes.
All right. And so treatment, drug testing, you have to work.
Yes.
Okay. So you have to be employed. You have to show up every week at first.
Yes, for your groups. So you had not only did you have one-on-one therapy, you also had attended groups Monday through Friday, depending what phase you were in as well. So you had 5 groups.
Okay.
You had therapy twice, 2 or 3 times a week with your one-on-one, depending what phase you were in.
All right. And you started your drug court program in 2021.
9 of 2021, I believe.
I think it was September.
Yeah, I do believe.
Well, let's take a look.
Or maybe that was my initial evaluation.
I think you might be right. Let's just. Okay. Sure, it looks like September of 2021. Now, is it fair to say that between September of 2021 and when you were arrested, which we're going to talk about, you talked a little bit with Mr. Bloodworth in April
of 2026 or 27th for that?
Not quite.
I mean, no, I mean the date.
April
I mean the date
2023.
Yeah, 23.
You were arrested. You're right. I think it was April 26th or 7th.
That's what it was, yeah. Yes.
Okay. You were struggling in drug court, fair to say?
In the beginning, yes.
Well, that whole time. until you were from September of 21 until your arrest in April of 23, you were struggling.
Not the whole time, no.
All right, let's take a look at that. So, do you recall that? Well, let me show you. I'm going to show you a document. It might be easier. Katie, do we have its defense exhibit 1007? Can you put it up on the screen just for Ms. Lauber? And I don't think it has page numbers, but we can go by dates. So maybe pull it up starting from 9/22/21 for her to look at. Oh, that's helpful.
Yeah, I'm like,
All right. So let's look at, so each time you go to drug court, there's a little note entered in what we call the docket of the case,
Yeah.
right? About what happened in court that day.
yes, it's the drug court team members' notes.
Understood. So you started drug court September 15th, September 22nd, you missed your group therapy and your individual therapy. I mean, that's what came up at drug court. You were missing treatment.
Yes.
Which is, in drug court, that's a problem, right? You're supposed to go to all your treatments.
Pause for a moment, please.
Can you see that there?
Yes.
Okay. And you had to pay a $40 fee, or you had to pay for your missed treatment.
Yes, that's still the beginning of when I entered drug court, yes.
Correct. So that'd be a sanction that you had to pay for that.
No, if you missed it, they considered that wasting the therapist's time when somebody else could just took that spot.
All right, well, that's fair.
It was not a sanction, no.
Okay, so the next month, October 20th of 2021, a little lower on that page, you failed to appear at drug court.
I don't recall now, but yes.
Is that what it says on the docket?
Yes. Mhm.
And they issued a warrant.
Yes.
The next week, October 27th, you tested positive for benzos. Well, I'm going to rephrase that. You actually tested positive on October 10th, October 6th, October 8th, but it was at the 27th drug court hearing that those problems were addressed. That would be a more accurate statement of what happened, right?
Yes, once again, still in the beginning of drug court.
That's right. And benzos would be drugs. I don't know. Well, you tell me. Do you know what benzos you were taking?
That was my Valium, I believe.
Valium. All right. And you were sanctioned, it says.
Just a side note, I can't believe that benzos are still allowed to be sold.
Yeah, with the amount of that we know they're so damaging and addictive and everything else, there's a reason that I've had to go to so many different pain doctors because I don't want any narcotics. And after a while, they don't know what to do with me. They're like,
Yeah.
you're just not a good candidate for anything, really.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and if you have to take the benzos for an extended period of time, you will develop, they will lose effect, but they will still be as damaging.
yeah. So it would see, you would think with all of the money we put into research for things, they would come up with better ideas, but it doesn't seem to be happening very quickly.
Yeah, I see in the comments here, the lawyer is doing her best with a witness that remembers nothing. Yeah, I mean, this part here, this is still, I mean, not bad cross-examination, but they kept going for an additional 4.5 hours, and it didn't get better, apparently.
Yeah, and I don't like this habit of, oh, we'll come back to that. No, don't come back to that. You directly challenged her on her mental health.
Yeah.
That you wanted to make it a big deal. You want me to remember it. Don't come back to it. Stay on that. That can feed into her maybe having issues at the start of drug court. You should be able to structure your questions so that they can all feed into each other, but you're malleable enough that you can adapt to have them feed in based on what the witness says.
Yeah. For example, at the time that she was failing a lot of drug court thing, all of a sudden she gets a plea deal or a deal, as long as she remembers the correct things. There's a way to structure this as a timeline.
Yeah, to not put a pin in that and we'll circle back because that's not a way. Again, I think lawyers forget that juries are not lawyers.
Yeah.
So they're arguing with other lawyers who understand that information may come in scattershot and it's up to them to put it in an argument form or be able to pick out the information. But that's not how you want to approach a jury.
Yeah. And I see Candy Wrapper in the chat. It doesn't mean she doesn't remember anything. She just had to be reminded. Well, at what point if she needs to be reminded of everything? Because her story changed dramatically before and after she was offered the deal for testimony.
Yeah, and I'm shocked as
At what
hell.
point? Yeah. At what point does this become a very convenient new memory or recollection?
Yeah, and the state, by not bringing in a lead detective to say, "Oh, well, we started noticing that Kouri was making, calls to this number, and we kinda didn't understand why they were talking at multiple occasions and leaving money." And then what the state has yet to do is bolster any of her testimony with any hard evidence. It's a lot of "trust me, bro." And we've not seen a case structured like that before. I mean, even Gravely had bolstering witnesses on before his terrible snitches.
Yeah. And I understand. I understand you, Candy Wrapper, that she was handed her device and then she was able to piece it together for them. I'm not entirely sure that was the sequence of events. But you might be correct. You might be correct. We have to go through, but it definitely didn't sound like this on direct examination here.
Well, yeah, and let's be real, as people who have been around addicts, there is no way that she got the pills and didn't look them up, didn't count them. There is no way in Hades in a handbasket that she didn't look that up and make sure she was getting what she was supposed to be getting.
Yeah. And how much she kept for herself.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing.
If she was handed 1,000, she handed 300 over to the driver or whatever it was, and then bought for $700 and got 15 to 20 pills. That is a maximum of $5 to $10 a piece.
Yeah. And Candy Wrapper, no, I'm just stating that as up until now, the state hasn't brought in any digital footprint evidence. We've gotten testimony that the phones were digitally downloaded through Cellbrite and that they were looked through, but we don't know what individual pieces of data linked Kouri to this woman or how the investigation progressed that we got to this woman yet.
Yeah, but during direct, they showed her from Cellbrite text messages from Cellbrite. So yeah, there are some electronic footprints, but these specific wordings, have we really gotten that? Yeah. And again, folks, I know what should come in to evidence later. We are pointing out what should be done better.
You continued through November to miss therapy, true? November 3rd? It's okay. Take your time. Do you see it?
I know you guys are moving them all over, so.
Would you ask the question again, Ms. Lewis?
I mean, I understand the question, but you're moving the paper like back and forth. Whoever it is.
Can you see the note from November 3rd, drug court?
I see 11, 10, and 21. Okay, there you go.
Your Honor, I don't know if it'd be all right, but this might be faster if I could point it out to her. Would it be all right if I stood closer to the witness?
Of course.
Thank you. All right, let's see.
Ms. Lauper, just remember, when you answer the question, yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
All right, November 3rd, drug court. You missed therapy and received, oh, you didn't get a sanction yet. They waited.
Yes.
All right. And then November 17th, you came in and you'd missed your drug test that week. You missed the drug test, correct?
Okay, yeah.
So tell me, now in drug court, a missed test is considered the same as a positive test, right?
Yes. But some of those due to working with Doreen coming off the mountain or running behind.
Sure, that happens. But as a participant in drug court, you are expected to make all your drug tests.
Yes, unless you call ahead and say, I'm running behind from work, can I do it the next day?
And they sometimes allow that, but it wouldn't show as a missed drug test if you had got permission.
It'll still come up as a missed test because you didn't go the day of.
It would, well, you got a sanction, so
Yes.
it was a missed test.
Yeah, so therefore, I went the next day, but still receive a sanction for it.
It doesn't say that, but all right. You continued missing tests in 21 through February. You continued missing your drug tests. Right here, missed tests and treatment. Missed tests. You were sanctioned, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. Now, if you got a negative drug test, it looks like in
What's the year on that?
there, you got a negative drug test.
No, what's the year on these ones?
2020. Oh, now we're moving into January of 22.
Okay, so what were the years on these ones?
I misspoke. I said February was December of 21.
Yes.
All right.
Still, once again, the beginning of drug court.
Okay. Well, now it's January of 22. Okay. So you're missing drug tests. Then, on January 28th drug court, they said you had tested positive for methamphetamine.
Yes.
And you said, no, retest it. That's not true. I didn't use.
Yeah.
But then the next week, you came back and you said, well, actually, I did use. You don't need to retest it. I relapsed. Which happens.
Well, yes, working with active users, once again, with the clean company, they were all still active users.
Well, but it was your choice to use.
Absolutely. But if you keep getting offered and offered as a drug addict, yes, obviously you're going to relapse. You're going to
All right.
fold.
And you lied about it.
Yes.
All right.
So addicts do when you're using
That's true. Addicts lie. All right.
active addicts.
And then in February, now we're getting into the time period at issue here. January, February, March of 2022. All right. So at this time, let's get the date here. February 9th, you missed your group. Your treatment, so you were sanctioned then, right?
Yes.
February 11th, you tested positive for amphetamines. Tested positive on February 11th.
Okay, yeah.
And again, you denied it.
Of course.
But that's the same day that you said you were out buying drugs from Susan Kohler, right? February 11th, 2022.
Yeah, yes, I was with Susan that day, yes.
So you're using.
Yes. Once again, you're going to relapse when you're around active people.
I
yes.
understand. And let's see. As we move into March of 22, you tested positive for methamphetamine February 11th, March 1st, and March 3rd, and March 16th, correct?
I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, I was there. From drug court notes, yes.
So it's, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you.
You're fine.
So, well, if it's in here, it's accurate.
Yes.
All right. So this whole time that you say you remember purchasing drugs, all these text messages, you were high.
I'm sorry, what was that? Sorry.
This whole period of time that you just testified, that you say you remember all these texts and you remember all this information from March of 2022, you were high that whole time, February, March 22.
Not the whole time, no.
You were using very regularly.
I guess so, yes.
Okay. Now, this continues all through.
So may we pause for a minute? May we take the document down so the witness is not distracted?
We may.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that. All right.
No, I will say that the witness is doing good.
So this continues.
Dealing with her own
the missing
bad
drug
past.
tests, the positive test.
I mean, she is doing a good job, saying, yes, I was still screwing up. I didn't pull my head out of my ass. And as much as she's trying to use the language of, I was, and I was trying to get clean and I was near other active people. I mean, she's doing a good job dealing with the defense's questions. And I will say that as much as both Nick and I have a predisposition to not like snitches, we've read her as pretty genuine and honest when that's not been the case for a lot of them. So it has been a bit of an interesting experience going in and thinking that I was genuinely going to question this woman's motives, and to think that she's actually testifying quite well. I do think that there are some issues and some things that she's not taking accountability fully for. Uh, but as someone who doesn't know a lot about this case, who kind of knows the bare bones and expected to not take her testimony worth anything, I have been surprised at how I've reacted to her testimony and how authentic I feel that she's being and honest in as much as she can or is able. So it has been an interesting experience. That being said, I think the state has presented their case in such a wonky way that I don't understand where they're going with it. And normally I understand where the state's going. And so the state is damaging their case by whatever strategy that I think she's being honest-ish. I feel like there are some things she's not actually taking credit for, like not checking what pharmaceuticals she got in her, from her street pharmacist hookups. That
Yes.
in the history of ever has not been the case. But I think in relation to other prison snitches that we've seen in the 4 years that I've been watching trials, she has come off more genuine than most.
Sometimes you do well, other times you're doing poorly. Continues all the way up until your arrest of April of 2023.
Sorry, what was the question again?
The question was, we started talking about, we were talking about that you were using all through February and March of 22. And now I'm saying from February and March of 22 until your arrest of April of 23, you numerous times either missed drug tests, missed treatment, or sanctioned, tested positive. You had a lot of missteps between the beginning of drug court in 2021 until your arrest in April 2023. Correct?
Yes.
All right. In fact, you were held back on phases.
Yes.
You were asked to restart phases.
Yes.
But you started doing a little better right before you were arrested in April of 23. You were finally moved to phase 5. True?
Yes.
All right. And then you're arrested.
Yes.
And you are arrested for, well, first of all, there was, all right, let me do this in parts. You were arrested for possession of marijuana, correct?
Actually, no, I was arrested for driving on a revoked suspended license.
Okay, that's fair. You were originally pulled over and arrested for driving on a suspended license. And then there was an order to show cause issued in drug court.
Yes.
Right? Now, an order to show cause is a little bit different than an official charge, right?
Yes.
So an order to show cause, can you pull that up, please? Just for me and the witness. So an order to show cause, just so the jury can understand, is when you're in drug court or on probation, and you're accused of committing a crime, they say, all right, these are the things you're accused of doing, and you need to come into drug court and explain what happened, and then we will make a decision as to whether you're going to remain in drug court, if you're going to be charged with these crimes officially, if you're going to get kicked out of drug court because you've got new charges. That's what an order to show cause is, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So you got an order to show cause, and it was for, I think that's in front of the screen. Does that look like what an order to show cause looks like?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Did you recognize that as the order to show cause that was issued in May of 2020? Well, I'm looking at the date. You were ordered to April 26th, the day of your arrest. 2023.
Would you restate the question?
Is that the order to show cause that was issued in your case in April of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to admit and publish Defense Exhibit 1008.
Sure, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay. Defendants 1008 is admitted, and we will publish it now.
All right. So that's just so the jury can see what that looks like. Now, if in drug court you're found to be in violation, you're found to have committed new crimes, what happens is your plea in abeyance goes away, and you are sentenced on your original 2 first-degree felonies and your third-degree felony that you pled to, right?
Sorry, what was the question?
Okay. Trying trying to explain so they all understand how this works. If you were to go into drug court and the drug court found that you had in fact committed new crimes and violated drug court, then you could go back. Your plea in abeyance would no longer be in effect, and a plea of guilty would enter.
Your plea in abeyance would be revoked.
Revoked. So you would be guilty of those crimes, and you would go back to your sentencing judge and be sentenced on your original 2 first-degree felonies and 1 third-degree felony.
Yes.
And in addition to that, you could be charged with the marijuana that was found in your house the day of your arrest, correct?
I wasn't aware of marijuana, but I guess if you have the paperwork.
Okay, well, we'll talk about that. I think you've just forgotten. And there was a firearm found in your home.
Yes, that was my roommate's son, yes.
And, well, possessing a firearm, whether it's yours or not,
Yes.
is a crime if you're a felon.
Yes.
A serious crime.
Yes.
Potentially a federal crime.
Yes.
All right. So, we're going to get back to that, but I want to go now. So you're arrested on April 26th. You don't know yet about the firearm. You said you've forgotten about the marijuana, but you don't know about the firearm. You just know you were brought in on driving on a revoked license.
Yes.
The next day, Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard show up to talk to you. April 27th, 2023.
I guess it was the next day, yeah.
All right. And at that time, you didn't know why they were there.
No, I had no idea.
But they told you, hey, we searched your place and we found a gun under your bed, correct?
Yes.
And they tell you your drug court is in jeopardy. You could be violated.
Yes.
And if you're violated and you go back and be sentenced on your 2 first-degree felonies and your 3rd-degree felony, you are looking at 2 5-to-life prison sentences and 1 0-to-5 prison sentence potentially.
Yes.
And the court could choose to run those consecutive, which means you do 1 5-to-life, then you do a second 5-to-life, and then you do your 0-to-5. That's a possibility.
Yes.
So you were potentially looking at a long sentence if you were violated in drug court.
Yes.
Can I just get a...
What are up with these
But in that very
pilgrim
first
tops
meeting-
she's wearing?
Detective O'Driscoll and Detective...
The Kouri, dressing Kouri up as, well, quite frankly, FDLS wife number 35 is an interesting strategy. You would think that that would be an iffy one to use in Utah, but I mean, she does kind of look like she's from a polygamous sect, which is an odd gamble in Utah, but hey, I'm here for it. That's all. I was just making fun of her.
Maynard say, hey, we're not here to jam you up, though. We want to talk to you.
I don't recall the exact words, but yes, they were there to talk to me.
And if those weren't the exact words, it was words to, we don't want you to get in more trouble. We want to talk to you. Words to that effect?
Yes.
All right. And that's when they tell you that they think Kouri Richins poisoned her husband, Eric Richins, and they think that she killed him.
I don't think that was their exact words.
All right. Well, I'm not necessarily using their exact words, but they give you that information.
Yes.
All right. And that he died of a fentanyl overdose.
Yes, they did inform me that he died of an overdose.
And that was the first time you'd heard that. True?
From the officer, yes.
Well, from anyone, that he died of an overdose.
No. One of Doreen's workers were driving down the road with Nancy. She had yelled out the window. She's like, Eric died of an overdose. And that's when I had made the phone call to Kouri asking if, please tell me those weren't for him.
Okay. You never told the officers that story, did you?
Not till later, I don't think.
Well, not in these 7 interviews, correct?
Yeah, correct.
All right. In fact, what you tell them is you don't use fentanyl, correct?
Yes.
And you tell them meth, heroin, maybe a few oxys here and there, but I literally never dealt with fentanyl.
Correct.
That's true. Wasn't it?
Yes, correct.
Okay. One reason you didn't deal with fentanyl is you had a daughter who had some problems with fentanyl.
I had a couple of
You
daughters.
have a daughter. I'm sorry. You should not past tense. You
Yeah,
still have
no,
your daughter.
she is doing great.
Yes. I'm happy to hear that. She had a problem with fentanyl.
She had a problem with heroin and it turned into fentanyl, yes.
Yeah. And did you tell them she overdosed? I know she survived, but she overdosed, right?
My daughter has overdosed a couple times.
All right. So fentanyl scared you.
Absolutely.
All right. But they tell you, hey, it's okay. You're not going to get any new charges until we push the button, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation on push the button.
Sustained. I don't know what that means, Ms. Lewis.
Well, why don't you let's look at the April 27th interview that we pulled up there
In the book?
in the book.
Or you
Yes.
can pull it up.
No, we're going to use the book. We're going old school on these interviews. There's
Oh my
too many
gosh.
pages to ask for
Where do I got to go to?
to find them all.
You can help her, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
5, right?
Let's go to the first notebook. Interview 2. No, interview 1. So page 98. Why don't you actually let me start reading here to yourself? Remember that now?
Yeah.
Okay. So they tell you in that interview, these new charges, none of them are going to go through until we push the button to make them go through. That's what they tell you.
Yes.
And they say, and we have Wasatch County prosecutor on board, and they're going to charge you, but we're going to help you out.
Yes.
All right. And you know, because drug court has not been going the most smooth, if you get kicked out of drug court, you're looking at potentially a lot of time.
Yes.
And you do not want that to happen.
No.
In fact, you tell them you want to get out of Utah, right?
Yes.
You want to go to Vegas
Yes.
because you have a fiance in Vegas.
Yes.
And in fact, because of your cooperation in this case, you've been allowed to do that, haven't you?
I was allowed to go visit him when I was in drug court as well.
After you started cooperating in this case, not before.
No, not true. I would have, Judge maybe would grant me time to go see him, but I had to let her know when and what time, the address and everything.
All right, so you're saying we're going to find on the docket that she let you go to Vegas before you started cooperating in this case? You're sure?
I do believe so.
Okay, well, we'll get back to that. Katie, can you check into that, please? All right, so they say, we think you can, something to think, now I'm not saying word for word, but something to think, we think you can help us out. We want you to help us out. They tell you that in general, right? On April 27th.
Yes.
And they said, we're going to give you some time to think about this and we'll be back.
Actually, I asked for the time to think about and process everything. I did believe I told him it's a lot to process. Open it back up?
Yes.
To what page?
Yeah.
The end? The end?
No, look at this section. Okay. So weird. Right?
Okay, yes.
Okay. So they're telling you you could be in trouble with the court and you said it's gonna fucking kill me.
Right.
So all right, we're gonna give you some time to think about this. We'll come back. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So they just leave you sitting there 4, 5 days,
Yes.
and you don't know what's going on, but you know you could be looking at a lot of prison time.
I just know this whole thing was a lot to process while you're incarcerated.
That's fair. But it's also true that you could be looking at a lot of prison time and you're very worried about it.
Altogether, yes.
Well, you call Nick Bun Savage and you tell him you're very worried about it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I know I talked to Nick quite a bit.
And your daughter,
Yes.
Kelsey, is that right?
My daughter, yes.
Okay. So they come back on May 2nd. And they bring, it's Detective O'Driscoll, Detective Maynard, and they bring a DEA agent with them this time, right? Agent Sorensen.
There was another officer there, yes.
And you recall that he was with the Drug Enforcement Administration?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
So a federal agent.
Yes.
So this time they tell you, by the way, Carmen, you're not just possibly looking at 2 5 to lives and a 0 to 5 in state prison. You could be looking at federal prison, right?
Yes.
Because if you provided a drug to someone and someone died from that drug, that's a 20-year minimum mandatory in federal prison.
Objection, Your Honor. That's the law.
It does not mistake the law.
Folks, you're going to have to lay some foundation one way or the other, Ms. Lewis. If you can rephrase about what her understanding was, I think we can get past this.
They told you that there is a federal charge you could be looking at,
Yes.
distribution resulting in a death,
Yes.
and that federal charge carries a minimum mandatory of 20 years in federal prison. They told you that day.
Yes.
All right. They also tell you, don't worry, we're going to help you out, right?
Yes.
All right. So you tell them for the first time, she also said here today, that, okay, yes, Kouri Richins contacted me. She said, I have an investor with back pain and I could use some, could you give me some pills?
Yes.
And you told them you thought that would maybe, you didn't know for sure what she wanted. She just asked for some pills to help with back pain.
Yes.
And you thought maybe she meant muscle relaxants, maybe she meant some pain pills, you didn't know.
Right.
All right. Wasn't fentanyl. She didn't ask for fentanyl.
Not at the time, no.
Okay. But you couldn't remember when that happened. You just couldn't remember, right?
I can remember the exact dates now.
Well, you told them all you remembered was there was a little bit of snow on the ground.
Yes.
And they're trying to help you pin down a date, but you said, you told them multiple times, I really don't know. There was snow on the ground.
Really wasn't absolutely correct on the dates now.
Okay. But you did tell them that, okay, yes, I reached out to Susan Kohler, my friend and coworker, and asked her for some pain pills.
Yes.
Not fentanyl.
No.
Because Kouri didn't ask for fentanyl, correct?
Not at the time, no.
Okay, we'll get to that. And you were aware, I'm not sure if I read about this, were you aware that Susan had a friend who was selling some prescription oxycodone, excuse me?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew that Susan could get you some prescription pain pills.
Yes.
All right, so you went to Susan and asked her to do that for you.
Yes.
All right, but during that interview, you told the officers numerous times, I have been using drugs since I was 6th grade.
Yes.
My brain is not that good.
Correct.
I don't remember things.
Yes.
You have a learning disability also, correct?
Yes.
Can you share what that is?
No. No.
I would ask you to share what it is. That was a question, not a request. Sorry. I apologize, but it could be relevant.
Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lauber, if you would please answer the question.
Yes, I do have one.
And what?
Is it?
It's not the highest education. It's a low grade education.
Is that because you struggled in school because of your learning disability?
Yes.
All right. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. A lot of people have that.
Right.
All right, so you go to Susan.
Not the way you asked
And
it.
did you ask her for Roxy's or did she tell you she could get Roxy's?
That's what she told me she could get.
Roxy's. And what are Roxy's?
Like a hydrocodone pill.
Are they, and I'm asking, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Do you need you've got some water there?
Ms. Lewis, would you pause for one moment? I apologize for interrupting. Carmen, when you dab your eyes, which you're allowed to do, you also cover your mouth.
Sorry.
It blocks the sound. If you would just answer the last question again, and if you need Ms. Lewis to
Yeah,
restate
what was
it,
the question again?
I'm not sure. So you said that Susan brought up the word Roxy's, not you?
She told me that's what she could get for our friend.
Okay, and what are Roxy's?
It is a pain pill.
Is it
opiate.
I'm sorry, say that again.
It is a pain pill. It's an opiate.
It's okay. Is it oxycodone?
Yes.
What are Roxy 30s? Do you need a break? Just for a sec.
We've been at this since about 12:30.
yeah. Ms. Lewis, any objection to a short restroom break?
No,
This
no,
witness,
no.
of course, will not confer with anyone during the break.
That's fine.
Folks, please rise for the jury.
I do like this judge. I really do. I like this judge and the grace that he's showing the witness and also the jury. I think that he listens and has done a good job. Just kind of reading the jury, reading the witnesses, and giving them breaks.
Have a seat, please. Ms. Lauber, we're going to take a break. You're welcome to stretch your legs, use the restroom. Please don't talk to anybody about your testimony, okay? Thank you. Let's come back at 3:25. The court is in recess. Thank you. Patients, if you take the stand again, please watch your steps. Here, just stay standing there. So. Please rise for the jury. Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Ms. Lauber, same warnings regarding the microphone, and please remember you are still under oath.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right. I forgot to introduce an exhibit. Katie, can you pull up Defense Exhibit 1007 again? And Ms. Lauber, we spoke about that. That's your docket from drug court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I move to admit Exhibit 1007. We don't need to publish it at this time, though.
Objection.
Okay, defendants 1007 is admitted.
All right. Okay. Carmen, let's go back to when you went and got the pills from Susan Kohler. So right before the break, you said that Susan got you Roxy's, and the Roxy's are oxycodone. Did I get that right?
Correct.
All right. What are Roxy 30s?
They are a stronger pain pill than hydrocodone, I believe.
Okay. Are they 30 milligram oxycodones?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's see. Now, but Susan got you some prescription oxycodone. And when you were interviewed on May 2nd, the interview we're talking about right now, you said that you left those pills in the fire pit at the house in Midway. Do you remember that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Can you look at page 41? You see that?
Yes, I do. See.
Okay. So at that time you said, I left the pills in the fire pit at Midway and the money was in the fire pit in Midway. Remember? That's correct, right?
Correct.
Okay. It's different than what you said today, though, right?
Yes.
All right. Fair to say, though, 3 years ago, you might have remembered a little bit better than you do today what happened, right?
No.
Did someone tell you what you said 3 years ago was wrong? So now you're saying something different today?
No, nobody told me what I said was wrong.
All right. But you did say then that you left them in the fire pit at Midway.
Yes.
All right. We'll get back to that. Now, in that interview, you told Detectives Maynard, Detective O'Driscoll, and Agent Sorensen that you never did a hand-to-hand exchange with Kouri. Turn to page 41.
I'm on 41.
It says, you never exchanged pills with Kouri. Isn't that what you told them then?
Yes.
So you said then, I never did a hand-to-hand exchange with Kouri, but today you're saying you gave those pills directly to Kouri.
Yes, in my driveway.
Okay. And you said that the pills were $600.
Yes.
And that you fronted the money. That's what you said today, is that you fronted the money.
Yes, to Susan.
So you didn't make any money off doing that?
No.
So you just
Not this one. No.
did that. It's not a very good drug dealer, correct?
Right.
All right, so you just took the money, got the pills, paid for them, took them back and forth, risked drug court just because.
I thought she was a friend.
All right. So at that time of that interview, you told detectives that, again, that you bought the pills from Susan, left the pills in the fire pit, and you told them that this was the first of 3 times you bought drugs from Ms. Richins. That's what you told them back in May of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. You bought pills once from Susan, twice from Robbie.
Oh, once from Susan, 3 from Robbie.
It's not what you told them then, though, right?
I'm not sure. It was a lot to process, and it was many years ago.
We couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
It was a lot to process, and it was quite a few years ago.
Let me look at page 54, I think it is. Let me just be sure. Let's see. This is right here. Right here. Okay. All right. So when you were being interviewed in May, and you were telling them in May of 23, and you were telling them, I picked up the money from the fire pit. I got the pills from Susan. I left the pills in the fire pit. Detectives told you that it was really important. You had to be very clear what had happened, right?
Yes.
And you were doing your best, I would imagine, to tell them what you remembered happened. Oh, I'm just asking you if you were trying your hardest to tell them what you remember.
Yes, there was a lot to process.
Yeah, I understand. But that's what you told them. I left the pills in the fire pit.
Yes.
And you talked more that day about how you really needed to stay in drug court, correct?
Yes.
And let's turn to page 62, but you told them you were gonna fight hard to stay in drug court, correct?
Yes.
And they told you, well, lucky for you, we're on your side. And as long as this relationship continues, we're here for you. Remember that?
I don't recall.
We'll take a look there on page 62.
62?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And that's what they told you. Lucky for you, we're on your side.
Yes.
And as long as this relationship continues, we're here for you.
Yes.
And you tell them, I'll do whatever I can. Correct?
Yes.
And you tell them throughout this interview and really throughout the next 6-7 interviews that you have a lot of memory problems.
There's a lot to process, yes.
I understand. You told them though that you have a lot of memory problems.
I don't know those exact words, but
Yeah, and okay, can you pause, Nick? Here's my problem with the defense's strategy. Now, the defense made a big point before going into this again to say that she has a learning disability, which means that it genuinely gives her a reason that her story might have changed in addition to the drug, activities. So not only does it give a plausible reason that she could be all over the place, which I don't think the defense wants, but it also means that it just gives her another avenue for sympathy. And I don't know that the defense thought about this clearly, but now they're again attacking her not only on her credibility, but now her mental capacity and her former drug addiction. I don't know that the defense realized that this could be something that really turns off jurors. Now, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with impeaching her, but because she made a point to bring up her mental disability or her learning disability right before she went into impeaching her memory issues, I don't think that was a good strategic point, is all I'm saying. Regardless of where you fall on how you feel about any of this, strategically, I don't think it was a good idea to give her a reason beyond her control that things could be all jumbled. Because again, now it looks like you're punching down. So I think that it could be a crapshoot on how the jury sees this. I objectively don't see anything wrong with this. I'm not offended. But if you are a person that holds a sacred cow of mental health or educational disabilities, this might be a not so good thing to pick on. Now, these lawyers were there during voir dire, so maybe they know more about the jury than I do, but I do see this as a potential stumbling block for the defense. If some of the jurors see this now as bullying, I personally don't, but that could be a very tightrope. These are sensitive things, and you have to be aware of, while you might not have an issue with it, some other people might be more sensitive.
yes.
Okay. And you told them more than once over those days you had a lot of memory problems, correct?
Yeah, my memory wasn't the best, yes.
You told that to Nick Von Savage when you spoke with him on the phone. Remember that?
Yes, still once again, a lot to process when you're incarcerated.
And you told him that you had fried your brain using drugs.
A figure of speech, yes.
But you said that figure of speech numerous times over those interviews, right?
Probably yes.
Numerous times. I've been using drugs since 6th grade. My brain is fried.
Yes.
All right. And during this interview, they're still telling you might be going to prison.
Yes.
But that's not going to happen. We talked about that as long as you help them out, correct?
Correct.
And by helping them out, they tell you that means you need to give us the details to make sure Kouri gets convicted of murder, correct?
I don't know if that's their exact words.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1032? Or how do you want to do this? This is for impeachment. Do we play this just for the witness, or can we? I'm not admitted it's a demonstrative for impeachment. Can I play that to the jury at this point?
Hey, at least gotta get Mr.
He has the exhibit.
Are you familiar with what it is? You just gave a number. I don't know what it is. I can't even tell you.
I provided it.
Give you a chance to review it.
Can they bring it up?
It should be up for counsel. Am I wrong about that? Okay.
Is there a transcript of this? Where's the transcript?
Is there a date that you can identify?
Do you have the transcript from the interviews, or do you want me to pull up that one? I can.
There it is. It's up.
Oh, thank you, Katie. You're very good at this.
You just take me to the point in the transcript.
75.
What are you talking about?
Can you go to the next page?
It's on that page. It's at the bottom.
Sure. He wants to see the next
Oh,
page.
I'm sorry.
So you want to use the transcript or the video?
The video.
This portion.
Yes, it's a small portion. Could we play that for the jury now?
How does she hear it and not? I'm sorry. I'm not going to be following.
Please approach. My apologies. The video, pay attention to the screen for a moment. Katie, if you queue up the video, right, Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
And then fast forward to whatever
Just
timestamp.
the clip that we have.
Yeah. And then let me know when you're ready. Okay. Go ahead.
So here's where it's at from Katie and your drug court. Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. 1 second. That's all right. This happens. If you would, Katie, do me a favor. Unplug, plug back in. If you queue up the video again. And press play, please.
So here's where it's at from Katie and your drug court. Okay. They are looking for, and it's going to be upsetting, but let me finish. They're looking to pull your drug court deal and ask for 7 years on your two first. 5 years for the one felony, and then a 40% portion for the second for 7 years. The only exception to that, and the only thing that they're willing to kind of help you out with, is if you can help us out with this.
And by so he means like give us the details that will ensure Kouri is convicted of murder.
So that's what they said to you.
Yes. Yes.
And let me just identify.
To kind of help you out with, is if you can help us out with this.
And by so he means like give us the details that will ensure Kouri is convicted of murder.
Yeah. That should have been the end of the cross-examination with some follow-up questions. That, for instance, you changed your story dramatically after this. You remembered a lot of stuff that you previously had no recollection of. Dates,
Yeah.
events, what was sold. And then end
Yeah.
with a
Yeah, now-
lasting impression and forcing the prosecution to rebut that specific. Sorry, folks, I'm
Now-
still on a call here.
Oh, that's okay. Chat or Nick, is anyone aware if her friend Nick, the other person that heard the speakerphone conversation, is also on the witness list? Because I would want to see how much she had to rely on him for bolstering her memory. I mean, there are some things about her testimony that doesn't make sense to me. So I'm not buying it hook, line, and sinker. But which is why I would have thought the state would have bolstered, any of this prior to knowing the defense is going to introduce this.
So that's what they said to you.
Yes. Yes.
And let me just identify a couple of people here. The first person speaking to you, telling you that, first he says, I talked to McKay. McKay is the prosecutor in Wasatch County Drug Court, right?
Correct.
McKay King.
Yes, correct.
All right. And that in talking to McKay King, you may be getting 7 years in prison on your state case.
Correct.
But if you help him out, that's not going to happen.
Correct.
And by helping him out, that means you need to give us the details that will ensure that Kouri gets convicted, correct?
Correct.
And you are willing to do whatever it takes to save yourself from getting kicked out of drug court and going to prison, correct?
I'm going to go forward with the truth, yes.
And you tell them, I'll do whatever it takes.
Yes. That means incriminating me, yes.
But then you tell them, but I need a blueprint about what happened. Because you don't know what happened, right?
And I just needed, I guess if you want to call it a blueprint, kind of a layout of what was going on.
That's right. You said you need to lay out for me what you want, right?
Not lay out what they want, lay out what had happened or what.
Look at page 80.
Page what?
80 of the same May 2nd.
Okay, correct.
You need a blueprint, you need to lay it out for me. Correct?
It just says a blueprint, yes.
All right. And then you said, I'll do whatever because you struggled really hard to get where it is. I'll do whatever it takes. Correct? That's not on that page. I'm asking if you remember that.
Sorry, yes.
It's fine. Okay. You did tell them that. And so they say, all right, that's great. We'll go to the prosecutor and we'll try and hammer out a deal for you. Correct?
Correct.
Now, do you recall, and if you don't, you can turn to page 69, that during that meeting, Detective O'Driscoll asked you to write down everything that you could remember for your next meeting, to help out with the next meeting. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you ever do that? Did you write that out?
No.
Okay. I just wondered if that had happened. All right. Now, you tell them, and I think you said this again today, that after you got pills from Susan Kohler, the next set of pills you got were light burning pills, correct?
Correct.
Katie, can you pull up exhibit 1030? Can you see that, Ms. Lauber?
Yes, I do.
Does that look similar, or I don't know, how close do those look to the pills that you received?
Those are darker green.
Okay, so the pills you got were even lighter green than that.
Yes, those are darker.
Okay, can I submit that for comparison? She says the pills were lighter than the pills in those pictures, in that picture.
No, Your Honor, authenticity.
I can blow it up bigger. It's just a picture of the pills.
Just a picture.
If it's just the picture of the two pills,
Tablets, yeah, that's fine.
but there's a whole lot of.
No, how about, can we just publish this? We don't have to, do you want to admit this as a redacted copy or just publish it?
Let's admit it as a redacted copy for now.
Any objection?
If we redact everything around the pills.
Yeah, I think what we're talking about here is this, what's on the counsel and witness screen, Mr. Bloodworth.
She's redacting in real time.
There you
Is there
go.
a second page? I'm sorry, is there a second?
No. Oh. Well,
Yeah, that's it. So
I can just show the photo.
if we want to publish the photo of the two pills now, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll mock
and then
up
redact it later. And
Understood. Let's publish just the photograph of the tablets. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, pausing there for just a moment.
so your memory is the first pills you got from Mr. Crozier were an even lighter green color than that.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if they said anything on them? Like those pills say something on them.
I don't recall. Like I said, they were in a little plastic bag. I sit there and count them and play with them.
Okay. Now, you now have a conversation with the detectives. We can take that down. Thank you, Katie. And they are telling you, well, you asked for blues. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then they ask you, actually, some of the same questions I was asking you. They're asking you, you asked for, what are M30s? Do you remember? They were asking about M30s and Roxys or Oxys.
I don't recall.
Okay, why don't you turn to page 90? So we're 90 and 91.
Whoops.
All right, and that's, they're asking you about M30s. You see that? Turn to page 90.
I am on 90.
Okay.
What's the question, Ms. Lewis?
Yeah, what's
The question is, they ask you what M30s are, and you tell them that M30s are either Roxys or Oxys, correct?
correct? I'm not seeing the question in here at all.
All right, well, maybe you just remember. They asked what M30s were, and you told them M30s are Roxys or Oxy, which is oxycodone, correct?
Ms. Lover, I'm sorry, we're getting confused there. I need you to be more specific about when you're asking her, whether it's something in the transcript, if you're asking something based on her memory.
Okay. Do you remember that they asked you what M30s were, or they asked you about M30s?
Yes, that's right here.
And you told them M30s would be Roxys or oxycodone?
Yes,
Oxys.
yes.
But isn't it true that Sergeant O'Driscoll says, no, M30s are fentanyl? And I'm not using his exact words, but he tells you M30s are fentanyl.
Yes.
And you say, well, what did you say? Do you remember? Is it right?
I don't recall.
Did you say, oh, okay, see, that's how much I don't really deal with them.
Yes, with fentanyl, yes.
Okay, because you don't know anything about fentanyl.
No, not really.
And every time, we'll strike that. Kouri Richins, she never did ask you for fentanyl, correct?
When I had told her what Robbie had, she said, okay, go ahead and get the fentanyl.
That's your testimony today?
Yes, she did ask for it. When I told her what I had, that's what she said, yes.
That's the first time you've said that, though, right?
No.
You told them that Kouri never asked for fentanyl.
In jail or, now I'm confused. Can you repeat the question?
You told authorities during the course of these interviews that Kouri Richins never asked for fentanyl.
Yes.
And you kept telling them during this interview that you got Roxy's.
The ones from Susan Kouri, yes.
They tell you that you got fentanyl for Kouri Richins, correct?
No, when I reached out to Nicole Cummings, she would reach out to Robbie. Robbie's one who told me that he can get fentanyl.
That's your recollection today.
Yes.
That wasn't your recollection then, though, was it?
No, like I said, it was a lot to process. I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
Okay. But what you do tell them is not that Kouri didn't ask for fentanyl. She asked for the Michael Jackson drug.
Yes.
You tell them that.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't know what that is.
No.
And you Google it.
Yes.
And you discover that it's a drug called propofol.
Yes.
And propofol is not fentanyl.
No.
It's a sleeping drug, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Ms. Bonner, we couldn't hear.
Correct.
All right. But then they keep telling you that you must have given her fentanyl, correct?
I don't recall them saying that. That's what.
You turn to page 124. And while you're looking, let me just, so up to this point, you've told them you got Oxycontin, Roxy's from, or I said Oxycontin, oxycodone, from Susan, that Kouri asked you for the Michael Jackson drug, that you didn't know what that was. And then they tell you it's fentanyl. And you said, well, they tell you M30s are fentanyl. And you said, well, I didn't know that. Just to recap. And now at this point, you say, well, I must have asked for fentanyl. Because why else would I have asked unless Kouri told me to ask for fentanyl, right?
Correct.
Ms. Bonner, I need you to speak loud.
Correct. Sorry.
And as you turn to page 125, you say, I want to say that is the only way that got in my head.
Correct.
So you're telling them, well, I guess Kouri must have asked for fentanyl because how else, why else would we be talking about fentanyl?
When I reached out to Nicole, she gave me Robbie's number. Robbie said that he had a friend with, I asked for the fentanyl, or he said he had fentanyl, and I reached back to Kouri and said that he has some fentanyl.
Okay, we're going to come back to that because this is a new story today that you've never told before. But let's talk about the story you told on this day.
Now this
This is good.
is at this point in time, this is good because she self-admitted that no, she's never told this before. She never told this in any of the 7 recorded interviews, but all of a sudden at trial, when her literal freedom is at stake, she says something that has never been told before.
Yeah, and Andrew Brown. Now, we have heard from both the medical examiner and the toxicologist. Both were very hesitant to tell us that even though alcohol of some sort, ethanol, was present in the digestive system, they could not differentiate between that being ethanol that Eric had ingested from an alcoholic beverage or decomposition possibly of the food source in the digestive tract. So we still don't know. We know that there was alcohol present in his digestive system. It didn't seem, I don't believe it was in his vitreous, so his eyeball, or his bloodstream. So we haven't gotten a clear chance to look at that. I will have to go over my notes, but that's what I remember as far as what has been offered into trial so far about booze in his system. Now, to me, the toxicologist wasn't very illuminating as to what and how and what kind of body processes would happen at certain points. So that's kind of all I have remembered from this first week of trial without looking at my notes.
This day, you said, how else did I get fentanyl in my head? Right?
Correct.
Ms. Lover, isn't it fair to say you got fentanyl in your head from Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard? They're the ones that put fentanyl in your head.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Because up till this point in the interview, you said, no fentanyl. I don't deal in fentanyl. I didn't get her fentanyl. I got her Roxy's. I got her Oxys. Oh, she asked for Michael Jackson drugs. Oh, I guess I got her fentanyl. How else would fentanyl be in my head? Right? That's what's happened up to this point.
Correct.
And the only person up to this point who has put the word fentanyl in your head are these detectives, correct? Ms. Lover, you're on the stand. At that point, they are the ones that told you it was fentanyl.
They're the ones that told me that Eric passed away from fentanyl.
They're the ones that put the word fentanyl in your head.
That should have been the final question in this cross-examination.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty powerful.
That's an amazing ending. Boom. Almost a Matlock moment.
Yeah, I mean, again, the fact that this is so ridiculous. Again, the state is trying to sell me that Kouri, not that criminals really have logic, but Kouri deciding to off her husband while having access to antifreeze decides to involve, well, addicts because they're the most reliable co-conspirators ever. And then she poisons a sandwich. We have no toxicology from the day, and also fentanyl delivery by sandwich. All right, sure, I'll buy that. All we have thus far from the state is that the sister really, really doesn't like her, and she has a boyfriend. I'm getting irritated because I had hoped that the state, having, had so long, would have a really coherent case. I am hoping I'm
They're the
not.
ones that told me that that's where Eric passed away from.
Okay. But during this interview, you're very confused about what happened because first you told them that you dropped the oxys from Susan in the fire pit. Correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them you gave Kouri some pills standing in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
But you told them the pills in the driveway were not the pills from Susan, they were the light green pills that you got later, correct?
No, I believe I said that the ones that Susan gave me, she came and picked up in my driveway.
Let's go to page 135 of that interview. Where did you tell them you left the pills?
This is combined.
Oh, okay.
There's. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'll just show you.
So there's three different ones. Yeah, there's three different ones right here. So they're the ones in my driveway.
Folks, we can't have a private conversation here. I need you to pull that microphone back.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. She was explaining, and I'll ask the question based on that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Carmen. All right. So you're saying at this point now that you're telling them about 3 transactions.
Right here it says that.
And it says, go ahead, tell me what you said.
This is combined, yes, because the ones from Susan, and then the green ones, and then there was the other ones that were the fire pit. The third one was the fire pit.
But you don't tell them that the ones from Susan were in the driveway during this interview, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. But then later on, you tell them that, let's go to page 159. Because you changed your story. Tell me if you recall this. Go to page 159 and I'll ask you. I'm sorry, I know I am.
This is a lot.
If you would just pause and listen to Ms. Lewis's question. Thank you.
Do you have it on the page?
Yes, 59.
Listen to my question, and then if you don't remember, I'll have you look at the page. Okay. So you changed your story and you said, no, the first time wasn't in the driveway or the fire pit. The first time was in a cup in a closet inside the Midway house. You tell them that at this interview. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Look at the page there.
No, this just says one was at the house.
It says in the closet.
One was in the closet and one was in the fire. Sorry.
The first time was in a cup in a closet in the Midway house.
It doesn't say the first time. It just says one of them.
All right, fair. Now, when was that then that you left it in a cup in the closet?
Would have been the third one.
You think it was the third one?
I do believe so, yes.
Now, the third one, which the original third one or the new third one? Because originally you said there were only 3 transactions. 1 from Susan, 2 from Robbie. Now you're saying there's 4. 1 from Susan, 3 from Robbie. So are we talking about the original third transaction or the new third transaction?
Your Honor, objection foundation to the same transaction.
I think she said the transaction. She said
There,
there
the
were.
third one, no matter what you do.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what?
The third is the third, no matter what you do.
It's the fourth that was
It's,
added.
it's sustained. It's the fourth that was added.
All right, well, now let me reframe it. The third one originally would be the last transaction. Now the third one would not be the last transaction. So are you talking about, because originally you said there were 3 transactions. So when you said the third, did you mean the last transaction?
When I say that, I mean the 3 from Robbie, including Susan's or excluding Susan's.
Well, this time you said there weren't 3 from Robbie. There were 2 from Robbie.
I don't recall that.
All right, we'll get back to that in another interview where you talk about that. For now, let me ask you this. Do you know when you left the pills in the cup in the Midway house? What approximate date?
I don't know approximate date.
Was it after February 11th? You testified on direct you bought pills from Susan on February 11th.
Yes.
So it would be after February 11th.
That second one would have been in my driveway. The third one would have been in the other house, the Midway house.
Okay, so that would have been sometime in February.
Approximately, yes.
All right. What was inside the Midway house at that time when you went into the house and left it in a cup in the closet?
It was pretty empty. There was just doing some construction stuff on it, and in the closet, she told me there'd be a box with some coffee cups.
Okay. And were there any boxes in the house or just in the closet?
There was just the one in the closet. I didn't go looking in the house.
Now, as you're going through this interview with them at this time, you tell them again, I don't really know. My memory is messed up. It's foggy.
That's a possibility.
Do you find it?
No.
Do you remember saying that? My memory's messed up.
I don't recall.
Okay, turn to page 213.
What was your question?
But you told them your memory's messed up and it's foggy.
I don't see it on page 215.
213,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
215. 215. Correct.
Okay. And then you also told them during that interview, I bought pills for Kouri 3 times, period. That's on page 165 if you don't remember saying that. If you remember that, you can just say, yes, that's.
I don't recall.
Okay.
What page?
165.
Yes. It says 3 purchases would. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, all 3 purchases were before it. Yes.
You said there were 3 purchases all before Eric died.
Correct.
All right. They come back later and tell you that's not correct, right? That's not on the page. I'm just asking you. Did they come back another day and say, no, the last purchase was after Eric died?
The 4th one?
The new 4th one, yes.
Correct. Actually, yes, correct.
All right. You didn't remember that.
I don't recall.
All right. Finally, at the end of this interview, where you've said, and I'm not going to go through it all again, we've been through all the different things you said like 3 times. You said to them, just write it all down and I'll sign it.
I don't recall saying that.
Page 183.
Oh, yes.
You did. You said, write it all down and I'll sign it.
They wanted me to write it, and I you didn't want to write.
No, they didn't want you to write it. You asked them to write it all down for you, and you'll sign it. Because to their credit, they said, well, no, that's not how this works.
Your Honor, objection.
What?
I'd be a little bit more specific.
That wasn't a question, that was testimony.
No,
It
the
is
question.
argumentative.
All right. I'll say it in a nicer tone.
We
They-
have to ask a question.
They told you, or I'm sorry, you told them, write it all down, and I will sign it, correct?
I asked if they could write down my statement. Yes.
Right. You asked them to write it all down for you, correct?
To write my statement. Yes.
For you.
As we wrote it down, as we spoke about it, yes, they asked me if
And
they
you
could
would
write
just,
it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to over. You would just sign whatever they wrote,
No, not sign whatever they wrote. My statement.
that they were going to write for you, correct?
I asked if they could write it as I did it, as I
That's-
spoke about it.
That's not what you said here. You said, write it all down, and I'll sign it, correct?
Your Honor, objection has been answered.
I'm not sure we got a clear answer. I'm still not sure what's on that page. So the question, Ms. Lauber, just so we can move on from here, is whether the transcript shows
It says
Ms.
yes.
Lewis states.
Can you guys write it and I can sign it?
Thank you. All right. We're going to move to the May 3rd interview because they come back. I think it might just be Detective Maynard that comes back on May 3rd. I don't know if you recall. According to my notes, Detective Maynard comes back on May 3rd.
I know Maynard came one day, but I don't recall the date.
All right. So that interview starts out with Detective Maynard saying to you, well, because of what we came up with, it doesn't look like you're going to be charged. Remember that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. You're having a very, I mean, I understand it's just 3 years ago. It's hard to
Yes.
remember.
It's a lot to process, period.
Okay. But you remember it now, right?
Yes.
Okay. But 4 years after it happened, you remember it. But a year after it happened, you didn't remember it.
What was the question?
It was probably not a very good question. I'm going to ask it
No.
again. Okay. Sitting here today, you can't remember anything you said in these interviews. Well, not anything. That's not fair. A lot of what you said in these interviews, you can't remember.
This was 4 years ago.
This was 3 years
Well,
ago.
3 years
yes.
ago. Yes.
But sitting here today, you remember very well what happened 4 years ago with these now 4 transactions. Right?
Mhm.
Okay. Let's look at page 3 of interview on May 3rd.
What page?
Page 3 of the May 3rd interview. It might be in the next book. Book 2.
Now what page? Sorry.
Page 3.
Okay, what was the question?
Detective Maynard starts out this interview by saying, because of what we came up with yesterday, you're not going to be charged.
Correct.
And you tell him, again, I'm willing to do whatever. Do you recall saying that?
I say, oh, okay.
Do you recall saying I'm willing to do whatever?
Yes.
Okay. All right. They tell you that they're going to have to talk to Susan Kohler, right?
Yes.
And that they tell you that, well, Susan could end up being charged with murder if her pills led to someone's death, correct?
I don't recall that.
Page 11.
Oh, John page.
And they tell you Susan could be charged with murder, but you're not going to be because you are helping us.
Correct.
All right. Now they start to ask you about Nicole Cummings. You brought her up a couple of times, but this is really the first time during the interviews that you talk with the detectives about Nicole Cummings.
Okay.
All right. And this is after you said that Kouri said, I need something stronger, maybe the Michael Jackson drug.
Correct.
All right. And you contact Nicole Cummings, who you knew. Were you roommates briefly? Is that how you knew her?
She was my roommate's son's girlfriend.
Roommate's son's girlfriend. Okay. So
So the bedroom I rented, it wasn't my house. I rented a room.
Okay.
And her kids stayed there, and his girlfriend.
okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. And at that time, Nicole Cummings was a user.
Correct.
All right. So you reach out to Nicole Cummings to maybe get something stronger than the prescription oxy that you had got from Susan Kohler.
I think it's after the second one.
Well, it couldn't have been because you met Robbie through Nicole, right?
Sorry. Okay, are we talking about? This is where I get confused because we have the 3. So if we're eliminating Susan's, just talking about Robbie's.
No, we're
Or
still-
talking about Susan's.
We're talking about after you bought from Susan the first time.
Okay.
You get a text from Kouri saying, my investor wants something stronger, maybe the Michael Jackson drug, but you don't know what that is.
No.
But it's not fentanyl.
No.
And that's when you do a Facebook message to Nicole asking her to get you something.
I actually have her.
I know what you're going to say because I said that wrong. You did a Facebook message to Nicole saying you needed to talk to her.
Correct.
All right. And when you talked to her, you said, "I'd like some Roxy 30s."
I just asked her if she knew anybody that could get some pills.
That's your memory. So you don't remember saying, "Can you get me some Roxy 30s?" Or
I think I named off a variety. If she could get me, I think I named off a variety of pain pills.
Roxy 30s or blues, you said.
Yes.
What did that word mean to you at that time, blues?
Blues mean on the street that they are a man-made drug.
Okay. So we're talking about early 2022. Blues at that time did not necessarily mean
Fentanyl occurs in the wild?
No, they meant fentanyl. Down the street. The street drug is blues for fentanyl.
I know that became the street name for blues, but did it mean that when you reached out to Nicole?
Blues are blues.
All right. Okay. And she told you need to talk to my friend Robert Crozier.
She said I had a friend.
She arranged it,
She gave me his number.
Okay. But you don't remember, at least at that time, you didn't know what date that was.
No.
And they're trying to help you figure out when you bought pills from Robert Crozier.
Sorry, what was the question?
Detective Maynard, I guess I said David. I think maybe
You
you
said
said
Jane,
Maynard. Was trying to help you figure out the dates that you bought pills from Robert Crozier.
Yes.
And they tell you contacted him twice for drugs. Robert Crozier.
I don't recall if that's what they told me.
Well, look at page 87.
Okay, what was your question?
They're trying to help you figure out the dates, and they tell you they find 2 dates that you contacted Robert Crozier by looking at your phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. You actually didn't remember Robert Crozier's name initially, right?
I actually knew him as he was up in Ogden.
Okay. Called him like the Ogden dude or something like that, right?
Somewhere, yeah, the Ogden guy.
And they helped you figure out his name, right?
Actually, I told him if you would bring me if I had my phone, I could put it together.
And they found his contact in your phone, right?
Yes, it said Robbie Nicole.
Okay. All right. So they say you contacted him twice for pills, and you said, yes, that's probably right. I was probably meeting him for pills.
Correct.
And then you tell them, I hope that helps you.
Correct.
And they say, well, we need more detail than that.
They said I had to go into more detail.
They told you they needed more detail.
That I needed to go into more detail.
Okay. All right. So you're going back over again about the first buy from Susan during this interview, correct? And that day, May 3rd, is when you tell them that you fronted the money to pay Susan, right? Correct?
For Susan, yes.
Okay. But the day before, that's not what you told them.
I do not recall.
Okay, let's go back to the interview the day before, May 2nd.
Okay.
Can you go to the other binder with the May 2nd interview?
What page?
Oh, might have to help here. Go to page 40. Actually, maybe could you pull up 40? If I don't know what's quicker for you two or for me to walk up there. Actually, would you take that off? All right. So the day before, you tell Detective O'Driscoll and Agent Swartzen that somebody left the money for you in the fire pit. Look at the bottom. Let me go to the next page. So in that interview, you're telling them you picked up the money in the fire pit, and then you picked up the pills, and then you went back to the Midway house and left the pills in the fire pit. That's what you told them on May 2nd.
Okay, what was the question? Sorry, I was just reading.
Okay. On that day, you said The money was in the fire pit, and you left the pills in the fire pit. We're talking about the pills that Susan Kohler sold you. That's what you tell them on May 2nd.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And you said, I never exchanged money with Kouri.
Correct.
Okay. But now the next day, you said, no, I fronted the money to Susan. And then I went and put the pills and picked up the money all at the same time.
I don't recall that.
Okay, let's go back to May 3rd. Page 108, going over to 109,
Which binder?
the May 3rd interview binder 2.
Okay, go to what page?
108 to 109. That's when you changed your story to that you fronted the money to Susan, correct?
I'm on page 108.
So over to 109.
I could be in the wrong binder.
Please help.
Yeah, I think that could be in the binders. Because that one's showing different. I wonder if I left it in the wrong binder. Yep, sorry, I was in the wrong binder.
That's fine. Okay.
You're confusing me. Let me get this one out of the
No,
way.
it's confusing.
Yes.
Okay. So that's where you're telling them I didn't get any cash from Kouri ever.
I'm not sure what question is pending this.
Yes.
All right.
What's your question?
I was backing up a little. I'm going to back up a little from the last question. You said you didn't get any money from Kouri ever. And then you said that you fronted the money to Susan.
Correct.
And then later got it in the fire pit. That's what you told them on this interview.
Correct. I think I was mixing up the purchases.
That's how I told them.
Your question?
Okay. I'm saying that's not what you told them, correct? You told them it was the Susan Kohler purchase.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, and then they go back and they're still telling you, well, you still might be looking at time, state and federal time, right?
Correct.
But they tell you you're getting a big, giant get out of jail free card because of you helping us. Remember them telling you that?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but
Page 112.
something like that.
Bottom of 112 over to 113.
Correct.
Okay, you're getting a big, giant get out of jail free card from us.
Correct.
From them. Okay. And I think actually Detective O'Driscoll was there at this interview. I think he's the one that told you that, right?
No, it's Detective Maynard.
Okay. I still think he was there, but we'll move on. But all right. Thank you for clarifying that. All right. Because go to page 116. This is where Detective O'Driscoll.
Okay.
See this? First, I'm just going to ask you if you remember, and if you don't, then look down at the page, okay?
Okay.
Do you remember that Detective O'Driscoll tells you something to the effect that this whole case is hinged on you, and you have to finish painting the picture because they don't have enough yet?
Correct.
Okay. So you go through your story again, correct?
Just listen to Ms. Lewis's question.
They go through so you try to go through the story again, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you tell them again that Kouri said, I need some pills for an investor with back problems the first time she reached out, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them that you know for a fact the first 2 times you bought pills were not fentanyl.
I don't recall that.
All right, let's go to page 127. No, actually, I'm sorry. Let's go to page 131, I think it is.
So 131?
Yes. Let me see. I'm not sure which page. Right. Okay. You see down towards the bottom of the page? All right. So I know for a fact the first ones weren't. That doesn't help when you blow it up here. And then let's go to, do you see that? I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right. And Let's go 134.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. What was the question you were
The
asking?
question was, on this page, she says, I know the first time wasn't fentanyl. She said, correct. Right?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were asking the question. What was it?
You did, so at this point, you say, I know for sure the first time wasn't fentanyl. Correct?
It says here, I know for a fact the first one in the beginning was not fentanyl.
Okay. Now, can I see page 134?
At this point in time, they still have some momentum because they're still pointing out, look at what you said before and after. I wish they swapped. So they had it, look, before and after. You are saying completely different things. And they should have
Yeah.
ended with, and what did Detective Driscoll with White Mall, I don't know the names, ended with, do you remember Detective whatever's saying this statement? That would
Yeah.
would have been perfect. I mean, it would have been so great. But now we know that this, we're closing in on end on day 4, and we know they went on then. Imagine closing down this now. And the people went home, slept on all of this information over the night. It would have stuck. And then they apparently ruined everything by continuing the next day. Now, I still say this is too long. They could have made all of this in half an hour, ending with, and they told you, we more or less, your story needs to fit our narrative.
Yeah,
and if
I
it
think you could
doesn't,
have.
you will go to prison.
Yeah, I mean, that's really punchy. The average person maybe remembers 2 or 3 details
Yeah.
about a conversation or a person.
Mm.
And you want those to be really strong and punchy. If you oversaturate with a lot of kind of random information, even if it's good, you will get those major points that you want to get across lost because most people remember at most 2 to 3 things important about a conversation.
Yeah, we didn't finish day 4 on Friday
I can't
because
find the exact spot I'm looking for right now, so I'm going to.
we didn't finish day 4 on Friday because I fell asleep and most internet didn't
Died.
Epstein and ended itself allegedly.
Yes.
Or got killed.
Yes.
Yeah.
My modem has
Go back to that.
information on Hillary Clinton.
Counsel, may I just have a quick scheduling conversation with you?
Is the bench?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Just briefly.
Why didn't they end this?
Maybe the jury looked engaged. I mean, that's the other thing. The lawyers are there. Maybe the jury is really interested. Again, she has been touted kind of as the state's star witness. Maybe they're seeing that the jury's engaged. Because while we're assuming that they're bored to tears, maybe they are really engaged.
Yeah, but I understand, DB, but they can get that information through that witness. This is the one witness that says, I gave her, she bought fentanyl. She said she wanted fentanyl. This is a crucial witness. You can impeach the others on lesser things.
Wonder if Eric was suffering with his pain as much as both the state and the defense kind of concede he used the gummies for his pain.
Yeah.
Why aren't we noticing a behavioral change? I mean, is that something that his family hasn't been quite open about? I just know that generally people don't go from like gummies to street pharmaceuticals without showing a marked behavior change, you know?
Yeah. Now, again, to answer DB's question, these investigators, if the state doesn't call them, the defense can, and they will get information because they were in that interview, all the 7 interviews. So there's numerous ways to get that information. The major point here for the defense is to, hey, we don't really care if you say you remember better now than then. They said you were going to prison unless you gave them the information they wanted. More or less. That's the entire scope of this crucial witness. The rest they can extract that from other witnesses.
Yeah, and
And why
also
didn't they get any toxicology? I mean, THC stays in your system for quite some
it's
time.
fat soluble, so I would
Yeah.
figure it would be in there. Why isn't he shown as a chronic user of the gummies?
Yeah. And folks, sorry, continue.
Oh, no, that's okay. I was just agreeing with take it to trial. It's a big leap to, going to a dispensary, especially if we believe the state that his mom was, a substance counselor. It's really big jump from, "Oh, I'm gonna have some of the devil's lettuce gummies," to, "Give me the Michael Jackson stuff."
Yeah. For instance, the Richins family seems to be a very prominent family in that area. People talk if the Richins boy is buying he's at the pharmacy and the dispensary a lot. I mean, people talk, so
Well,
he might have
also,
won it
you're
elsewhere.
telling me he's dealing with addiction and working with heavy construction materials as a stonemason, and he's not getting injured more? It's not affecting his business? Because the defense has gone out of their way to say that in an odd sort of opening statement argument that Eric was worth more to Kouri alive than dead, that he was super proficient in his job. Well, generally functioning addicts might be, barely functioning, but you do notice when they're addicted. It's a very rare addict that can hide it from everyone and be in a full-blown addiction and still keep everything going, in my experience.
Let's see here.
And why wouldn't Eric reach out?
Okay,
That's the part that
Kamas, Utah. The population is approximately 2,163.
makes
Yeah. If you do anything in that town, people will know. Now, of course, you can go to a neighboring town and stuff, but
yeah, but I can tell you in a town that small, you have the battalion of old men who hang out on Main Street that will watch your car drive out of town and tell at least 3 people, "Oh, they must be going to the Walmart or the Costco because they done went out of town."
That's a town, barely a town by American standard. That's the population of the biggest town in the area I grew up. We went
Yeah,
with people that we weren't related to.
It
Yeah.
is interesting how even, though we can be from very different places, small towns are still small towns no
Yeah.
matter where you go.
Yeah.
Because when I said the battalion of old men by the main street, you laughed because I'm sure there are a battalion of older gentlemen.
The same 5 battalion. Maybe 10 if they have a family visiting. I mean,
Yeah, if they're
hey,
brothers
let
here.
me show you the park bench I stay at after I retired.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to see. Oh, no, this is Utah. So no, if it weren't Utah, I could bet money that just on the outskirts of this town, there would be a drive-in liquor store. The drive-through liquor store. When I drove out of Atlanta going up to Chattanooga area, I took a wrong turn and I passed through some very, very extremely nice houses. At the far end of that, across the main road, was a drive-through liquor store, and there were family vans lined up. And I went, all right, here,
Makes sense.
nannies and housewives.
I'm telling you, the ladies in the 50s had it all right. You smoked for your health, you took uppers in the morning, downer in the evening with a martini, and you got to wear a house dress. I mean, barring the girdles and the emphysema, I kind of feel like I was born in the wrong century, or at least decade.
Yeah. Buried answer said the bar in my husband's town had a table they called Death Row because the men were there every day until they died. Yep. We had
Yes.
one of those too. We didn't call it Death Row. It more we call it A Team.
And you say we
rough
have 3
translation,
more.
the aging bench.
So you're telling me we have 3 more hours where Bart Simpson, the lawyer lady, crosses Carmen?
Let's see here. There are some breaks, but let's see here. Then there is some redirect maybe. But yeah, she is on there. I see. She's still on there at. And then they go to lunch.
Well, I do know that
No, that's a different. But in the okay, I'm not sure.
I do know that they showed an undercover cop, because
Yeah. Now that's removed from the big channels, and but yeah, but the thing they took this undercover cop in to testify about how street deals. They could not find an active normal cop to testify about that. No, let's bring in this guy. Now credibility and everything. Oh, it was so stupid.
just the weirdest.
Yeah.
I
All
will say
right.
that Kathy, I like that color on her. I like her hair. Kouri again looking like a pilgrim / Amish.
And Bart Simpson looks like she's going to a funeral.
Yeah, well,
they
you
are
know.
definitely not color coordinating this.
No, they are not coordinating anything.
All right. If she could have wrapped up before the end of day 4, that would have been a good, decent cross-examination. They got everything they needed.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely showed that not only did she change her story with information that was supplied by the police,
Yeah.
but that she was even willing to sign whatever version of events they were willing to
Yeah.
cook up just
Yeah.
to say, "Yeah, I'll do whatever."
Yeah. And then they kept going. Do you want? I know what's come. I know what should come later. That shows consciousness of guilt and everything. But we are at day 5 or day 4. At this point in time in that trial, I am nowhere near guilty beyond reasonable doubt.
What?
Mm.
And I will say, I wasn't even this confused because both the Uvalde and the Paul Canero trial were longer trials. But and we agree that the state's case in Uvalde was terrible, but we weren't as confused. We were outraged with how they were presenting the information, but they presented information. The
Yeah,
state has been so wibbly
secretive.
here.
Yeah. And if their entire case is based on the consciousness of guilt, and then I would have a problem too, because it's not. There can be two things true here. She's a gold-digging whore, and he overdosed by himself.
Yeah, that's I want the state to show me how beyond a reasonable doubt, with as confused or why you didn't test anything that night, how you can confidently say you have the right person, that this was an overdose.
Yeah, and this is a woman who thought it was a great idea to take out loans in her husband's name, see a $4.5 million barely built mansion, and said, I can flip that in a few weeks. No, it's not outside the realm of possibilities for me that she's stupid enough to think, well, if the state can make shit up, so can I.
Yeah, but you would think Kathy Nestor isn't new to defense, so you would think that she would curb that.
Yeah. All right. We are 2 hours in. Now we're starting day 5.
We are professionals.
Titles. Shit. Folks, do you need subtitles for this? Let me know, and I'll try to find a stream that has it. Okay, Yuri's coming in. How do you know if that attorney is standing up or sitting down? Sorry.
Please have a seat as you come in. Thank you.
I mean, she's Dave-sized.
She needs a step stool.
Patients, we'll continue with the...
Good morning.
Morning.
I want to move on to the next interview, which took place on May 4th, 2023. So I don't know, in case we need the binder, do you want me to put you in the right spot, or can you find it? Yeah, I think that's it. And it's dated May 4th?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So you stated that you worked for Kouri Richins for a long time prior to these events.
I worked for her aunt.
You worked for her aunt, but working through her aunt, she was one of your clients. You cleaned for Ms. Richins. And
Yes, she was one of her aunt's clients, yes.
Okay. And you had a lot of communications with Kouri over the years about cleaning.
Yeah.
And you were friendly with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Fair. So I want to ask you, strike that. You mostly communicated by way of text, right?
When I was cleaning for Kouri, yes. Phone calls or texts, yes.
Hold the mic just a minute.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
All right. And you texted a lot. You sent a lot of emojis back and forth there.
Yes.
All right. Now, you did some other cleaning projects for her, though, in addition to cleaning just her home, right?
Yes.
For example, one thing you did was you cleaned what we know as the Midway Mansion after she purchased it after Eric died, correct?
Yes, she had me go there and get it clean it out for open house, I believe.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was her open house. But the cleaning itself was you and 3 other people went in? Nick Monsavage and yourself and
2 others.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you went in, and the purpose of it was to clean graffiti that was inside the house, right?
We were going through and just sweeping up and cleaning up all the garbage. People were squatting there.
Okay. That's fine. And she paid you for that, correct?
She paid Nick through Venmo.
She paid you for that, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to just turn to a minute to the check that you said you picked up on March 9th from Ms. Richins. Can you pull that up? I'm sorry, I don't have the exhibit number. Do you know it, Katie? You testified, while she's getting that up, that you stopped at the house on March 9th and you went inside and Kouri wrote a check for you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this has already been admitted, so can we publish this? Now, do you notice on that check, the check is dated March 6th?
Yes.
So she didn't write it then. She already had it prepared, correct?
No, she wrote it that morning
On March 9th.
when I went to her house, yes.
So you think she backdated it for some reason?
I have no clue why she wrote the date, but the date I picked it up was the night that I deposited in my checking account.
Okay, I understand you picked it up on March 9th, but the check is dated March 6th, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
All right. And you were paid how much a piece for cleaning the Midway Mansion?
Nick and I got paid $25 an hour, and the other was 20.
And it came to approximately between $300 and $400 a piece, correct?
I'm not 100% sure on that, no.
All right. And isn't it true that you cashed the check and paid the other workers? You paid them. She paid you and you paid them.
Not at this, no. She sent Nick Venmo.
What about the other two?
Nick, she sent money to Nick, and then it got paid out through.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Pause there for just a moment. My apologies. We need to hand out some glasses. Okay. Yeah. Forgive me. One of you.
That amazing that she had that memory.
Yeah.
That came out fluently. I mean, no hesitation whatsoever from a person who has to be reminded to remember to tie her shoes.
Yeah.
the time.
Now, playing devil's advocate, does the state have evidence of a Venmo? Does Venmo keep records? Because you guys know my level of tech knowledge is that of
I don't. I get Venmo is like PayPal.
I think.
Yeah, then it should be records of it, or is it something you do via phone? Then it also
Well, I know
should
it's
be.
an app, but I think it would link to your bank account. So wouldn't it show a transfer from Venmo if he was paid?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm sure if it's a Venmo seems to be a legitimate company, so I'm guessing they have records of some sort.
Yeah.
He needs a pair of reading glasses, right? Take them on. Yeah, grab. I'd be useless without mine.
Detective speaking dinner came on March 4th to interview you. It was the first thing, but right at the beginning of that interview, they asked you if you've been speaking to anyone about what's going on in terms of your cooperation. Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
Turn to page 8 of the May 4th interview. It's towards the bottom of 8 and to the top of 9.
Yeah, again, I know roughly what's coming later in this trial, or should at least. This is this mastermind who managed to see almost. If it weren't for these snitches, she might have gotten away with it. So she masterminded this amazing crime, but she paid her drug dealers with a check instead of, hey, I need to keep this under wraps.
Yeah.
There has to be cash somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I don't get. I don't get why, if you're gonna roll the dice between I could get away with it scot-free or I could spend the rest of my life in a prison, you'd think you'd foolproof your plan, not invite unreliable addicts into it.
Because if it was only the sandwich, apparently there's no trace except this same witness about an alleged drug deal going on.
Yeah, and who puts fentanyl on a sandwich? Like, I could understand a drink, perhaps, melting it down, but a sandwich?
If it was fentanyl in that sandwich 2 weeks before, wouldn't that come back as a result? If they now tested for other things, wouldn't that come back and be shown somewhere 2 weeks before? I know, not blood system or stomach content or such, but if they did test the liver fat or whatever's, that would show.
Well, also, to put it on a sandwich, wouldn't you have to grind it up? And aren't we always hearing how people are getting transdermal fentanyl overdoses? Is that why the tweezer was there? Look, I'm not up with my street pharmacology, so I'm a little lost with how all of this works.
Now, do you recall that they asked you if you talked to anybody about what had been going on with them?
I don't think there is hair follicles, at least not yet. I haven't heard about it.
Page. It was on the wrong page.
See if we're in the right spot.
Yeah.
We're not on the right spot. Here we go. So
You told me.
May 4th. We're on May 4th now. All right. Let's. Just trying to point out. Yeah, you should stand here and then over here. Okay. So they asked you if you'd been talking to anybody about what's going on, and then isn't it true you said no? You haven't told anyone. You've just told people you're in custody on a drug court violation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, but that wasn't true, was it, Ms. Lover? Ms. Lover? That wasn't a true statement to them, that you had only told people you were on a drug court violation, correct?
Correct.
Because you had been telling people in detail that you were cooperating with law enforcement.
No, I didn't tell anybody. I don't recall.
You told Nick Savage, correct?
I don't recall.
Well, you said yesterday that you had talked to Nick Savage. You don't recall what you said yesterday?
I had talked to Nick a little bit here and there, but not that I was cooperating, I don't believe.
All right. So you don't recall, yesterday you told us you had talked to Nick about cooperating. Do you recall this? Do you recall a conversation with Nick on the phone, recorded conversation on the phone with Nick, telling him all about how you were going to go meet with federal, with feds?
Your Honor, what is it called? What call?
While you were in,
I need you to provide a little more detail.
okay. So while you were in jail, you would talk with family and friends on the phone, right?
Correct.
And one of the people that you talked to regularly was Nick Savage.
Yes.
And you had a meeting set up to go and speak with a couple of people and agents from the U.S. Attorney's Office. You recall that?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And that, and you called Nick Savage and you told him all about that you were going to go meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Yes. Here and there, yes.
And that you were really nervous about meeting with the feds, right?
Correct.
So you had told Nick all about what was going on. You talked in detail about what you were talking to Detectives Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll about.
I don't recall how much detail talking to Nick with.
All right. But when you told them, I only said that I'm in jail on a drug court violation, that was not, you were not telling them the truth, because you had told people you were there cooperating and that you were there on new charges, specifically Nick Savage.
Correct.
All right.
No, Jackson, I think that mistakes both the evidence and the
I need foundation in order to rule on the objection for who them is in your question.
I'm not sure what the objection is.
The foundation. Yeah.
As to,
When you say you told them, who is them in your question? Could you be specific about that?
you told Detectives O'Driscoll and Detectives Maynard that you had not talked to anyone about this case other than to tell them you are in drug court violation. And that was not a true statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is that? Okay, thank you. You also they give you a tablet when you're at the jail where you can text people, right? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And you were also texting your friend Nick Savage, right?
Correct.
And do you recall texting him about how you absolutely can't lose your drug court?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what you said to him?
No, not exactly.
Okay. I'm going to show you. Just a text with him. I highlighted it. I'm not introducing it. Yeah. Just ask her about that.
No.
Okay. Tell if you want.
Complete. This is
Okay, that's fine. We can do it. All right, I'm going to show you. This is marked as. Oh, we might want to remark this.
Yes, yeah.
It's marked as but I guess we can wait a minute.
Well, you can,
Is that okay?
it's marked how it's marked. You can
That's
select
okay.
it.
All right. All right. I'm going to show you this. It's marked as IMP CL1 on the bottom. Just take a look up here. Oh, you can look it on the screen. That's right. Did you pull it up?
Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. All right. So this is a text from you to Nick at the top, correct?
Correct.
And you tell him in that text, well, that
Ms. Lewis. Hey, do you want to admit it?
yes, we did.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Blood?
Oh, yeah.
All right. We'll publish this to the jury. They can read along with you if they want. Please proceed.
All right. And you tell him midway through, I have my ups and downs. I fucking can't lose my drug court. I fucking worked so hard to finally get clear-minded and get on a good path and live a straight life and I have a supportive man, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you tell him that you absolutely cannot lose your drug court.
Correct.
Okay.
I've said that multiple times.
So, and then you talked to him about that you're going to meet with federal agents, and not in this text. We're going back. You recall that you talked to him about I have to meet with federal agents, and you were nervous about that.
I don't recall.
Well, I think you just said that was
Well, I mean,
a few
I remember
minutes ago.
time I met with a couple people, but
All right. But you remember that you were very nervous about meeting with the federal agents.
yes.
All right. So on May 10th, which that's the thin notebook, which we're going to be referring to now, the one that you've got sitting on the.
It's filled.
So May 10th of 2023, there are 3 people that come to the jail in Wasatch County to meet with you, to interview you, correct?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, correct.
Okay. So there were 2 assistant United States attorneys and an agent with the federal government.
Correct.
All right. And the one who primarily questioned you, I don't know if you remember, her name was Serena Whistler. Do you remember Ms. Whistler?
Yes, correct.
All right. All right. At this point, you have immunity from federal prosecution, correct?
I'm not 100% sure when the immunity came in.
You pull up the federal immunity. Well, she's pulling it up. At this point, though, your federal immunity is not completely nailed down.
Nick,
When you
is
go- when they
Kouri
continue-
facing federal charges?
Do you remember?
Correct.
You want to take a look?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, is Kouri facing federal charges as well? Since that was something they used as leverage for these witnesses, is she also on that theory
I
facing federal
don't know.
charges?
I actually don't know.
I didn't know because you knew more than me, so I figured I'd ask. Because I was like, well, I wonder if Kouri's facing a federal case as well.
Not that I know of.
Look at Defense Exhibit 1006.
Are we using this to refresh?
No, I'm planning to admit it.
Okay.
Do you recall that letter, the immunity letter?
I don't recall seeing these letters. They might have went to my attorney.
All right. You've never seen the letters giving you immunity in these cases?
No, I have not.
All right. Let me just take that down then. She doesn't recognize it. But you know you have immunity.
Yes.
All right. So in this interview, it's you, Ms. Whistler, Mr. Holden, another assistant United States attorney, and Officer Tyler Parker.
I don't recall their names, but yes, I know they were.
Okay. 2 men and
yes.
a woman. Okay. And Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard aren't there to help you anymore, correct?
Correct.
And you have to give your statement by yourself.
Correct.
Nobody's there to lay it out for you, correct? All right. She asked you right up front if you talked to anyone about your cooperation also. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall that she asked you if you talked to anyone about
I don't
cooperating?
recall what was said between her and I.
All right. Well, I don't have the page number on that one, so we'll have to come back to that. All right. You tell them, though, about your drug use, right?
Correct.
And you tell them that the last time you used was in July of 2022. Is that correct?
I'm not sure the date.
Do you want to turn to page 24 of the interview?
What's the date?
July. She has it. This is in the May 10th interview. Okay.
Oh, correct. It's right here.
Okay. So you told them July of 2022 was the last time you used.
It's correct.
Okay. And was that a true statement?
It's been so long, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. So you don't recall the last time you used?
Back then, I'm not 100% sure. You have the dates.
All right. Can you tell us sitting here today when the last time you used was?
4 years ago. I'm clean for a little over 4 years.
So that would put us at, we're in, I can't think what day it is, February of 26.
Mhm.
And so the last time you used, you're saying is February 22?
Hold on, I gotta come back to you.
I mean, that's not correct.
I'm not sure the dates.
Well, you told them it was July of 22.
Like I said, it was a long time ago. I'm not sure on the dates.
Okay.
Of what was said.
All right. So let me ask you, I know, what phase of drug court was it that you were using other people?
This is so stupid. You don't need her memory loss or drug use. You have before and after the investigator said, give us the information to convict Kouri Richins.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck if she did when she stopped using drugs?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think you've gotten the major damning things. If you
Yeah.
want to touch base on the fact that I don't have a problem with her bringing up the federal interview
Mm.
if it's showing where she has a wildly different story when the state's officers aren't there to bolster her.
Mm.
That's fine, but bringing it back to drug court, I think is just too much.
Yeah, that's too much. I mean,
Especially when you want to make it very easy for the jurors to see that this is when she has help, this is when she doesn't have
Yeah.
help. Notice that. But you
Yeah.
don't wanna overload them. Now,
Yeah.
if they need to bring her back or clarify things, they can always bring her back in their
they
case in chief.
can subpoena her for their case in chief if they want additional information. They can hammer it down on the cops, who they now know what they said on video. There's a lot of things. You're done with her. I don't care what happened in the unless it's extremely damaging impeachment material. I don't care. Now you're just muddling the waters.
Yeah,
Because
I
you
mean,
want the freshest memory to be that what the cops told her and what they're hanging over her head because she's not off scot-free. That's what the jury cares about.
yeah, and again, I don't know all the back stuff. I know about the dog letter just because Nick kind of explained it to me.
Mm.
But as a juror who, again, isn't supposed to know a lot about this case, I am 1 week in and I am having a hard time following what the state wants me to see because it's been so disjointed.
Mm.
Urine to have drug testing done.
I never used anybody else's urine.
You never used anyone else's urine.
No, I've never used anybody else's urine.
You realize you're under oath.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, let's assume for a moment that the July of 22 date was accurate, since that was 3 years ago when you said that. So maybe you had a better memory then than you have today. Correct?
Correct.
All right. But again, that means the whole time of what we're talking about here, the time period of January, February, March of 2022, as we talked about yesterday, you were using consistently during that time period.
Not consistently, no. Off and on.
Well, we went over drug tests yesterday where you were having positive drug tests once or twice a week.
In the beginning of drug court, yes.
And all the way through March of 22?
No, I was due to graduate. For 3 months when I got arrested, so it was not.
That's not true. There was.
Yes.
I'll have a question coming.
Yeah, I need you to ask
That's what
questions.
that's what I'm doing. All right.
Any other objection, Mr.
Yeah,
Gordon?
that's the one.
Yeah, I just need you to ask questions.
Yes. Because you had an order to show cause about how you were, that you had figured out a way to game the system, and you'd figured out an algorithm so you would know when you were being drug tested, so you would test clean, correct?
No, that's not correct.
It's not correct that that was part of your order to show cause.
No.
So if the prosecutor in your case testifies otherwise, he's wrong?
Nobody figured out anything on how to do the UA system.
You and Nick Von Savage didn't figure out how to game that system.
No. There was a couple of us that would text each other, hey, don't forget to go do your UA today, as a group. Nobody figured out anything.
All right.
It was a random phone call every day that you made.
I understand that. All right.
I mean, that's a pretty big allegation.
So during that time period, you were
Yeah.
selling drugs to support your drug habit also, correct? In 2022?
No.
So when you were picking up pills from Robert Crozier, you were pulling some of them out to keep for yourself to either sell or use, correct?
No, not correct.
So is it true that you had a phone call with Nick Von Savage, again from the jail? This was right before, and I backed up a little bit from your May 10th interview, where you talked about with Nick, this was the last time we were able to get these pills, remember?
I don't recall that phone call, no.
Your Honor, I need to play a call for impeachment purposes. I don't know if you want, is there headphones? Ms. Lauber can listen to it to help her refresh her recollection of the phone call, or how do you want to handle that?
Are you refreshing her recollection or impeaching her with an exhibit that you seek to admit?
Well, probably both. I'm starting by impeaching her recollection and then...
Refreshing her recollection.
Thank you so much. Refreshing her recollection, and then, yes, I may want to introduce it as impeachment.
That's fine. You just need to make sure that Mr. Bloodworth listens to it before we delay it for the witness.
Okay, I think we're going to need a moment then.
Okay. Folks, this may just take some arranging of devices. If you'd give us a moment, please rise for the jury.
get calls with Nick and I don't know, do I need to like both of them for that or is it just one?
Have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Lover, do you need a restroom break?
That's
Yes. All right. So please do not talk to anybody during the restroom break. Or just affirmatively avoid people. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. You can take a restroom break. That's fine.
It's just, yeah. I just want to make sure they're on the same topic.
Okay.
Why don't we go off the record for a moment?
No. I wanted to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that this is the defense will make these good points that I think are good, like, "Oh, so you were actually talking to Nick, you've had these, incredibly long, detailed talks," and then they'll just go on a random other tangent.
Yeah. No, it's not this Nick. It's not the Nick we had on Friday. This is Nick, the one with the drugs, but that's that. No, this is a third Nick in this
Yes.
case, a friend of this witness.
Yeah. So and you
And
would think that Nick is
I did not go to Utah in 2022. I went to Utah last year, 2025.
Yeah, because the allegations that she and her friends had hacked the UA system are pretty big.
Yeah.
I mean, that shows competence, that shows manipulation, that shows a lot of different things that, she had cognitive function to try to game the system, and then she just wandered away from it.
All rise for the jury. Have a seat, folks. Thank you. All right, have a seat. We're on the record. Ms. Lewis, I understand you'd like to refresh Ms. Lauber's recollection with a couple of audio recordings, correct?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Lauber, if you put headphones on. Katie's going to play 2 audio recordings for you. Just listen. And when they're done, Ms. Lewis is going to ask you another question. Thank you.
Go ahead. Okay.
Nick, did you catch whether the transcripts in the binders have been used to refresh her recollection or entered as evidence?
If you would hand those headphones back to Katie. Katie.
Sorry, didn't hear.
So, have you heard or remember if all of the binders that have been used to refresh her recollection, is that something that has been entered in as evidence?
No.
Or is that
that's just every line that is used as impeachment material, but I don't think they have entered those into evidence.
because I was wondering if the defense would to let the jury look at those themselves and see all the contradictions, or if they're just wanting to point things out.
Since there's 7 binders, I think the obvious choice should be to just admit in the ones they are actually using, and then leave it up to the state to bring in the rest of it. But since the state, so far at least, haven't shown any interview videos of this witness, I would assume they have 0 interest in it. And I kind of understand why.
You take your seat again.
Ms. Lover, were you able to hear those 2 phone calls between you and Mr. Von Savage?
Yes.
All right. So you were having a conversation where Mr. Von Savage was saying to you, hey, remember, Carmen, we couldn't get any more of those pills after we got those in March of 2022, right?
Correct.
And he said, remember, we tried to get more. We asked Kouri if she could get more. And she said she didn't want any more, so we couldn't get any more, remember?
Correct.
Why was it that you wanted more pills?
I don't think I was the one asking for them. Nick did. Nick wanted to know because Nick benefited from it when he got made the $300.
Nick said that was the last time we could get them, correct?
Correct.
Meaning you and Nick.
Nick was the one that drove me down the last one. Yes, correct.
And that Nick and you wanted to get more pills, correct?
I don't recall me on that video. It wasn't me asking for them.
Your Honor, can we, I'd like to admit the recording.
Mr. Bloodworth, you've heard it. Any objection?
No.
Okay. Pause for 1 moment. Katie, let me make sure you're connected. Let me know when you have them queued up.
What is up
They
with
should
the
work.
smirking faces?
Are you connected? Here, we'll start again. My apologies.
And this is Defense Exhibit 307 for the record.
Okay.
3007.
This is actually 308.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Katie, would you do me a favor?
3008.
Plug back in. Let me know when you plug back in. You're not showing anything on your desktop.
It's just started.
Forgive me, I'm not sure the audio player is connected. Can you drag it into?
Well, remember I kept asking, like, hey, text Kouri, do we need any more? And so me and you was the last time we were able to get any because she didn't want any anymore. Because remember her guy was out of town or whatever?
Yeah, I don't know. Can we play the next part?
I mean, I know that, like, I kept asking, like, hey, has her guy want more? Does her guy want more? So, and you were like, she'd always say no. So, like, I know you and me was the last time, unless you cheated on me and went with somebody else. Which I don't think you would have. Yeah.
All right. So Nick said he's the one that texted, but then he said that's the last time you and me could get any of those pills, correct?
That was the last time Nick and I had gone to the Maverick.
But we're listening to the call. He said that's the last time you and me could get any of those pills. That's what the call says.
That's the last time him and I went to the Maverick. Correct.
All right. I'm going to try and ask the question again.
Your Honor, objection. Asked and answered. It's in evidence. It says what it says.
Sustained. Please ask your next question.
Sure. All right. Let's go back to the May 10th interview with Ms. Whistler and the others. Maybe turn to page 26, and I'll ask you if you can remember this, and if you can't, you can look down at the page.
Just wait 1 moment. Just gonna ask you a question as well.
Oh,
Okay. So
They should have ended yesterday. Let the prosecution try to redeem her. Then this would have been interesting. Now it's just making me forget what happened earlier, because now it's getting to be too much information. Because here's the deal, folks. How you have to plan for your impeachment, because the prosecution has to try to redeem her now. If they had ended in a good timing yesterday. So
Yeah.
now at the next step during recross, now you're not impeaching her, you're impeaching the prosecution. That's a different thing.
Yeah, I mean, if you start your cross with 4 or 5 things that you want to impeach her on, and then you let redirect and, try to clean up those 4 or 5 things, and then you say, okay, well, that's cute, but what about these other 900 things?
Yeah.
That was just a small sample.
Yeah. Now, recross is within the scope of how they are trying to get her to look better. But it's still impeachment material. It's still her interviews, which all should be within the scope of even redirect. So there are ways to do this, and they're not doing it. Because you want to break off, because they listened to you for 2 hours yesterday, or maybe even 3 hours. 2.5 hours. That was damn long. You could have done that in maybe an hour, 45 minutes. And that would have been, boom.
Yeah.
Now
because
it's getting too much information muddled up.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They're not talking to other lawyers. They're talking to the jury, a jury who's not used to how this is set up. They don't know what they're looking for. The lawyers know exactly what they need to get their witnesses to say to be within the statute,
Mm.
but they also need to bridge the gap between why are we asking these certain questions? Why do we need to get this evidence out? And they haven't been doing a good job either side of making it clear what's really important for the jury.
Ms. Whistler asked you how often that when you were using drugs, how often you were using, and you told her hardly ever, like maybe once a month. You recall that?
Correct.
Okay, but that wasn't true, correct?
Correct.
Because you were using a lot more than once a month during February and March of 2022.
Correct.
Okay. So you weren't honest with Ms. Whistler, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then she wants to talk to you about the first drug purchase, the one with Susan Kohler. And turn to page 34, just so you have it ready. But first I'll ask if you remember, and then if you don't remember, you can look at the interview, okay? All right. Now, you told Ms. Whistler that you couldn't remember when you sold pills to, or I'm not, excuse me, when you bought pills from Susan Kohler, but it was wintertime, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell Ms. Whistler, the other guys, referring to Detective O'Driscoll and Maynard, they made it much easier because they drew it all out for me. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay, take a look at page 34.
Correct.
Okay, so you said they made it a lot easier, but Ms. Whistler's making you tell the story yourself, correct?
Yes.
All right. So again, you said you went to Susan Kohler and bought oxycodone, correct?
Correct.
That those were prescription pills that Susan got for a friend, correct?
Yes.
And I take it you don't know how many milligrams of oxycodone those pills were. Do you know that?
No, I didn't look at them. I didn't count. I didn't ask.
Okay, fair. And you told her that you fronted the money to Susan.
Yes.
You told Ms. Whistler that. And then you told Ms. Whistler and the U.S. Attorney's Office that you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet in the Midway house, the small Midway house, and the money would be in the closet. But instead, you decided to leave them in the fire pit, correct?
I don't recall. No.
Okay, let's go to page 46. If you take a look at that and look at where it talks about you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet.
What was your question?
Is that in fact what you said, that you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet and the money would be in the closet, correct?
It didn't say anything about the pills or what one it was.
Can you take a look? Are you on page 46 of the May 10th interview?
Yes, I'm on page 46.
And that's not refreshing your recollection?
It just says in the next day, I want to say it was brighter, and she said the money go inside the house, and the money was in the closet.
Okay, that's what I'm
Doesn't say
referring
which
to.
day.
That's what I'm referring to.
Which purchase?
That you were going to leave the pills in the closet and the money was going to be in the closet. That's what you told Ms. Whistler.
Just objection foundation. Which purchase here are we discussing?
I already said that. It was the first purchase with Susan Kohler. We talked about that.
I think that clarification, we need to be much more careful about whether you are impeaching or refreshing.
Okay,
And
I understand.
I'm confused. I think the witness's responses will be tough to determine on a written record
All right.
what she's doing.
Okay. So the question is, when talking about the first purchase with Ms. Kohler, that you told Ms. Whistler, originally you were supposed to leave those oxycodone pills in the closet and that the money was going to be in the closet, correct?
I don't recall on that one.
But you just read it, correct?
It doesn't say Susan Kohler or anything in there. It just says that the money it doesn't refer to what purchase you're talking about in here. It does not say Susan Kohler's purchase or it does not say Robbie's purchase. It just says.
Your Honor, quick part for just a moment.
Yeah, I'm just pissed off that this continues. Everything
Well-
here could have been done. They could recall her on their case in chief.
Yeah,
They
and
could have
when
had they needed a break off and okay, here are these extremely damaging things. Let's hear what the prosecution has to say about it.
Yeah, I am so confused. If they had gone chronologically and said, first, we're going to go one at a time.
Ooh,
We're
sorry
going to,
about
oh yeah, I think we're on 30
that.
something.
32, I think.
That-
Oh, I mean, there has been prior sidebars to this one. So sidebar counter 32.
Okay, let's try this again. I'm sorry that this has been really confusing, but
Ms. Lewis, if you don't leave it in front of her, she won't be able to read along with you. And so if we can do a combination of you having that and putting it on the screen, or however you want to do it. But if you're going to read, she needs to be able to see what you're reading.
okay, let me just figure out where I'm at, then we'll do that.
No problem.
All right, let me ask you this. The first thing you talk about with U.S. Attorney's Office is the first purchase with Susan Kohler.
I'm not 100% sure.
All right, give me one moment. Katie, can you pull up page 34 of the May 10th transcript? All right, if you could look at line 18, and this is early in the interview, Ms. Whistler asked you, okay, so when would that have been? Referring to the first time Kouri reached out for pills. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And that's when you said the other guys made it so much easier because they drew it out for me.
I need you to read it exactly.
The other guys had it so much easier, drawn out for me. That's your response, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then Ms. Whistler continues to talk to you about, just go ahead and turn the page for a minute, that first purchase.
Mr. Blunt,
Objection under 106.
forgive me for a moment. Okay. Give me a series of line numbers or page and line numbers that you're concerned about.
Your Honor, on page 34, the response spanned lines 20 through 23. I think that entire section needs to be read.
Would you please read the
That's
rest of the response?
Okay, yes, that's fine. So the question from Ms. Whistler is, when would this have been, the first purchase? And you answer, the other guys had it so much easier drawn out for me. I want to say January or February. I don't know. You'd have to look at the phone records.
Correct.
Correct. And Ms. Whistler says of last year. Correct?
You got to read your answer to the question.
Well, I was asking her to acknowledge that was the question from Ms. Whistler. Ms. Whistler asked you of last year, correct?
Correct.
And you said, I think so. Yeah. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now you go on and you're talking about the purchase from Ms. Kohler, correct?
Correct.
All right. And while you're still talking about that purchase, that was the purchase that was $600, correct?
Correct.
So let's pull up page 43 of the transcript. And Ms. Whistler says that on line 10, so at your best recollection, it was $600, correct?
Correct.
So we're still talking about the first purchase.
Correct.
All right, thank you. And then as we move forward, as we're still talking about it, on page 46, you're talking about that the next, after you got the pills and you testified yesterday, you did give them to Kouri that night, it was the next day, correct?
Correct.
And then you said, and then the next day, I want to say it was brighter, and she said, the money, go inside the house, the money is in the closet, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then Ms. Whistler asks you, 2 lines down, 3 lines down, you took the pills you had gotten from Susan to that address, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so as you're talking about that,
You have to read her answer. The question is not evidence of anything.
well, now I forgot what the question was.
So you're on line.
Oh, I'm sorry. You took the pills you gotten from Susan to that address and you said yes, correct?
Correct.
All right. And she asked if you'd been to the house before and you said no, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then as we move to page 47, line 14, Ms. Whistler says, okay, when you got there, did you go inside, correct?
Correct.
And she's talking about the small Midway house, correct?
Correct.
And you said, no, it was late at night and I put them in the fire pit, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Whistler says, outside, and you say, yeah, correct?
Correct.
Turn the page. Ms. Whistler asks on line 7, okay, so you dropped this envelope full of pills in a fire pit in a vacant house in Midway. Did you think this was odd, correct?
Correct.
And you said, yes, but I didn't think nothing of it because if you're keeping a certain somebody out of the picture, you're not, I mean, if you know anything about the drug world, then you don't complete that thought, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you told,
Objection,
Use
Your
pause. Go ahead, Mr. Blunt.
Honor. Completeness. She does complete the thought. You just have to read down.
Yeah, we've got to read through.
All right. I don't know that it's relevant, but that's fine. Ms. Whistler then says, well, I've been doing this for 20 years, so I think I do. I guess referring to know something about the drug process, correct?
Correct.
And you say, no, I'm just saying some addicts, or, and she says, uh-huh. And you say, some people don't really ask questions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, Your Honor, I think, though, if that's the part that's relevant to my questioning. I think if Mr. Bloodworth wants to bring in the rest later, he's welcome to do so. We're actually changing the topic here back to the investor now.
Why don't you just
Yeah, she's actually correct here. If they say rule of completeness, well, you have redirect to complete everything you need.
read through the sentence, the period
It's
on line
been way too
23?
long. I mean-
I understand your position.
This is just details. You have the big things. Oh, this is frustrating to listen to. Oh yeah, candy wrapper. But according to another witness, she did ask them for fentanyl. That's the Jeff that passed away in a motorcycle accident, which was another witness in this case. Yeah,
Oh,
it's no, but Jeff, there's no. If I recall correctly, Jeff never made such a statement. It was his then girlfriend who now says that call was on speakerphone and she heard her ask for fentanyl. Since fucking when do drug dealers
put things on speakerphone.
put things on speakerphones to get more witnesses?
I mean, like I said, I'm not up on my street pharmacology degree, so I don't know, but that just seems like a really dumb way to operate.
Yeah. And in the light of what we now know, what the investigators asked of this witness, we need stuff to convict her. Then you're off the hook. That is so stupid. They said the quiet part out loud. That is something they say in the corridor leading up to the interview, not while recording the interview. This is so stupid.
Yeah, and was Kouri showing addictive behavior? I mean, again, these are some heavy duty narcotics. I mean, if they weren't going to Eric and they weren't going to Kouri, who was getting these?
Oh, and then, hey, it's Ariel. The witness that testified didn't testify that she heard Kouri ask for Fent. Okay. Well, we just have to wait for it because that witness will come later during day 5, I assume.
But I think her thought goes through, before changing up a topic, the period on line 23.
All right. So when you say some people don't really ask questions, Ms. Whistler says okay, and you say, or they don't want to get caught in the middle of anything, period.
Correct.
All right. So let me give this back to you for now. So back to my original question is, you told Ms. Whistler that the first pills you got from Susan Kohler, you left in the fire pit at the Midway house, correct?
Correct.
But that's not what you're saying today, correct?
Correct.
Now, is it fair to say when you were talking to the U.S. Attorney's Office, who could potentially charge you with a 20-year minimum mandatory crime, you were doing your best to tell them the truth?
It was a lot to take in, so I probably got confused a little bit.
Were you doing your best to tell them the truth?
Yes.
Is that fair? You
Correct.
were.
Mm-hmm.
And this conversation was approximately a year after these events took place. The conversation with Ms. Whistler took place about a year after these things happened, correct?
I'm not sure on the dates.
Well, they happened in March of 2022, February, March of 2022, and you're talking with Ms. Whistler in May of 2023, so a little more than a year, correct?
I'm not sure on that.
Well, the date is on the transcript. You need to look
I
at it.
don't think it was a year apart. I could be confused on the date.
All right. If I represent to you that this interview was in 2023, are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay. So it was about a year after.
Okay.
And fair to say, 1 year after the fact, your memory was probably better than it is here today, 4 years after the fact, correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay. Now I want to move to the second buy. We're going to talk about the second purchase, which would have been the first purchase with Robert Crozier. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you reached out because Kouri said she needed something stronger, like maybe the Michael Jackson stuff. Correct.
Correct.
And you couldn't remember if this was by text or phone. You said you weren't 100% sure. Correct.
Yes.
All right. Can you pull up page 50? You turn to page 57. I'm going to let you use the book. You put 57 on the screen for me of the May 10th interview. Okay, I want you to look at line. You're on page 53, Carmen?
I'm on 57.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I gave you
You
the
told
wrong
me
page.
57.
I might have. You're right. 57. I'm sorry.
So do I need to go back or say?
No, 57 is correct. I misspoke. I'm sorry about that. So line 7. Oh, actually, no. Let's go to line 5. Officer Parker says, when you say by phone, are you saying a phone call or a text, correct?
Correct.
Talking about your communications with Ms. Richins, correct?
Correct.
You said, I'm not 100% sure the officers have it all, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what you said after that? Let me ask you this way. Do you recall telling them they made it easier for me because they draw it out? Like they laid out the whole puzzle and they fit the pieces together. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So you recall that you said that?
Correct.
And do you recall what Ms. Whistler said to you?
No.
All right.
This would have been excellent on recross.
Defense Exhibit 1033, the video.
A few.
Do you recall that she?
Boom, boom,
before you play
boom.
it, do you recall that she said to you, "Well, we would rather you just tell what you remember."
Correct.
Okay, maybe I don't need to play it.
No, that's not what the question says.
But that's her memory. So here we go. There's nothing impeachable happening right now.
Okay.
So again, Ms. Richins on the second time asked for the Michael Jackson drug, correct?
Correct.
And you told Ms. Whistler that you had to Google it, correct? Because you didn't know what it was.
Correct.
And that you discovered it was propofol, correct?
I don't recall if that's what I remember, but
Well, you said yesterday that you discovered it was propofol.
yes.
All right. And you can't buy propofol on the streets, correct?
I'm not sure.
To your knowledge, can you buy it on the streets?
No, I don't go around asking for it. No.
Okay, that's
not
fair.
that I recall. If you can or not.
And I want to go back to the pills, the first set of pills you got from Robert. Did you pull up page 59? Yeah, I'm really not going back. We're still on the first set of pills you got from Robert. Page 59.
If you would just wait for the question.
Okay. I was trying to get to the page.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll be less confusing if we do it.
Okay.
Ms. Whistler asked you during this interview if you'd ever taken opioids. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall.
All right, can you look at page, you're on 59, right?
Yes.
Line 4. Ms. Whistler says, and you yourself have never been an opioid user. I misspoke. She said you yourself have never been an opioid user. Recall that?
Correct.
And you said, well, I was for my neck.
Correct.
Okay. And she says, okay, but I mean, and then you say, I had neck surgery, correct?
Correct.
And she said, I mean illicit opioids. And you said yes and no.
Correct.
So you're saying, yes, I had taken illicit opioids also.
Yes.
Correct? All right. She says, tell me what you mean by yes or no, correct?
Correct.
And you say, I mean, I would take Roxy's or Oxys for my neck and stuff, okay?
Okay.
And then Ms. Whistler says, were they, okay, but were they prescribed to you by a doctor, correct?
Correct.
And you said they were in the beginning, but not after a while, correct?
Correct.
So then she asked you roughly when did you have neck surgery, correct?
Correct.
And you said I had neck surgery a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right. So your neck surgery was pretty close in time to when you were getting these pills from Mr. Crozier, correct?
No, my neck surgery was completed. I was out of my brace and everything.
So when you were getting the pills from Mr. Crozier, your neck surgery was over, correct?
Yes.
That's fine. I mean, I didn't know that. Thank you for telling me that. All right. So my question is, when you were getting oxycodone from Mr. Crozier, were you holding back any pills for yourself?
No, I turned them in to my therapist. She kept track of them. When I had my prescription of my surgery, when I was done.
Right, but you said you were getting some that were not prescription. You were getting illicit pills. I take it you didn't give those to your probation
No.
officer. All right. So were you holding back pills from Mr. Crozier to take for yourself?
No, I was not.
Didn't she say she took two
All
or
right, so then
three
you
for
talk more about
herself?
Corey asked for the Michael Jackson drug. And Yasmin, you told her, well, it's not a pharmacy. I don't know what you want. I can't just go get you a stronger dose of pills, correct?
Correct.
All right. But the first pills you gave her were prescription oxycodone, correct?
From Susan Kohler?
Yes, correct. From Susan Kohler. And then you asked Mr. Crozier for Roxy 30s, correct?
I don't recall if that's exactly what I asked for.
Well, we talked about that
I
yesterday.
said blues. Blues, or I asked for pain pills or an opiate pain pill.
All right. Yesterday you testified you asked for Roxy 30s or blues. Remember that? Yes, from yesterday?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm not sure that's accurate.
Not either. Foundation.
I can go back and find it, I guess, but that is accurate. All right, let me find it.
I think the difference is whether, to be a little bit specific here, she testified to that yesterday or acknowledged having said it in a prior interview.
That's fair. Yesterday you acknowledged that you had told Mr. Crozier that you wanted Roxy 30s or blues. We found that page number yesterday, and you acknowledged that, yes, that is what you had said at the time. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So my point is, Roxy 30s, 30 milligram oxycodone, are a stronger variety of oxycodone than what you would typically get in a prescription, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you could get her something stronger and still get her oxycodone, correct?
I'm not understanding the question.
All right. There are different milligrams of oxycodone, right?
Correct.
Prescription. Yes, prescription oxycodone, and then which are weaker, and then Roxy 30s are a stronger variety because they're 30 milligrams, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you could, in fact, get the same drug, oxycodone, and get a stronger version of it, right?
If you knew somebody with the prescription.
Okay. All right. And this is when you reach out to Nicole Cummings, and she refers you to Robert Crozier to get the stronger pills.
Correct.
All right. But you never did ask Crozier. We talked about this yesterday. You never asked him for fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
And you told Ms. Whistler, Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, correct? She never asked you for fentanyl.
I'm not 100% sure.
All right. Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1035? Do you need to see this? It was provided in discovery.
Can you remind me? I don't.
We'll put it on.
I want to introduce those.
So we'll preview it for council. What's in a second?
Can you put the transcript next to it so you can?
Yeah, the transcript is more helpful. Can you scroll through? Katie?
And why is it that
Not yet.
Just let him read the transcript of what is in the video.
If you take the video down for a moment, Katie, let Mr. Bloodworth review the transcript. Just pause for it.
Can you go to page 71, please?
Right, through line 25. Whatever page you had up.
Just pause for a minute. Thank you.
What was the next page? Oh, now I don't know. It was the page you had up right a moment ago. Oh, I'm sorry.
I read 70. Does the clip start at page 70?
Yes, right. Yeah, it's just a little
okay.
bit.
What line does it on? What page and line does the clip go through?
Line 70, line 25.
Okay, then please back to 70. Okay, the state objects under completeness. If you look at 71, page 71 of the transcript, it continues.
Well, go ahead. Let me see page 71. All right.
Through line 11 of 71 at least.
I think he can introduce that. She's testified to that on redirect.
You got to pay the whole file.
Well, how about if I play it and then I read the rest because the clip doesn't include that.
But you just read the complete part and ask her if you read it correctly.
All right.
You can't play any complete clip.
Pull it back to page 70. All right. So Ms. Whistler, and we're on page 70, line. Let's see. Let's back up.
Page 70?
70 this one.
Okay.
Let's go back then to line 11. Miss, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Miss Whistler asked you, when you met with Robbie, did you specifically ask him for fentanyl? And you answered yes. She says, you used that word, you said, And she said, and if, and why is that you specifically asked for fentanyl? And you said, because that's what was asked for. I mean, that was the Michael Jackson drug, right? Or that was the Michael Jackson thing. So let's stop there for a minute. Is that what it says? Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
All right. But we already talked about you knew the Michael Jackson drug was not fentanyl, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. All right. So then Ms. Whistler says, okay, so that's what Kouri had asked you to get. Is that fair? And your answer is, did she ever come out and ask for fentanyl? No. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Next page. Ms. Whistler says, okay. And you say, she asked me to get Michael Jackson stuff. Yes. Ms. Whistler says, okay. Did you tell her what she was getting was fentanyl? And you said, yes. And that's on the second transaction that took place in my driveway when she came to pick it up. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. But all right, we're going to come back to that because I don't want to confuse you by jumping around in sequence. So we'll talk more about what you said about that in a few minutes, okay? All right. Now, you told the U.S. Attorney's Office when you interviewed with them that you purchased drugs 1 time from Susan Kohler and 2 times from Robert Crozier, correct?
Correct.
You didn't tell them you purchased 3 times. You told them you purchased 2 times from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
All right. You told them that the first time from Mr. Crozier you got light green pills, correct?
Correct.
And the second time you got light blue pills, correct?
Correct.
That you got his number from Nicole Cummings, correct?
Yes.
Told him you needed Roxy 30s or blues, correct?
Correct.
Met him at the Maverick, correct?
Correct.
Picked up the money to pay him, correct?
Correct.
You said it was $1,000?
Yes.
And that means he was charging, my math I don't do, but I think it's approximately $30 to $35 a pill, correct? Maybe more?
Probably yes.
And that's about the running rate for oxycodone. Might even be a little high, but for oxycodone, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Are you aware what fentanyl typically?
Got to pause so we can get a response on record. I apologize.
That's okay.
Was your last answer was?
Correct. Sorry.
All right. Now, are you aware what fentanyl sells for?
I'm not 100% sure.
Because you never bought fentanyl?
It goes for, it's a street. I was like, I'm not 100% sure what it's out.
Do you know that it's really cheap? At least it was in 2022, 2023, 23?
No, I didn't know.
Okay.
I just went off the price he told me.
Okay. And you picked up the money at the closet in the Midway house for the purchase for Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
In a closet, correct?
This one might have been the box. I'm not sure which one.
Wasn't the box in the closet?
Yes.
Okay, so in a closet in the Midway house.
Correct.
And you got approximately $1,000.
Correct.
And that same day you brought the pills, you bought the pills from Mr. Crozier, correct?
I'm not sure if it was the same day. Like I said, I'd reach out to him and he'd get back to me.
Okay, do you recall if you picked the money up the same day you bought the pills?
I'm not 100% sure.
So you might have picked the money up first and then taken it a day or two later.
Maybe, yes, correct.
Okay. Tell me again, so that's that time you go in the house, which it's a little unclear. You've said different things. If it was the first time or the second time. What was in the house?
There was nothing that was being remodeled. There was one that she was flipping.
Wasn't it already remodeled?
I'm not 100% sure. She said it was a house she had done.
Are you aware? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. This is in February we're talking.
Okay.
Correct?
Correct.
Yesterday you said the first purchase from Robert Crozier was February 11th, correct?
Correct.
But you also said was the first purchase from Susan Kohler, correct?
I don't recall if that was the same time.
Okay. You don't recall that that's what you said
I
yesterday?
knew Susan's was in the beginning, yes.
Okay.
Not sure exact date.
Are you aware that Ms. Richins didn't own the home in February of 2022?
I knew it was a house she was flipping.
Are you aware that she'd already sold it at the end of January of 2022?
No.
All right. So you meet Mr. Crozier at the Maverick, correct?
Correct.
Give him the money and he gets you the pills, correct?
Correct.
Well, he leaves. He has to go somewhere close by to get the pills, right?
Yes.
And then he brings them back to you, correct?
Yes.
And now you're saying, now you didn't say this before, but now you're saying Nancy Peterson was with you on that trip?
Nancy Peterson drove me.
Justin, no, she didn't say that before.
Overall, let's keep moving.
Well, you didn't say that to Ms. Whistler, correct? You didn't say anything about Nancy Peterson being with you,
I
correct?
don't recall.
All right. But, okay. You said she drove you? Ms. Peterson drove you?
Yes.
Can we pull up, it's already been admitted, States Exhibit, I think it's 3-7D, 3-7D3? Quick publish that, please. Can you see that?
Yes.
That's a selfie, correct?
Correct.
And if you look at the lettering on Nancy Peterson's hat, the lettering's reversed, right? It's backwards.
Correct.
So that picture's backwards, correct?
I guess so. Correct, I guess.
Okay. So if we pull up just for
Oh,
Interpolation. So was she driving?
so she was driving, not her friend.
Yeah.
That's interesting because she's not allowed to drive. So, okay. We have a reversed image. Why did the state? Was it? Let's look at that. Yeah, everything is reversed. That's not how you take pictures.
Yeah. Normally it doesn't do that. I don't think.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. Like I said, my tech ability is non-existent. But I don't understand how a selfie can be proof of anything unless you have the data, the location data to go with it.
Yeah.
I
If
mean,
there's
taking
no
a selfie,
metadata,
what does that
then-
prove?
Yeah, if there's no metadata attached to it, I don't give a fuck. But it's interesting that it is inverted. Oh, iPhone front cameras are set to mirror by default.
Oh,
Really?
hey. I did not know that.
Why the fuck would they do that? That's so stupid.
Technology
Okay, but that would
hates
explain
us.
it if she had an iPhone at the time. That yeah, okay. Yeah. Why would you mirror the front camera? That doesn't make any sense. All right. But they took a photo. She looks like she's in the driver's seat, but she isn't. She is. Huh.
Yeah,
And
I'm
Barry
a little
Dancer says,
confused.
I have an iPhone and it doesn't do that. Okay, we have a difference of opinion. And Gwendolyn says, every time I get a new phone device, I have to change the settings so it's not backwards. Okay.
Oh. Well, I mean, yeah, some of the evidence that is being used hasn't been authenticated. Like normally we get the cell phone guy that says, "Oh, did you download the extraction of cell phone from Carmen? Did you look at the pictures and where this data came from?" And he says, "Yes, I used the azimuth and the, longitude, latitude, and all of that crap to crap."
At the time that this took place, Carmen was not working for Kouri's aunt.
Oh.
Yeah, so freelancing for Kouri?
Yeah, that's the other
Oh,
thing.
Carmen did say she was driving. Okay.
Oh.
Ignore my prior statements. Thank you, DB.
And
All
that's
right.
the other thing is that when you have so much information, we're all over here confused.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you want the jury to be very clear on what you want them to be very clear on?
Yeah, you would assume so. And if we're confused, and it takes the collective memory of between 50 and 100 people in chat, how will we expect the jury to remember all of it? But thank you guys for correcting me. Thank you. This is what I love about streaming. The few times, wink, wink, I'm wrong, people are really quick to correct me.
Well, yeah, I like it because, like I said, I come into this as a juror, so it's interesting to, hear what should be coming in and what we will be finding out.
All right.
That's correct.
I guess I'm correct, I guess.
Okay. So if we pull up just for...
Except Dali. I will not accept.
Well, no, let's pull up
Dali.
CL9 for the witness. Can you make it so it's not split like that? That's how that picture really looks, correct? Because now it's not backwards.
Correct.
So you were driving, correct?
On the way back, I drove back, yes.
Well, on the way there, the first picture was...
On the way down, Nancy drove. On the way back, I drove because she wanted to get high.
Okay, well, you testified yesterday that this photo was of Nancy driving and you in the passenger seat. Recall that?
Correct.
But you're in the driver's seat and she's in the passenger seat, correct?
I guess so, correct.
Okay, can we publish IMP-CL9 to the jury? We have to admit it and publish it.
Mr. Blood.
Yeah, 3,009.
No objection.
Okay, one moment. We're going to keep this number the way it is, right?
Sure, that's fine. So you testified yesterday that...
Hold on a second. Why are we renumbering them? It makes it harder on Brittany.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Why are you renumbering it? It will only make it difficult. Thank you, because I hated this in the Karen Reed case and any other case. Yeah, let's give it a number for this trial. No!
No, this makes it so much more difficult.
Because then everybody has to correct, because up until trial, the prosecution, this is prosecution's evidence number, this and that. The defense, this is how our number sequence, okay. And then instead of, if the defense or the state is using it, and all of a sudden it's renumbered in the trial, it is so stupid.
Yeah, and this isn't following any evidence number. Like, most of the time there's kind of a system, like in the Canero case, I think there was a letter before the defense and then there would be a number and it was sequential. This one has dashes and hyphens and it is hell trying to figure out what the exhibits are actually numbered or labeled as.
Yeah. Now the labeling here, I assume, is because the defense or the state has done something. Here's the evidence we want in here with this witness. Then we will mark this as exhibit 1, and then you have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, blah, 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 blah. But then 1C might be 3 different types of evidence. So then it's 1C dash something, just to show in which sequence they are. But if you don't explain that to folks, you get a what? Yeah. Yeah, it is hard to follow. I agree.
All the 3,000s are impeachment documents that were not on the witness list, so to make it easier at the end. And we've been bringing the next day ones that have a new sticker on them and giving them to Brittany.
Okay. Defense 3009 offered as IMP_CL9 is admitted.
All right. So yesterday you testified that you had Nancy drive you because you didn't have a driver's license, correct?
Correct.
But in fact, you're driving, correct?
Down the mountain?
Either way,
Driving up.
you're driving without a driver's license, correct?
Yes, I always did.
Okay.
Always did.
All right. So this purchase is the light green pills we talked about, correct?
Correct.
And then you told them that the next time you bought from Robert was after the death of Eric Richins, correct?
I'm not 100% sure.
Well, at this time you said you did 1 purchase from Susan and 2 from Robbie, correct?
Correct.
So 2 purchases in February, 1 from Susan, 1 from Robbie, and a 3rd purchase on March 9th, correct?
I'm not sure of the date, but yes, there was.
You testified there was a purchase March 9th, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Your Honor, Foundation, I'm sorry.
Why does
I need
that
you to be
matter?
more specific.
Why does that purchase matter if he's already dead?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Also, was that Kouri showing consciousness of guilt that she wanted to continue to look like this investor needed pain pills?
Yeah. Or if it was a follow-up purchase to make it seem like she was for herself and something else happened to him in her. By all accounts, Kouri Richins is not a smart person. She married smart. She married money. And then she fucked it up royally.
Yeah.
Oh no. She killed that marriage.
Yeah.
It's sorry. Welcome to my show. Sometimes we are inappropriate. It comes. I could be a lot darker because I've been doing my type of law for close to 35 years. I've seen shit nobody should be, and the way I cope is really
Dark humor.
really dark humor.
Yeah.
Once you've seen a person pass away from quicklime, yeah, you need dark humor.
Well, when you say you testified.
Yesterday you testified that you did a purchase on March 9th, correct?
Yes.
But back when you were talking to the U.S. Attorney's Office, I mean, you also said you did a purchase on March 9th, correct?
I don't recall, but.
All right, so you don't recall at that time when the 3rd purchase took place?
I'm not 100% sure. There was a lot to take in back then.
I understand. But now you're sure?
Yes.
How did you become sure? If you didn't know then, why do you know now for sure?
My bank account. I'm the one that told those guys there was a check to check my bank account and tell them the exact dates of everything.
Okay, well, in all fairness, you talked about that during these interviews. You decided and discovered there was a purchase March 9th, correct?
Correct.
All right. So my question is, at that time you said, though, that was the final purchase from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
But now you're saying there's another purchase, correct?
You've confused me. I'm not understanding.
At that time you said you only purchased 2 times from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
Now you're saying you purchased 3 times.
Correct.
All right. So now you go back and you're going to make your 3rd purchase from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
And in that purchase, you didn't tell him you wanted something stronger, correct?
In the last purchase? Yes. You confused me.
What's kind of confusing because we
You
have a bunch of statements
you
that
bounce
they're-
back and forth. It's confusing.
All right. We're going to talk about in May of 23 when you said there were only 2 purchases from Mr. Crozier.
Okay.
Okay. The first purchase you said was light green pills.
Correct.
And then the second purchase, you actually said, just give me the same thing, correct?
I don't think those are my exact words. I think you just
Okay, let's
kept
look at
purchasing
page.
through him.
I'm sorry.
I just kept purchasing through him.
Okay, let's look at page 86. You get it.
Yeah, you said.
Okay.
Which line number are we at? Is
I'm checking. Store makes the most sense. Okay, line 8. Ms. Whistler says, did you contact Robbie a second time? And you say yes. Correct?
Correct.
She says, same phone number that you used to contact, and you say,
Objection. I think we're refreshing at this point. I'm impeaching.
fair. Sustained. If you would just give her a page number and line range to read, and then ask your next question.
All right. Can you just read that page, please?
Start from what number?
Right where we were just talking about, line 8 through the end of the page.
You want to read 8 all the way down?
Yes.
Just read it to yourself.
Okay. I thought you meant out on me.
No,
Okay.
no.
Okay, yeah.
Can we give you the next page up on the screen, please? You can tell me when you've reached the bottom of that page.
I reached the bottom.
Can you turn to the next page and read through line 5?
Katie, I need 88. Thank you.
Did you read through line 5 of that next page?
Yes.
All right.
Hold on. Okay.
Okay.
Can you see this?
Yeah, I can, Your Honor. It's that there's going to be a completeness problem if we get to the page.
Yeah. Can we just? Okay. That's fair. Ask your next question, Ms. Liz.
I don't have the right page up here.
That's okay. It just has. I apologize for interrupting. Please ask your next question.
All right. So the second time you went back to Mr. Crozier for pills, you did not ask him for something stronger, correct?
To Robbie?
Yes.
I'm confused on what purchase we're on.
Okay, we just read it. Let's go back and read it again.
You're confusing.
Page 86.
Okay.
And the top of 87. Through line 5.
Correct.
All right. So, do you now recall that you told Ms. Whistler that you just asked him for more of the same the second time?
Correct.
And she asked you, you didn't ask for anything stronger, or do you have any better? Nothing like that. And you said, no, I just asked for the same.
Correct.
All right. So the first time he got you light green pills, and the second time you just said, give me more of the same. Correct?
Correct.
All right. And again, you picked up the money at the Midway House in the cup in the closet, correct? For that second purchase with Mr. Crozier.
Correct.
You went back to the Maverick, correct?
Yes.
With Mr. Von Savage, correct?
Von Savage wasn't that one.
That's what you told Ms. Whistler, though, in 2022, correct? I'm sorry, I misspoke, 2023.
Pause for 1 second.
I think that question's fine. I think the lack of foundation is confusing the witness as to whether she's testifying about what she said yesterday or what she said in the course of this interview.
Or what she recalls happening. I just need you to be a little bit more specific.
All right, we're still talking about the interview on May 10th with Ms. Whistler, where you told her you only purchased twice from Mr. Crozier. First time light green pills. Second time you asked for more of the same, correct?
Correct.
And that you picked the money up in the Midway House, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you said there were only 2 purchases with Mr. Crozier, and it was the second purchase that Mr. Von Savage went with you to pick up the pills, correct?
Von Savage was the last purchase.
Right, but in 20...
Pause for a moment. Ms. Lewis's question is, do you recall saying that you went with Mr. Von Savage to, forgive me, what's the name of the woman from the bed? Ms. Whistler.
Yes, Ms. Whistler.
To Ms. Whistler during that interview.
I don't recall saying I was with Von Savage.
All right.
You really don't want the judge to... It's good when it happens to the prosecution. It's really bad when it happens to the defense, where he actually has to make it clear for the witness.
Well, yeah, and I know she's getting frustrated. You can tell that the attorney is getting frustrated, but that's when you need to, despite your frustration, slow down, because you are going to get more confused answers because, you know, you're asking confusing questions.
Yeah, she wants everything in right there, right now. Tell me what I want to know. You can't handle the truth moment. No, you're not going to get it, miss. You're not going to get it. Just when this happens, what she needs to do is to be overly clear to then point out, to make it clear to the jury, she just don't want to answer the questions. Instead, she is hunkering down on these elaborate questions that are hard to follow for anyone. That's a really bad strategy. Oh, why didn't you stop yesterday? Or Thursday on day 4?
Carmen, you were really clear in the interviews in May. You said more than once that you did a total of 3 purchases for Kouri Richins, correct?
Correct.
1 from Susan Kohler, 2 from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct at the time, yes.
All right. And during those interviews, Detective Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll told you that you purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier on March 9th, correct?
Correct.
And you still said there were 3 purchases. So at that time, you were telling them in your interviews, I had a purchase from Susan Kohler in February, correct?
Correct.
A purchase from Mr. Crozier in February, correct? And a purchase from Mr. Crozier on March 9th, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, that was it. You said in these interviews, that's it. Those were the purchases I did for Ms. Richins, correct?
Correct.
All right. So that's what we're talking about right now. I know you've changed your story, and you're now saying there was another purchase, but we're talking about what you told them a year after these events. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. So, you meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office on May 10th of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure the date, but
All right, well,
you get me confused on the dates, but
let me just show you. Maybe this will help. I've been the witness, which marked as impeachment CLA, but I'm just going to refresh. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. These are just the dates of all the interviews with it's just the first page of each transcript. Oh, it doesn't have May 10th. Oh, it does. It's yeah. It's not order. May 10th, May 12th, May 15th. Transcription with interviews with Carmen. I'm just going to get the dates straight.
We know Carmen's not interviewed. We don't know who's interviewing her.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm just asking her for the dates. She can't read the dates.
Counsel, would you pause for a
Let me
minute?
just see what she says, and then I'll clarify.
2 notes for the jury. 1, I need a restroom break, so we're going to take one. And 2, I recognize that the temperature is trending toward meat locker at the moment. That is my fault. I asked them to cool it off. I didn't think we were going to overshoot by this much. I'm working on it, I promise. Please rise for the jury.
I wondered why my toes were getting cold.
I like this job.
Everybody's cold. My cold.
Yeah.
Okay.
And break until 10:20. Ms. Lauber, I have a thought. Ms. Lauber, same rules. You cannot speak to anybody. If you need to use the restroom, that's fine. Otherwise, you got to keep to yourself. You're allowed to stand next to Mr. Moffat, but you can't talk to him about your testimony, okay?
Mhm.
Can you do that?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Lewis, maybe we can talk in my office for a moment. Would that be all right?
Sure. Your Honor, can I ask for a little more than 10 minutes? I have something I need to attend to.
Oh, no problem. How much time do you need?
Can we come back and how long am I going to be in chambers?
You know, we can do that second if you want to attend to something first.
Can we do that, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Nobody can start without me, so we'll just take the time it takes.
Yes, okay.
Okay. When you're ready to have a brief conversation, please grab Ms. Lewis and come around.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Court's in recess. Thank you.
And they're back. The beauty of recapping, you can play it in 1.5 and you can skip all the pauses. Now, folks, we will do the same for here for tomorrow. Now, I hope I can start the stream at 9 a.m. Eastern time. So we will save about an hour, hour and a half of day 5 and recap. Why do we do that? And sadly, during the actual live stream, we are competing with EDB. We are competing with channel with hundreds of thousands of subscribers.
Oh, yeah.
And we can't. So we will, when we start early, all of a sudden, there's a surge of people who show up.
Yeah, and
that Big Nick here needs the views.
yeah, and And honestly, it gives you a chance to maybe, if you were a little tired at the end of the day, to get a refresh before
Yeah,
you do watch other people. So it's a way to kind of uh, let you be loyal to your favorite subscriber, but maybe give us a chance. We might not
yeah.
be everyone's cup of tea, but we do try to bring facts and everything.
We are everybody's cup of tea until you remember you don't really drink tea.
Yeah. And
We're
Long
not.
Island iced teas are not tea.
Some like dark beer, some like water. Just so you know, yeah. Dave likes coffee, and when I went with 2024, I went to visit Dave. I brought Swedish coffee.
Ooh.
Now, Dave has been in Sweden on a number of occasions, so he knows what Sweden. But I actually brought good Swedish coffee, and I ruined coffee for him.
I don't know. Y'all with IKEA and those raspberry sandwich cookies, there should be a warning label on them things because, like,
Oh, the ballerina
yeah,
cookies?
whatever those cookies are, yeah,
Yeah.
those should come with a warning label. Those are too good.
The secret is we use sugar in our pastries and cookies and stuff. Hey,
Yeah.
thank you, Kendra. Yeah, been a great live stream. Thank you. Hey, we're not done yet for today. We still have
No.
some time to go, but thank you, and thank you to Candy Wrapper for asking tough questions. This should never
Yeah.
be an echo chamber. Now, sometimes there were trolls will show up, and here's my 2 rules. If you're trying to troll, be correct or be funny.
Yes.
It's really, if you're just here to be an asshole, off you fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't care. I love having different opinions because for me, that's the fascinating thing.
Yeah.
That we can all be ostensibly watching the same trial, but see something in completely
Yeah.
different based on, life experience, prior knowledge of hearings and stuff. So that's the really interesting part to me because I always like to come in and see how perspectives, change, different ways that we view things.
Dolly, don't push it. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. Dolly is a good friend of this channel.
Yes, he is awesome. And so is Hella and MLS and
Yeah.
all of the channels.
Now, if you want to know anything about collecting pictures of peens, you should go to Dolly.
Yes.
And that's from a case, from a trial, folks. He asked for what was the case now again? The Jude
Jensen.
The Jensen case, yeah, who drew peens that he sent to his wife and then collected in shape and size. And then Dolly wrote to the court, hey, can you send over the discovery? And he
had a Dickie decimal system. It was crazy.
So many images of peens that if he's ever raided by the cops, they will just assume that he's guilty of something.
Yeah.
Oh, they were just dating at the time. Yeah, they're for the win, Mark Jones. Yeah. that was amazing. And since then, Dolly has been known as the Peen Man. All right, let's continue here.
Have a seat, Lieutenant. Thank you. All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Lauber, your still under oath. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right, we just finished going through the interview you had with the U.S. Attorney's Office, right?
Correct.
Okay. A little painful, but we got there.
Yes. A little confusing.
All right. Yes, I know. I'm sorry, but let's just summarize that interview and then we'll move on. So in that interview, you told them that you bought pills from Susan Kohler one time, that you bought pills from Robert Crozier 2 times, and that you bought the same pills from Robert Crozier on each occasion. Correct?
Correct.
All right. And in that interview, you said that the pills were left at the Midway house, either in the fireplace or in a cup in the closet. Correct?
Correct.
All right. And you don't know who picked up the pills from the Midway house. Correct?
No, I do not.
So you don't know if Kouri picked them up. Correct?
No, I do not.
Or if Kouri Richins picked them up.
No, I do not. I do not know who picked them up.
Okay. All right. Fair. So 2 days after the interview with the U.S. Attorney's Office. So we're now going to May 12th of 2023.
Just a question out into the ether. If this was the, let's say, take a recent trial, the Faust trial, where you honest to God believe the guy actually didn't do it, would you have felt the same about a cross of this type? Or would you have gone more after this witness? I honestly don't think so. I would have been so annoyed regardless. But I'm just putting the question out there. If it weren't Kouri Richins at trial, who is so hateable or dislikable, and we know so much more about the case, or at least some of us, Mo doesn't, would you have felt the same? Just ask yourself that. It's a good question to ask yourself once in a while. Does it make a difference if I believe the defendant is guilty or not guilty?
You called Detective Maynard and asked him to come see you. Do you recall that?
I don't recall calling him. I think they were just there.
It might have been a text. You either called him or texted him on your tablet. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
To see him. All right. That's fine. But let's get the May 12th interview out, which is in the binder number 2.
Okay.
May 12th.
Move this into the normal.
I'm going to take that out of your way.
Okay.
I think we're done with that one.
Okay. Okay. Now, me told what page?
No page. I just want you to have.
Oh.
That's the interview we're going to talk about.
Okay.
Okay. You can look at the beginning. I'm not positive if it says at the beginning that you asked Detective Maynard to come see you, but maybe you can check that and see if it does say that. And if not, that's all right.
Yeah, it doesn't say that I asked to see him. They were already there.
All right. So either way, you talked to him on May 12th.
I have a Driscoll and a Maynard in both this.
You think they're both there on May 12th?
Yes, it says that they are.
Are you on
I'm on page 2 or 1.
Of the May 12th, 2023.
Ms. Lauder, would you look at that loose tab and tell me what the date is on the loose tab?
Interview 5/3/23.
It's the wrong one. Would you go to the tab that has 5/12?
All the way back here. Okay.
Okay.
Now that makes sense now.
Okay. Thank you.
Wait for Ms. Lewis's question.
Okay. All right, well, go ahead and look at the beginning again, and like I said, see if it indicates if you asked him to come see you. What page is that, Katie? Page 3. Line 18.
Okay, correct.
All right. So you asked Detective Maynard to come and visit with you that day.
Correct.
All right. And part of the reason you wanted to talk to him is you were very worried about being charged federally. Fair?
Actually, he was shocked that they were there.
What do you mean?
Because I told him I had just met with some feds, and he said you did. So he was actually shocked that they were even there.
Okay. You still though were telling him you were worried about it,
I told him I had to visit with him, yes.
and that you were worried about what might happen because of that.
I don't recall what
All right.
that conversation was.
So look at page 7 and 8.
Seven and 8.
The bottom of 7.
Okay.
Oh, I can't see the top, Katie. Is this page 7? Okay.
This one says 8. This is among 7.
Lewis, I need you to ask a question.
I am. I'm trying to find the spot about the question. All right. So on page 8, you're talking with Detective Maynard again about getting it laid out for you. Correct?
On page 7, it says that.
Okay. And that's because up to this point, they've been explaining to you what had happened, correct?
They were explaining more to me what happened. They've had the data from my cell and everything, correct?
All right. Yeah, that's true. They did have your, not all of it though, because you'd lost some cell phones, correct?
No, I've had that cell phone forever.
Well, you told them you'd had a lot of cell phones, and some of the ones that you were using back in 2022 were broken, but they did have some cell phones.
They did have,
Right?
yes.
Okay. So initially, they were the ones that told you that Kouri asked for fentanyl, correct?
I don't recall. That's what they said to me.
Yesterday when you were testifying, we talked about this.
They told me Eric had passed away from fentanyl.
All right. And we talked about that it was the detectives that possibly put the word fentanyl in your head. Do you recall that?
Correct, yes.
Because they are the ones that told you about the fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in this interview, you're telling them you're worried because of all these possible charges that you might get, correct?
Correct.
And Detective Maynard says that the goal is to convict Kouri for aggravated murder. These parallel drug investigations, those aren't a priority. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
Can you look at page 12 of that same interview? It's at the top.
Yes, correct.
So Detective Maynard told you the goal here is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder.
Jackson, Your Honor, that's not what it says.
Oh, Jesus. Attorney, you
No.
need to read exactly what the exact words are damning enough. Don't do this.
Yeah,
Don't give the prosecution ammunition
yeah,
when it's not
again,
necessary.
yeah, she's already changed her story enough. You don't need to
Yeah.
keep wording things incorrectly and get called out for it, because now it looks like you're unreliable too.
Yeah.
So it's on the top of page 12.
The word here is
You look at the right spot?
You added a word.
you added a word.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, Ms.
I'll read it
Walker,
exactly.
The question is, does that refresh your recollection that Mr. Maynard stated the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder?
Correct.
Here, I added it.
Yeah,
I
sorry.
added the word here. So what was it Detective Maynard said to you? Why don't you go ahead and tell us?
I said that the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder.
And then he said, the rest of that the next sentence?
Read the rest of what he said.
These parallel drug investigations?
Those aren't a priority.
Okay. So they're telling you they're not worried about what you're doing. Their goal is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder, right?
Correct.
All right. And again, you're telling them it was just so much easier when they put the puzzle pieces together for you, correct? Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Want to look at page 16?
16.
Now, once she calms down and is boom, boom, boom on point, okay. But it's islands of good in a sea of shit. No.
Ugh.
Thank you, Gigi. No, this channel does not give legal, medical, sandwich, or tweezers advice. All comments made by the host, guests, and chat are for educational or entertainment purposes only. Thank you, Gigi. No, I tweezers?
Yeah, I still
mean-
don't understand why the tweezers are even involved. All we
Yeah.
know through the trial right now is that they were found in a jacket. But
Yeah.
what led them to get the tweezers and the little piece of plastic hasn't been done. And here's the thing, the defense also has to keep in mind that the state is building a narrative that Kouri is manipulative and mastermind.
Mm. Yeah.
They can't be shown to be underhanded as well.
Yeah. Please, folks, if you get splinter, finger, hand, foot, warm salt water and let it soak. And because then it will be easier to remove. Because once you soak everything up, the pores open up and things loosen up. You know how you get the wrinkly fingers. That will make the splinter easier to get out.
Let's see. Tweezers. If you have a unibrow, tweeze here. Tweeze tweeze only what you're comfortable permanently losing.
Unless the tweezers have fentanyl on them, they are irrelevant. Yeah, but weren't they part of the 19 items they tested and
Yeah.
nothing came back?
Yeah,
And they
that
weren't
is why
allowed to tell us what items came back negative because it
Yeah.
was irrelevant.
It
I
this whole
think it's
case has
highly
been
relevant. Then if it's irrelevant, why is it in evidence?
well, also, the state's going to need to clear up to me why during the initial death investigation for the coroner, where they didn't have, the right to take things, why
Mm.
no one took the Moscow Mule cups or whatever Kouri said
Yeah.
they ate or drank.
Yeah,
Like
all you had to do was say, "Do you mind?"
Yeah. Or
And if
so you're
she panics and says, "No, you can't take anything," boom. Get somebody to write an emergency warrant, find the judge that is on call, and get the fucking warrant.
Yeah, because that's where I think it went a bit wrong. I mean, you ostensibly have a healthy man drop dead,
Mm.
and you have a lot of people in the family saying something's hinky here,
Mm.
and you have the wife saying, "Well, we just had Moscow mules and everything was normal." You even have, mom
Mm.
saying, "Yeah, they just took a drink." Why wouldn't you take the Moscow mules?
Yeah.
None of this makes sense.
No.
And it also doesn't make sense that someone who is smart enough to put all his force multipliers in, locked boxes isn't going to rely on the fact that his gummies are in a high place.
Yeah, that's and there's no THC in his system. If he was
Yeah.
an avid THC gummy user, they would have been found in any toxicology report. So where
Yeah.
the fuck does these gummies come from?
Yeah, that's a lot of this case just doesn't make sense the way it has been
Yeah.
presented thus far. And I know we're
Mm.
only on,
Mm.
week 1 of a 5-week trial,
Yeah.
but I've never been this confused, even on long trial. Okay, except for the Karen Reed when I was like, "Did anyone die? Why are we
Yeah.
talking about a blizzard?"
Yeah. Yeah, I know 40 days from the day of Eric's death until they found the gummies in a later search with a warrant. But if they're not in his system, why are we talking about the gummies? Well, because
Yeah, and
something about gummies. But if they weren't in his system, all right, she lied.
yeah, I mean, that seems like a ding on both the state and the defense because the defense
Mm.
is trying to trot out the narrative that he was so addicted to these gummies that he took
Yeah.
them, he risked taking them to Mexico. He
Yeah.
risked being an international, drug smuggler guy.
Yeah.
So it
Yeah,
none
but
of it makes sense the way it's been presented yet.
yeah, but if he did take gummies on occasion, it would have shown up at the toxicology report. That's the weird part here. There is literally, besides Kouri's word for it, there's no evidence he ever took a gummy in his life. Yeah, they should have
Yeah,
tested Kouri for THC. Yeah, I agree. But
yeah, it just seems that if this looked suspicious from the get-go, they
Mm.
didn't treat it all that suspiciously. They weren't, they waited a couple weeks to search
Mm.
things, and maybe that was
Mm.
how long the toxicology report came back.
yeah. Well, he did have alcohol in the system. He had alcohol in his stomach, but not in the blood work, meaning it didn't have time to enter the bloodstream. Now, alcohol, quite fast, but we are still talking about 10 to 15 minutes. I mean, Yeah, sure. If I have a shot of alcohol, you don't see it immediately. If I have 4 of them in an hour, you might notice something. Yeah,
It's
it's
just
so
there's a
weird.
lot. Yeah,
Yeah.
and the fact that they couldn't differentiate the alcohol in his gastric system from being from decomp or actually ethanol
Yeah.
ingested. So,
Mm.
and maybe
But
she really only like I'm a light pourer. If I'm mixing my own drinks, I
mm,
cut everything with Diet Sprite.
mm,
So maybe their Moscow Mule only had a bit of vodka in it. But it's still
mm,
I would want friends and relatives that then come up
mm,
and say, "Oh, Corey's a light touch when she drinks mixed drinks," you know?
mm. I'm not.
Well,
If I have 5 ice cubes in a glass, I pour alcohol to the top of the ice cubes, which if I can be if I by accident fill it all the way up with ice cubes, yeah, I will stop at some point. But other than that, ew, I will notice when I drink it, and then I'll remind myself, "Ooh, a little bit softer next one." All right, let's continue.
Is she at the top?
Yes.
Okay.
Line 3.
Yes. Does that? So now do you remember you talked about them putting the puzzle pieces together?
Correct.
All right. And didn't you also tell them that you were talking to your daughter, Kelsey, and that your daughter asked what was happening? You didn't even know. You didn't know what had happened. Is what you told her.
I
Correct?
call
So on that.
on a jail call or
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no. Let me rephrase that. That you were telling Detective Maynard that you had been talking to your daughter, and you were like telling her, "I don't even know what happened." Correct?
I don't recall.
All right. Let's look at page 16. Do you see that now?
At the very bottom, yes.
Okay. So you said your daughter had asked you what happened, and you're like, "I don't even know." Correct?
Your Honor, Foundation, I think at this point, counsel's using this portion of the transcript to refresh a witness's recollection. I think the next question should be, does this refresh your recollection?
She's still reading, so I wasn't quite sure. But are you done reading that?
The objection is sustained, and also we're having pronoun article trouble here. I'm really not sure what this is about. If you can be just specific and provide context in your questions.
So this is while you're still talking about, laying the pieces together and all of that. And
You have to ask her if that's her memory.
do you remember that? Well, we just talked about it. You remember that you had spoken with Detective Maynard about, putting the puzzle pieces together. That made it easier when they laid it out. We just talked about that a minute ago, right?
Correct.
And then you told him, look at line 16.
Ms. Lewis, I sincerely don't want to interrupt you. You have to ask her if she recalls. You cannot ask her.
I thought she said yes, she did recall.
Then there's no reason to go.
Oh, well, I haven't asked her if she recalled the second part.
Then that's why you can't just read from it.
So, so do you? I think I asked this, but let me ask you again. Do you recall telling your daughter, or not telling your daughter? Do you recall telling Detective Maynard? Yes, I talked to my daughter. She asked me what was going on, and I said I don't even know, or something to that effect.
I don't recall that.
Okay, so if you look at line 16 through line 23.
Read that to yourself, Ms. Walker, and then wait for the next question.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Do you remember now that you said that?
Correct, but I'm confused on what she's actually asking me.
What I'm asking you?
What we're talking about in this conversation. It doesn't say exactly what we're talking about.
Okay, so you just don't recall exactly what that was about. That's fine. If you don't remember, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't recall what we were talking about. It just says,
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
You just said,
It just says it doesn't specifically say exactly what we're talking about.
okay, that's fine. Well, we'll move on from that then. All right. Why don't you turn to page 20, and then I'm going to ask you a question, and then if you don't remember, you can see what it says there on the page.
Okay.
So Detective Maynard, at the end of this interview, tells you just something to the effect, don't worry, we're going to get you through this, you can get on with your life. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, there's one more interview that you have with the detectives in this case, and that's the next day, May 13th of 2023, all right? And then, okay, so why don't you set that in front of you? Do you recall that in that interview, during that interview, that's when they really laid out for you about the March 9th, drug purchase? Do you
I
recall
don't
that?
recall, huh?
You don't recall that that's when you guys talked about the March 9th drug purchase?
I don't recall.
All right, well, why don't you take a look at the beginning of that interview?
Which page?
Just at the beginning.
Which date?
Which date? What
May
page?
13th, the next day.
So just make sure you're at the right tab.
Again, they should have stopped. Yes, on day 4, the big reveals, what the investigators actually said, 4 or 5 huge discrepancies between before and this trial. And then let the prosecution try to, oh, but she is believable, trust us, on the recross, on redirect, and then on recross, boom, 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 here's more. And then off she fucks, because this additional information they can get from the investigators. They can call her again on their case in chief.
Yeah, or
there's so many ways to get all these
Ju-
minute details in to not disrespect, to impeach the other witnesses.
yeah, and there are so many things that you really just want to hammer. Again, most people typically remember maximum 2 or 3
Mm.
very important things about a conversation.
Mm. Yeah. As Candice Rapper, she's not been revealed from her subpoena, which makes it even more insane that they just keep going with these minute details that in the grand scheme of things only muddles the water on the big important things. This is just bad tactics from the defense. Now, I understand they want to get out as much as possible, but they have the video, they have the binders.
Or maybe you have it already.
513. Okay, now that.
And forgive me, I interrupted you. What was the page number that you want to use to refresh your recollection?
I was just asking her to look at the beginning of the interview to see if she recalls that they were now on this day talking about primarily the March 9th purchase.
Is there a range?
Page I need to be on?
Yeah, look at the beginning, Katie. I think it's right at the beginning. Next one. Because you're just chatting at first. Next one. Okay, well, let's start here. On page 5.
Okay.
This is when they tell you that they've met with your friend Nick Savage. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall them.
Do you recall, let me ask it this way. Do you recall conversations with Detectives Maynard and Detectives O'Driscoll where you talked about they had talked to Nick Savage about the last purchase that he went on with you?
I don't recall them saying they talked to Nick yet.
All right, well then take a look at page 5, line 9, 10, 11. Does that, take a look at that. Have you looked at that?
Okay.
All right, so they're talking to you about how they met with Nick Savage.
Yes.
All right, and isn't it after their meeting with Nick Savage, it's through Nick, they decide that last purchase was March 9th. Remember that?
Good.
Okay, there we go. And at that point, they ask you, is it possible you bought pills a total of 4 times? Once from Susan, 3 times from Crozier. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Let's look at page 13.
Okay, on the page.
At line 7, Detective Maynard. Right. So he asked you if there's a 4th trip, correct?
Correct.
And you said absolutely not. There were only 3, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then
They already
told
been
them again in that
through
interview,
this
I just
over
know
and
totally
over and
there were
over
only
again.
3 total purchases. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
All right. It's page 29. You now recall you said, but I just know totally there were only 3 total.
Yes.
All right. So again, back on March 13th of 2023, I'm sorry, May 13th of 2023, you told the detectives more than once, not 4 purchases. I know total 3 purchases for Kouri.
Correct.
You told them that 2-3 times, correct?
Yes.
You told that to Ms. Whistler with U.S. Attorney's Office 2 days prior, correct? We talked about that.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. But today you're saying there were 4 purchases.
Correct.
So even though you were totally sure In 2022, there were 3. Your testimony now is that there were 4.
Yes.
Okay. All right. At the end of that interview, I think it's page 30. Let me ask you if you remember before we read that. They tell you that they are going to bring you a timeline of everything that happened. Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Do you want to take a look at page 30? It's line 16, well, line 11 through 18, 19.
Okay.
All right. So just like today, the timeline was confusing then too, right?
Correct.
And they said, well, we're going to bring you a timeline to help you figure this all out. Something to that effect. They're going to bring you a timeline, correct?
Correct.
Did they ever bring you a timeline?
Your pause for a moment, Mr. Lever.
Your Honor, just foundation, this, we're going to bring you a timeline or something to that effect. We can use precise words. We have the precise words.
Okay, overruled on this one. Keep going this way.
So they said they're going to bring you a timeline. Did they ever bring you a timeline?
I don't recall.
So you don't know if you ever got a timeline from the detectives?
I don't recall if they were or not.
So it's after this, I'm not sure if what day, and I don't know if you remember, but sometime after this interview, they release you from custody, correct?
I had to be on ankle monitor. It had to be approved through Judge Maybe to be on ankle monitor. I could not leave the jail without that being on my
Okay, so they put an ankle monitor on you and they release you from custody, correct? And you went back to see Judge Maybe, correct?
No, I was not allowed in drug court at the time
Why weren't you allowed in drug court?
because I was suspended for a minute. It was on pause.
Because you were a cooperating witness?
Because what?
Because you were a cooperating witness for the state? That's why you weren't allowed back in drug court?
Yes.
All right, but you did go see Judge Maybe, not in drug court, but you appeared in front of Judge Maybe to get conditions for your release, right?
She already had approved the conditions before I was released.
Oh, so you didn't have to go to court? It was
I still had to go a couple of times. I mean, I still go every 3 months now.
Okay, but let me just ask you, when you were very first released, you put an ankle monitor on, you were released from the jail.
Oh, Mo's internet died. Yeah, so if Mo disappears, her internet died. If she can, she will join us again. So you went from fucking up every condition on your priors, but after this, now you're only supposed to go every 3 months. Did you hear that, Mo?
No. I was trying to get back on stream. What was just said?
Since all of this, she was released with an ankle monitor, and now she only needs to go to drug court every 3 months.
Is that normal for phase 5?
When somebody fucks up constantly during drug court,
Yeah,
and then
that doesn't.
after release with an ankle monitor, come back in 3 months.
No, this is definitely something, and it's gonna get lost because I think we have another 2 hours, right?
Yeah, something of the sort.
So it's not gonna be something that most people remember. That's the problem.
No, it's actually not another 2 hours. No, we're almost done with her.
Oh wow!
Well,
It just feels like
almost
it's
is a
been
big
forever.
almost is a big word. You still have redirect and maybe a bit of recross. Where are we? 236. Yeah, maybe 40 minutes in 1.5. Hey.
Did you have to go see Judge Maybe, or were you just released and you already knew the conditions?
No, I think I had to go in front of her.
Okay. So when you went back to Judge Maybe, she gave you some conditions of release, correct?
Yes.
And one thing they did is they transferred your probation from Wasatch County to Summit County, correct?
I think so, yes.
And your new probation officer became Detective Maynard, correct?
Yes.
All right. So he's now your probation officer.
What? They have the investigator in the case to be simultaneously her probation officer. That's insane.
Yeah, that's really hinky.
That's real. What?
Yeah, that's nutty.
Because I've been questioning all along, why did the investigators show up to check her ankle bracelet? And now we learn that, oh, he's also her probation officer. Well, he has an acute interest in her in not reporting her fuck ups.
Yeah.
Oh, for the love, how is that even allowed to have a person who is conflicted, who is actively investigating? He is a witness that they need to keep on track. He should
Yeah,
be far removed from her to avoid the
absolutely.
appearance of let's just say, to avoid the appearance of corruption.
Yeah, this is
Jeez.
not. And what's interesting is it's not coming from this witness, it's coming from what the state is doing to protect this witness.
Yeah.
And I actually like the attacks on the state, because
Yeah.
I don't I think that it's perfectly right to point these out, but again, it's going to get lost in the noise.
Yeah. It's lost. Because we sit here, two of us, we can have this eagle eye vision over it, or rooftop vision, or whatever you call it, that we notice this, but this is so buried in all the things.
Well, and we know what we're looking for. The jury might
Yeah.
not. The jury might not know
Yeah.
at all what they need to be looking for, what exactly fits into statutes. And I'm not a lawyer, but I do know what I'm looking for now after
Yeah.
watching trials for a long time.
Yeah. The jury, for many of them, it's their first and only time in a jury.
Yeah,
And they are
what needs to
supposed
be
to remember this in 5 weeks.
Yeah, you
That
know
is
what?
why
I
you
would
need to
have
hit the highlights.
absolutely. I would have gone with every way the state made her case different than the normal. I
Yeah.
would poke holes on because again, it keeps you from looking like a bully to this particular witness
Yeah.
who I think objectively we can say was sympathetic, if not completely reliable or trustworthy, was sympathetic. So
Yeah.
it keeps the onus on the state. Well,
Yeah.
the state made all these concessions for you. The state told you that they were gonna overlook if you could help them out.
Yeah. Wow.
You testified yesterday that you only talked to him a few times after these interviews in May up until today.
I text him every morning, so I still have to check in with him.
Oh, all right. You didn't tell me that. So you text him every morning to check in with Detective Maynard.
Correct.
To tell him what?
I just have to send him a text saying good morning, and he responds back, Lauber, that's it.
Okay. Does he drug test you?
He was in the beginning.
How long did he continue to drug test you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the last time you were drug tested?
No, I don't recall.
Has it been?
Yeah, that's not good. The
That-
state should have had her tested like that week before she came
Yeah.
in.
Every day, the month before this trial, she should have been drug tested.
More than a year?
I'm sure.
Has it been more than 2 years?
I'm not 100% sure.
Possibly, but so they drug tested her for like a few months after she was arrested and got this deal, and not since. That's insane.
Could it be more than 2 years?
Yes.
So you haven't had a drug test in over 2 years, correct?
Correct.
Even though you are on probation with Summit County Drug Court, correct?
I'm not on drug court.
I'm sorry, I said Summit County. You're on probation with Wasatch County Drug Court.
No, I'm paused. It's in pause.
It's in pause. Okay.
It's paused. What? It's paused, so therefore I don't have to interact. I don't interact with anything to do with drug court right now.
All right. So you don't have
You don't have to so while is that an incentive, if anything, to help the state? Hey, I can do, as long as I text him in the morning, which you can automate, by the way, she can do what the fuck she wants.
Yeah, this again, the state has made incredibly bad facts for themselves
Yeah.
by coddling this witness
Yeah.
and making
It
all
ma-
these concessions.
imagine these facts in the hands of Mr. Jackson or Mr. Alessi. Oh, holy crap.
Yeah, imagine if Proctor had talked to Morrissey and the McCabe's and the Alberts, you know, and not just once or twice, but no, you know, they got their own parole officers, they got their own liaisons to talk to the police office with.
Wow. This is...
Actually physically go to drug court because it's on pause until this case is over, right?
Correct. I go in front of a judge maybe every 3 months.
Okay. And every time you go in front of Judge Maybe, well, tell me, what happens when you go in front of Judge Maybe?
They just put it out another 3 months.
Do they ask you when the trial in this case is going to be?
They never asked me.
All right. But they're putting it off until the trial's over, right?
Correct.
Because what happens is going to depend on if you testify at this trial, correct?
Correct.
And if you testify truthfully at this trial, then you are not going to go to prison, correct?
Correct.
Idiot question. Your question should be, if you testify according to the deal with the state, you don't go to prison. Not if you testify truthfully, you will not go. Oh, you moron.
And it's the people here at this table that decide if you testified truthfully, correct?
Objection.
Well, who makes the decision if your testimony was truthful?
The fucking jury, idiot. Oh.
What trial? Where are we at? Who are we? What?
Okay, treatise tells me to keep.
I have no clue.
So if you got up here and testified today, I never bought pills from Robbie, I never gave pills to Carmen, would you?
I'm Carmen.
I'm sorry, I never gave pills to Kouri. Would you still be not charged in drug court? Everything would be fine? You'd just be done?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that one.
All right. So one of the conditions of your release is that there were certain people that you were not to have any communication with, right?
Correct.
And one of those people was Nick Von Savage, correct?
I'm not 100% sure.
Well, let me show you. It's been marked as IMPCL 7. Right here where it says the defendant is ordered.
Just wait for the next question after you read it.
Yeah, read it and then I'll ask you the question.
That is correct.
Okay. So one of your conditions was you were not to have any contact with Nick Von Savage.
Correct.
You weren't to talk to Nick Von Savage.
Correct.
But you did talk to Nick Von Savage. You've been talking to him for the last 3 years, correct?
Correct. It was only until I had the ankle monitor on that I was not to have contact with my kids or Nick Von Savage. It says right there with the ankle monitor on. I have the ankle monitor on for a year.
Okay. That's not what that says.
Maybe I misread it.
I think you misread it. So these were...
Ms. Lewis, we're asking her about her recollection. So if you'd follow up on that.
All right. So your recollection is it was only when you had the ankle monitor on you couldn't have contact?
Correct.
All right.
Because I had to go back and get permission to even talk to my daughters.
Well, did you have permission to talk to your daughters, or it was just you weren't to see your daughters in person?
I couldn't go down the canyon at all.
Right. And later that changed and you were allowed to go see them in person?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. But take a look at this again. Does this, and then tell me, did the ankle monitor have anything to do with not talking to Nick Von Savage?
Is to install GPS ankle monitor on the defendant prior to her release. The defendant was ordered to no contact with Kouri Yeah, I'm confused on that, but
Just some people have to read out loud.
So it doesn't say in there that the ankle monitor is connected to not having conversations with Nick Von Savage, fair?
I think that's where I was confused with combines in the top of the second sentence.
So you weren't to have conversations or contact with Nick Von Savage?
Correct.
But you have had conversations with him throughout the last 3 years. He's your best friend, right?
Correct.
And you talk to him, well, I don't know that you talk to him a lot anymore, but you talk to him all the time at first. All right, so you didn't pay any attention to that condition?
No, I don't think I recall talking to Nick until he graduated drug court. Because it says that I'm not supposed to have any contact with any people in drug court.
Right, but Nick graduated from drug court before you were even arrested in April of 2023,
I'm not quite
correct?
sure when he graduated.
All right. If in fact he did graduate by April of 2023, you still weren't to have contact with him because he was a witness in this case, correct?
Oh, I don't recall that.
All right, I'm just going to ask you one more time. It says here you're not supposed to have contact with him, correct?
Correct.
And you have had contact with him throughout, correct?
Throughout a couple of years, yes.
Okay.
this is also quite important. She has had contact with another witness in this case who she was actively banned from having contact with.
Yeah, so they couldn't corroborate their stories, so they couldn't,
Yeah.
do this kind of thing, and she's
Um,
actively flouting rules.
Candy Wrapper, do you know if this was handled pre-trial? If they tried to exclude these two witnesses because of contact? Let me know if you know that.
Well, let me ask you, yesterday it came up that Kouri Richins wrote you a couple of letters saying you'd completed community service that you hadn't really completed, right?
Yes.
You asked Kouri to write those letters for you, correct?
I asked Kouri if she could, yes.
All right. So you asked her, even though I haven't done community service, will you write letters saying I did?
Correct.
All right. So that's how you got those letters?
Yes.
All right. So, Carmen, isn't it fair that you really don't have a memory about what happened in February and March of 2022?
What do you mean by that?
Well, when you were interviewed in 2023, you didn't remember what had happened, correct?
Correct. It's a lot to take in.
It's a lot to take in. And you didn't remember it a year after the fact. So you really don't even remember now what happened in 2022 and 2022, correct?
Rephrase your question. It kind of confuses.
You didn't remember in 2023 what happened in 2022, and you don't now remember what happened in 2022, right?
Yes and no.
It's been laid out for you by someone else, correct?
Due to data, cell phone data and everything, yes.
All right, so whatever memory you have is what was, you don't have a personal memory, it was shown to you.
No, I have partial memory.
You have a partial memory.
I have memory, yes.
All right, fair to say your memory was better 1 year after the fact than 4 years after the fact, right?
It is confusing later on, years later, yes.
Okay. And you were using and selling that whole time in drug court?
I was not using and selling the whole time.
The whole period we're talking about of February, March of 2022?
Yes.
Kouri never once asked you for fentanyl, correct?
No, not correct. I mean, yes. Wait, you confused me. Can you answer the question again?
Kouri never.
Interesting. Her gut reaction answer to that question was no.
Yeah.
And then she caught herself. If there is a mistrial, how long before? I think Utah has, you have to file for retrial within 90 days. Now, then it, of course, it can take longer, but generally retrial after mistrial, because facts doesn't change. So I would imagine that within a year at least, if this comes out as a mistrial.
Yeah, and I mean, have there been any defense motions for a mistrial that have been put in this weekend or early that we're even talking about it this
I don't
early
think
in the
so.
game, or just
don't
if
think
the
so.
jury is hung?
Yeah, if jury is hung or if something shows up. But if they have a motion in limine regarding these two witnesses having contact with each other, and the judge overruled it, then that in itself should have been appealed up to a higher court, which they can do while the case is ongoing.
Oh,
Never
and
asked you
thank
for
you.
fentanyl,
Hey, it's
true?
Ariel.
I had told her that that's what Robbie had, and she said, okay, go ahead and get it.
Let me ask the question again. Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, true?
Yes.
All right. And you bought prescription Oxycontin from Susan Kohler, correct?
Correct.
You got light green pills from Crozier sometime in February of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And then you went back and said, give me more of the same, correct?
Correct.
And the last time you went back was after Eric Richins died, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, the last purchase was made.
Or it might be that this is the first the defense heard about they having contact, or at least provably, as she admitted to it. So it might be coming. A motion in limine slash mistrial.
Yeah, because I mean that thoroughly breaks the rule of sequestration.
Yeah.
And did the state have knowledge of
Well,
the
well,
breaking
no,
of the rule?
there might not be a sequestration order. It should be, but one of her conditions for this deal is to not have contact with that other person, and clearly she has.
I wonder how the state's going to clean that up, because
Yeah.
that's pretty damning.
Mm.
9th of 2020, March 9th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
After, and you know Eric died on March 4th, correct?
It was March 5th he passed away.
I think it was March 4th, but either way, the pills
Yeah, the night between 4th and 5th. Yeah, but then she didn't go get that until March 9th.
Yeah.
So whatever she did March 9th doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So why are we talking about what she bought March 9th if it probably has nothing to do with the death of Eric?
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine at this point.
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
were after he passed away, correct? All right. And again, a year after the fact, you said numerous times, I bought pills for Mr. Crozier twice, correct?
Correct.
Now you're saying 3 times, 4 years later, correct?
Correct.
Because that's been told to you because of some data you saw, correct?
Yes, correct.
But you don't remember that.
No, I don't recall.
Okay. So after you said you were willing to cooperate, and they said you were getting a big jail get out of free card, you got your big jail get out of free card so far, right?
Correct.
Because you have not been in jail for the past 3 years.
Correct.
And you haven't had to go to drug court anymore, correct?
Correct.
And all you do is wait to see how your testimony goes to find out what happens, correct?
Correct.
You're not being drug tested, correct?
Correct.
Even though you're on probation, correct?
Correct.
And your probation consists of in the morning you say hi to Detective Maynard and he says lobber.
We just text back and forth. If I'm leaving town, I tell him I'm leaving town. If I'm here, you know.
Okay, so you tell him if you're leaving town. Are you
still keep tabs? He still keeps tabs on me no matter where I'm at. He has my work schedule. He has everything.
He does have your work schedule.
Yes.
And you've been allowed to move to Las Vegas, correct?
Yes.
So because of your cooperation, you got out of going to drug court, correct?
Correct.
You got your probation transferred to Summit County with Detective Maynard, correct?
Correct.
You got to stop your drug testing, correct?
Correct.
You got to move to Vegas, correct?
Correct, but I'm not living in Vegas. I'm living here.
You're here right now.
Judge maybe approved me to move to Vegas, but I'm still here in Utah.
You haven't moved to Vegas yet?
No.
Okay. You've been allowed to.
You approved? They approved a person on probation for something that can result in a prison sentence of up to life to leave the fucking state?
While she's on pause and not getting
Yeah.
any drug tests, but she was pretty much, and we can agree, a screw up for the initial first half of her drug court. So
what we can guess is that she will do a munch, and the moment I would imagine, regardless of what happens in this trial, guilty, not guilty, hung jury, she will fuck off the moment they say, yeah, you can now leave, your subpoena is done. She's going to take off.
yeah.
Go to Vegas numerous times.
Yeah, candy wrapper. Information on how much. It depends on the minimum calculation. Now, the felonies is 5 to life and stuff like that. So the maximum theoretical is up to life. Now, if you calculate her priors with those charges, yeah, I believe the state recommendation is 7 years. So that is the differences, because theoretically she's facing life in prison. Practically, she's facing around 7 years. Either way, she doesn't want to spend any time in prison.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite obvious, but I do think that the most damning thing is the witness, that her cooperating with other witnesses.
Yeah,
And and I like that she's summarizing here. If she could have just touched on these and then done one of these summary questions.
And remember, we have played this in 1.5 speed. Everything has gone much slower in real time in court. Much, much slower. And again, ended yesterday with these major points that actually impeaches the state. This, what she brings up here, would have been excellent at recross after the state tried to rehabilitate this witness, and then just boom, and then off we fuck.
To visit, though, right?
Correct.
All right. And you haven't done any time for any of the crimes that you committed, correct?
Correct. I was incarcerated. I stayed in jail for 23 days.
Well,
That's it.
23 days when you were arrested in April of 2023.
Yes.
And it was during that time period you were in jail because you were getting your story together with Detectives Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll.
Yes.
Okay. And the pills that you bought from Mr. Kouri, you don't know what those pills were, correct?
He had told me he had fentanyl.
You didn't look at the pills, correct?
No, I didn't sit there and play with them. No.
You didn't know what they were, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have them tested.
No.
Okay. You didn't take any, you said?
No.
Correct.
Correct.
You did or you did not sell them to anyone else?
I did not sell them to anyone else.
Okay. You know what happened to those pills, correct?
I don't know who picked them up, if that's what you're asking.
Right. You don't know who took those pills, correct?
Correct.
And you have, sitting here today, absolutely no information about what happened to Eric Richins other than that what you were told that he died of a fentanyl overdose.
Correct.
And you have no idea what happened the night that Eric Richins died.
I do not.
And you have no knowledge if Ms. Richins killed Eric Richins.
I do not.
Can I just have a moment?
Not a bad ending. If it happened fucking yesterday or Thursday. All right, redirect.
Just listen to the questions. Thank you.
Scott, can you bring up Exhibit 8-11, please?
For the witness.
For the witness and counsel, Your Honor.
Okay. One moment. There you are.
Your Honor, the state moves 8-11 into evidence.
I don't need version.
8-11 is admitted and published.
Ms. Lauber, can you see 8-11?
Yes, I can.
Do you recognize that? I know you said you didn't earlier, but has Mr. Moffitt shown you that exhibit?
I don't recall seeing them yet, but I know they were given to me. They were given to him.
And their date, did you see April the 19th, 2024? Do you think they were given to him? Or do you know what day they were given to him?
I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Put your ass in front of the
Actually,
microphone.
Scott, can you put that back up? I think some of the jurors are still reading.
Yeah, stop doing the pee dance with your hands in your pocket. I know.
Mr. Mark Moffat. Okay, so this is the state's attorney's office. Dear Mr. Moffat, I write concerning your client Carmen Marie Lauber. As you know, Kouri Richins is charged in blah, 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 with numerous criminal counts related to the aggravated murder. The state of Utah alleges that Kouri Richins poisoned her husband with fentanyl, resulting in his death. Summit County Attorney Margaret Olsen advised me that Ms. Lauber is a material trial witness for the prosecution. Ms. Olsen asked that the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Utah provide Ms. Lauber immunity for prosecution for her involvement in supplying the lethal fentanyl to Kouri Richins. So this is
The original reaching out, I guess.
yeah, April 19th, 2024. No, this is them asking the feds to not prosecute her.
Ah,
For Ms. Lauber's candid cooperation, full transparency, and truthful testimony in the state prosecution of Kouri Richins. The United States agree not to pursue federal criminal charges against Ms. Lauber relating to her sales of illicit fentanyl to Kouri Richins between, January 1st and March 10th, 2022. Could we discuss full transparency here? because I don't think she told the feds, or anybody has told the feds thus far, that she, despite court order to not have conversations with this other dude, have talked to him repeatedly for the past 3 years.
Yeah, this is not showing the state in a good light at all.
Yeah.
And this
why-
case doesn't have a smoking gun. The state has to be very careful.
Yeah. And why does the state want this in? I hope during recross they bring up the full transparency. You haven't told anybody until today that you have had repeated contact with another witness. Is
Ms. Lauber, do you recall testifying yesterday that you met with prosecutors a few times over the past few weeks to prepare for testifying in court?
Yes.
Was your lawyer present with you every single minute of every single meeting?
Yes.
Do you recall yesterday mentioning that you had anxiety?
Yes.
Have you seen a medical doctor for that anxiety?
Not recently, no. Not
Have you ever seen one?
I did in the beginning of drug court, yes.
Did you receive a diagnosis of anxiety?
Yes.
And did you receive any treatment prescription?
Yes, a non-narcotic, a boost bar.
A boost bar?
I can't remember exactly what it's called.
Can you describe it?
It's just a little white oval pill. Looks like a little bar. I have them in my purse out in the car.
All good. Was that your personal physician that you consulted with?
In drug court, yes. They provided one through Sacramento. Anybody who needed meds through drug court, they provided her because they were non-narcotic kinds.
Understood.
and those that stopped taking?
From the time of your entry into drug court in September 2021 until your arrest in April of 2023, did you continue to behave like an active drug addict?
In the beginning, I'm kind of confused with just.
From the day you entered drug court until the time you were arrested, did you still behave a lot like an active drug addict?
I'm kind of confused on that one.
Well, did you occasionally use drugs?
Yes.
Did you lie about using drugs?
Yes, an active user will lie.
Right. Were your lies to interviewers consistent with being an active drug user?
Yes.
Have you been clean since you were arrested in April 2023?
Yes.
And that same day you...
Yeah, but you haven't tested her for over 2 years.
Yeah, so
And
how
we're
do we
supposed to
know?
believe her on her word?
Yeah, especially, look, congratulations if she is clean, but she had
Yeah.
a hard time with it. So I need proof. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, when you've been an addict that long, it isn't atypical for you to relapse,
Yeah.
to be doing really, really
Relapse.
good.
It's not like, because if you have been, as she said, since 6th grade, you don't just, and now I'm a truth teller.
Yeah.
You were arrested was the day that detectives, or was it the day that detectives told you that Eric Richins died of a fentanyl overdose?
The day I was arrested, no.
When was it?
I was in jail for a couple of days till they came to see me.
So a couple days.
Yes.
You didn't use in jail, right?
No.
So you've been clean since detectives told you that Eric Richins died of a fentanyl overdose.
Yes.
Prove it. Show the test. Oh,
Has your
right.
memory
They're on and
become
on.
cleaner? Sorry, has your memory become clearer since you've been clean?
Yes.
That's not how memory work. If your brain is scrambled at the time, you can't remember what didn't stick at the time.
Yeah.
What a load of bullshit. Your memory became clearer as you were. No. That's bullshit.
You can bolster your memory by having clear, concrete evidence, but your memory as such does not become clearer.
Yeah.
No, you can you can start looking objectively at information,
Mhm.
you know.
Yeah, but that is not a memory. That is a planted information that the
Yes.
brain then made into a memory. That's not memory from that time. It is memory created by, oh, you're looking at, yeah, I had to have sold that day because here I see money on my account, and you're telling me fentanyl. Yeah, sure, that was happened.
Yeah, it I wish they had gone through and shown us her cell
Mm.
phone data.
Mm. Yeah, but they haven't brought the Cellbrite guy in yet, despite having 2 people certified on Cellbrite on the stand so far.
Yeah, or you thought you would have brought in Nick or someone else or his cell phone as
Yeah.
well.
Memory become clearer as you've had more clear as it relates to everything we're talking about here?
Yes.
Has it become clearer as you've had more time to process your involvement in Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
Has your memory become clearer as you've reviewed phone records, photographs, Facebook messages, and other materials with
If this was the other way around and she was charged, the prosecution would definitely argue, but you don't have a personal recollection. You only remember after what you saw on. Yeah, that refreshed my
Yeah.
recollection. No, that you are making new memories up as you gain information, not the other way around. And they would
And
probably have a memory expert testifying to it if
well,
she was the
yeah.
one on the stand. I know if she was the one accused.
Well, you would think that the state would have, again, had people, explain what drug court is,
Mhm.
explain this, kind of walk the jury through so
Mhm.
by the time Carmen takes the stand, you
Mhm.
have a general understanding of what you're getting with Carmen, that you're going to get, muddled representations of things, that she will have to be kind of prompted with, hard facts and evidence ab- about what happened during those time periods. She was an active user. There are ways that both sides could have approached this witness so much better, and I
Yeah,
am confused why it didn't happen.
yeah.
your attorneys?
Yes.
Are there times, though, you still get confused about dates?
Yes.
And are there times you still confuse details between various drug buys?
Yes.
In the 6 or 7 interviews with detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard, did those detectives repeatedly stress to you their need to corroborate any information that you provided?
Yes.
And did you repeatedly stress to them how much you loved Eric and how much he did not deserve what happened to him?
Correct.
So exactly how did they two know each other? I mean, yeah, housekeeper. She was the aunt's housekeeper who occasionally cleaned their house and properties.
Well, I mean, it is a small town still.
Yeah,
Didn't we start this trial or this trial stream saying it was like
yeah,
2,100?
yeah,
So maybe there's more kind of acquaintance
yeah,
knowledge because of it being so small.
yeah.
Do you recall testifying yesterday, and again today actually, where detectives said that you could get a big, giant get out of free jail card?
Correct.
Do you recall what you said to detectives immediately after that?
I don't.
If I would show you a transcript of that interview, would that refresh your recollection on that point?
Yes.
Scott, can you please publish 8-59, page 113, lines 11 through 15? Ms. Lauber, if you could read that and then let me know once you've read that.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
After the detective said, do you realize you could get a big get out of jail free card? What did you tell them?
I told them that even if that was the case, I felt like I still need to step up and take accountability if this is really what happened to Eric.
Thank you. considering the 6 or 7 interviews with detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard, in their full and fair context, did you think at the time, do you think now that detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard were trying to plant information into your memory?
Your Honor, objection to speculation.
Overruled.
No, I do not.
Do you think that they were trying to help you recall information from your memory?
Yes.
You've reviewed all of those transcripts, and just to be sure, is it April 27th? Do you have the binders up there?
I do have them.
Is it April 27th?
You may need to help her out.
That's okay, we've touched them all. We don't have to review them.
Yes, hold on.
Were all of those transcripts accurate? Transcripts of your interviews with Detectives O'Driscoll, Maynard, and Miss Whistler?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state's marked the April 27th, 2023 interview as 8:57. The May 2nd, 2023 interview is 8:58. The May 3rd interview as 8:59. The May 4th is 8:60. The May 10th is 8:61. The May 12th is 8:62. The May 13th is 8:63. The state moves 8:57 through 8:63 into evidence.
Oh, really? Now they are entering the entire interviews.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Interesting that they waited until redirect to do that.
This has been such a weird procedural case for when
Yeah.
they admit things.
Yeah. So during cross-examination, they made the defense pick and choose. Now everything is in. Now the defense doesn't have to pick and choose anymore because it's all admitted. So that, I mean, it's a good tactics from the states that don't give them ammo. And then once cross-examination, once they realized, oh, they were boring the ever-living fuck out of everybody for combined 6 hours, now we can enter these into evidence.
Yeah.
And you never know what the jury will get stuck on. We've seen cases with no evidence whatsoever reach a guilty verdict. We have also seen cases with a lot of evidence reach a not guilty verdict.
Yeah. I mean, even the Uvalde, while I thought the defense did a great job,
Yeah.
juries are wild animals. You don't know
Yeah.
what they see or what they're going to be judging by or what's going to be important to them.
Yeah.
We haven't had a chance to go through these transcripts. They're loaded with hearsay. So unless there's time to go through and redact and determine what's hearsay and what's not hearsay, we're going to go.
I'm going to not rule on that motion at this time. There are multiple rules of evidence we need to have a conversation about there. So if there's any other foundation you want to lay, I'm not suggesting that you need to, one way or the other, do that now, but we'll have that legal discussion at a later time.
Understood, Your Honor. I don't need to lay any additional foundation.
Understood.
Ms. Lauber, at bottom. Let me back up half a step. Your Honor, can we have that legal discussion during the lunch break?
Yes.
Because it
May impact.
may impact additional redirect.
Understood.
Ms. Lauber, at bottom, did you purchase drugs at Kouri Richins' request 4 times?
Correct.
Did you deliver drugs either hand-to-hand or by placing them somewhere at Kouri Richins' request to Kouri Richins 4 times?
Correct.
Did you testify yesterday and today truthfully to the best of your recollection?
Yes.
What do you think happens to you if you did not testify truthfully?
Everything I have on would be revoked.
And what happens then?
I go to prison.
For how long?
A long time.
Ms. Lewis, with the reservation that Mr. Bloodworth just made on the record about the potential for additional redirect depending on the court's ruling on the state's motion to admit the transcripts. Anything further from Ms. Lauber at this time?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. let's just have that discussion immediately, if you don't mind, Mr. Bloodworth. Folks, let's let you stretch your legs. We're not going to recess for lunch just yet. There may be a few more questions for Ms. Love. Thank you.
Okay, let's listen to the legal discussion.
Lawyers, please don't talk to anybody about that. Okay. Current state of affairs. The state has moved to admit 857 through 863, which is a series of transcripts of interviews between of Ms. Lauber by other government officials. None of those were subject to cross-examination, right?
No.
They were all just interviews.
At the time, no.
Correct.
At the time, they were not subject to cross.
Okay. So they are categorically hearsay that will need an exception for, or another rule that would allow them to be admitted, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The defendant objects to hearsay. If you would respond to that and then tell me which rule you think they come in under.
I like this, Judge.
I really do like this judge. He's been very clear. He has a very soothing voice, but he's also very knowledgeable. I like thoughtful judges that don't get upset when both sides argue, but sits there and listens and is very thoughtful. And I thought he's been pretty thoughtful to both sides.
Yeah. And he has this voice that makes women slide off bar stools.
True. It'll be the first and only time I actually watch and not fast forward through the jury instructions at the end of the trial.
He can read a phone book and get women to line up.
Yes.
Your Honor, the defense has cherry-picked certain statements that Carmen Lauber made to impeach her credibility.
Yeah, that's called impeachment material.
Yeah.
That does not automatically say that all of it will go in, even on the rule of completeness. If it's still hearsay, you have to remove those parts.
To rehabilitate her credibility, the state needs to enter all of the interviews because they show essentially an ongoing iterative discussion, which when you understand the full arc of,
so you're arguing rule of completeness.
That she is being credible. While she may be confused, she is not untruthful. So the full scope of Ms. Carmen Lauber's statements need to be admitted for rehabilitation purpose. Any other statements by, the questions essentially, right, by the various interviewers, that all goes to the effect on Ms. Lauber.
Everything you say is true, but I still have to contend with Utah rules of evidence. And so they are out-of-court statements. You could call the other half of those conversations, Detective Maynard, Detective O'Driscoll, presumably maybe the federal official, and ask how this went. And if they didn't remember, you could refresh their recollection. All I need to contend with right now, and it is a genuine question, I don't think I have a basis to just admit them wholesale. There may be a basis for you to ask Ms. Lauber about other prior consistent statements that she's made to rebut the argument from the defense of a recent fabrication. And I'm not suggesting otherwise, but we can't do it through the wholesale. We can't do that through the wholesale admission of the transcripts.
I like this, Judge. Yeah. Mr. Bloodworth, you knew this. You were asked, give the judge the rules of exceptions, the rule of completeness, present state. You have a bunch of exceptions to the hearsay rule that you can use. They might not work, but use them. I'm sure he's been through trials with a lot of exceptions. But Mo has issues with her internet, so sometimes it just breaks off. Hopefully she can rejoin us.
I guess I disagree with that.
I guess how can I overcome the hearsay problem that is being raised? They are out-of-court statements being made for the being admitted for the truth of the matter, right?
No, they're being admitted to rehabilitate.
Well, but if what she says in the prior things isn't true, it doesn't rehabilitate her. So the truth is what matters, correct?
No, in rebutting.
Yeah, so now the state argues with the judge. Let me go back a bit because I think you want to hear this. Well,
Yes, thanks.
The judge's argument.
That is being raised. They are out-of-court statements being made from the defense of a recent fabrication, and I'm not suggesting otherwise, but we can't do it through the wholesale. We can't do that through the wholesale admission of the transcripts.
Your Honor, I guess I disagree with that.
I guess how can I overcome the hearsay problem that is being raised? They are out-of-court statements being made for the being admitted for the truth of the matter, right?
No, they're being admitted to rehabilitate.
Well, but if what she says in the prior things isn't true, it doesn't rehabilitate her. So the truth is what matters, correct?
No, in rebutting recent fabrication, what matters is the full arc of the discussion to show that this was not a recent fabrication. That if you understand Carmen Lauber's statements, not cherry-picked, but over the scope of a series of interviews over 2 weeks or whatever it is, you can understand that she is credible and not recently fabricated.
I need you to tell me how this comes in over a hearsay objection or through some other rule regarding prior statements of a witness, if they're out-of-court statements.
I don't know. I start with this. They are out-of-court statements. Yes, the state is not offering them for the truth of the matter asserted in Carmen Lauber's statements. The state is offering them not to say what she's saying back then is true. We're saying the opposite, actually. We're saying that a lot of what she said back then, we're not offering for the truth. We're not offering Carmen Lauber's statements to show that she had 3 drug deals. We're offering Carmen Lauber's statements to show, regardless of whether they were true or not, this is the evolution of
her
the
Pokemon?
detectives.
This is not an exception argument. You're saying, I wanna.
Yeah, also, it's not for the truth, but we want to show the evolution of how she got nearish the truth.
Yeah, but you have to argue the truth of the matter to rehabilitate the impeachment the defense did when she clearly had different memories, changed her story. Then you have to argue the truth of the matter by showing evidence that she did speak the truth.
Is anyone else smelling burning toast? Because none of, both of their argument, this judge needs all the vodka at the end of the day.
Of her providing information to the detectives, whether or not that information is true. Because the defense in impeaching Carmen Lauber has suggested that the investigators were planting information with Carmen Lauber.
And you can call those people to testify subject to cross-examination to say that's not how it went at all. And the evolution of them was X, Y, and Z.
And I think putting in the transcripts does the same thing, and there's no hearsay problem.
No, it's hearsay because you don't have these witnesses. Now, this tells me the state do not want these investigators on the stand.
Yeah.
They want the transcripts instead, because you can cross-examine transcripts. You can cross-examine witnesses. And the state really don't want these witnesses in. Yeah, as Brooklyn says, lay a foundation for, then it is not hearsay anymore. Have them. Do you remember this? Of course he does, because every cop has perfect recollection of everything on direct examination, not so much on cross-examination. Yes. This is a bad argument.
Statements that are not hearsay. 801 D1A.
Yeah, that's why I asked about the cross-examination problem, right? The prior statement has to have been cross-examined, right? Under D01, the declarant testified. Sorry.
No, subject to cross without a
801 D1A, right?
She testified about the prior interview statements.
Where's the inconsistency?
She has been cross-examined about the prior statements, and the statement is inconsistent with the declarant's testimony.
But that's the foundation you haven't laid.
Yeah. You need to lay foundation.
As only a YouTube layperson, I even know that.
Yeah. But, yeah. Now, I do say that he's a good attorney. He just don't want these guys to testify, and he's trying to do a reach around. No, not a reach around. That's something completely different. Circumvent to be
A workaround.
He's trying to do a workaround to circumvent, to lay a foundation, which he basically only can do with the people doing the statements, which are the cops. Yes, of course. Here's Dave. Hello, Dave.
I
Reach
mean, it
around
is somewhat apropos, depending on your general opinion of police and the state working together.
Now, if this was in Massachusetts, the word reach around would be absolutely correct, because it's a bunch of circle jerk fuckers over there.
Yeah, I mean, they reach more than the blind.
Yeah.
The interviews are, B1B, inconsistent with the declarant's testimony. We have that.
But I'm not sure you do. Like, these transcripts are 100 pages long, maybe less, maybe more. There's how many of them? There isn't foundation for all of these statements being inconsistent with her sworn testimony.
Consistent, no, I'm sorry.
Sure, D1B, that's fine.
D1B is consistent with.
Right, and there isn't foundation for all of them being consistent either. You just have to lay foundation. That's the problem with the wholesale admission. It may be that we just need to do this piecemeal, maybe call Carmen Law back. I'm not suggesting that there are not pieces of these transcripts that are admissible. There certainly are likely to be pieces of these transcripts that are admissible as a non-hearsay exhibit. Wholesale admission, there is not foundation for that. Yeah.
Your Honor, I think the consistency comes in the arc of the statements. That's where the consistency rests. Sure, we have individual sentences. This is an ongoing interview, right? It might have taken place over the course of several days, but it is an ongoing interview. And to appreciate the consistency of the interview, the giant interview, the jury, that is the consistent statement. That is consistent with her testimony. Her testimony being that this is generally what happened. I might be confused on days. I might be confused on details between various buys. But she is, in the great arc of her interview, she is consistent. And you have to understand the great arc of her interview to appreciate that consistency.
And forgive me, I just want to make sure the record is clear on the scale of what the state is asking here. So if somebody could please give me the page counts for each of these exhibits.
Looking at it.
And I appreciate that. I guess it is somewhat voluminous. And the jury, it might go back to the jury room and they're like, too much. We're not even touching it.
That's not my concern.
Yeah, judge is getting annoyed. Are you hearing my words, Mr. Prosecutor? You need to lay foundation. I can't admit these wholesale as all of these are consistent statement because we don't know. You have to lay foundation for it. Then you admit that part, just as you did towards the defense or force the defense to. The same rule applies to you.
Yeah, and it's again, I wonder, I know we don't typically reach out to the family, but I do wonder how the family feels about the way the state is presenting this.
Yeah.
And
can you just go to the last page of each of these exhibits?
Your Honor, I'm slow getting exhibit by exhibit. I'm getting numbers up.
Okay.
And Your Honor, maybe just to put a finer point on the Rule 801 B1B, there is the recently fabricated piece, but really the defense's argument is acted from a recent improper influence or motive. And, seasoned throughout the entire scope of the interviews, the defendant is consistent.
Then it would be really fucking easy to lay foundation for it.
Yeah, I mean, even if they have to take up more time, put in the videos of the recorded interviews,
Yeah.
and you have to walk back with her.
Yeah. I get the notion that he really don't want the officers up there because one of them is also her parole officer. That's interesting. So the reward of not drug testing her for over 2 years, is that so she will keep her word? Or is that so you will avoid her being caught? I mean, there's a lot of stuff to really make these officers look really, really bad. Especially that statement, we need you to provide the information to get her convicted. Not, gotta tell us the truth. No, he said the silent part out loud.
Or not, we have evidence that puts you in there.
Yeah.
We want you to explain your part because right now you're looking at sitting with Kouri right
Yeah.
next to her.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many, but I mean, I have a hard yeah, sir, just call them to the stand. The officers, lay the foundation. And because you're there for the truth. Not, yeah.
Testimony.
I understand the state's position. I still need those numbers, and then Ms. Lewis will give you the benefit of the record.
I just can tell you there's 932 pages of transcripts.
Combined.
Combined, yes.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, anything else for the record?
932 pages.
I agree.
Okay. So the issue currently before the court is the state's motion to admit proposed exhibits 857 through 863, which constitute 932 pages of certified transcript of interviews by law enforcement and other government officials of Carmen Lauber in 2023. Correct, Mr. Glover?
Yes.
Okay. The state has offered those as exhibits. Defendant objects that they constitute hearsay, not subject to any exception. In response, the state points to the definition of hearsay under 801 and argues that these 932 pages are categorically not hearsay under 801D1B, which states that a declarant witness's prior statement is not hearsay when the declarant testifies and is subject to cross-examination about a prior statement. That occurred here on the record through Ms. Lewis's cross-examination of Ms. Lauber regarding these prior interviews, and the statement seeking to be admitted, the out-of-court statement under D1B, is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut an express or implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated it or acted from a recent improper influence or motive, and so testifying. The state makes a persuasive argument that admission of Ms. Lauber's consistent statements from the interview transcripts would be appropriate to rebut the implications by the defense that she has recently fabricated or acted from a recent improper influence or motive in testifying on the record in this trial. But the state simply hasn't laid foundation for a conclusion that all 932 pages constitute statements that are consistent with the declarant's testimony here. For two reasons. One, I don't have a basis to rule that all of those 932 pages are consistent, and it's entirely possible that many of those 932 pages are unrelated, not consistent or inconsistent, and therefore would be need to be analyzed under a 403 balancing test regarding probative value and things like unfair prejudice, misleading the jury, or wasting time. So based upon the foundation laid so far, the court simply doesn't have a basis to rule that all 932 pages being offered are not hearsay. In so ruling, the court acknowledges that there is likely portions of each of these interviews that is consistent and would be admissible under 801D1B. I just don't have that designation in front of me at the moment. Ms. Lewis, anything further? Okay. May not be the last time we have this conversation, Mr. Bloodworth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Got it well.
Understood. All right. With that ruling, anything else for Ms. Lauber?
Your Honor, not today. Can I propose, though, that we keep her under subpoena? We will address the interview transcripts and then revisit this.
Understood. I'll tell her that on the record. Okay. May we invite Ms. Lauber back in, please?
Your Honor, can the court advise her that because she's being held, she still can't talk about her testimony?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Now, we kind of know that the defense listened to the advice that has been going on across the interwebs because of spray tan defense attorney. I'm sure they really want her back there to really compress, because there are some scathing opinions out there about this cross-examination.
Yeah, and I will say
And
that
there are,
I don't think
sorry.
that the state came out looking rosy either, so I think
Mm.
that both sides need to rehabilitate
Yeah.
their what they're trying to build with this witness. Now,
Mm.
the defense is trying to build that she is unreliable, that she had most of the things fed to her by the state, and
Mm.
that she's willing to do anything to save her skin. Now, the
Mm.
state needs to combat all of those things, which seem to be pretty obvious in the special treatment that she got,
Yeah.
in the bolstering help that she got, in the 7 to 8, interviews where she could keep correcting what she got
Mm.
wrong.
Mm. And the state are fully capable of doing that, but they have to show this is a consistent statement with what she has testified to thus far with these interviews. It's not a wholesale, as the judge explained. But I think the underlying issue here is I don't think the state wants to call the officers. But they kind of have to, because if they don't, the defense will. And then you're opening up a whole new can of worms. Or they won't call them at all and say, look at the state. They didn't even call the investigators. All right. Hi, Erin. All right. And they're off to lunch. Let's see. Let's see here. And then it's a new witness. She looks nice. Let's see here. How much? 419 to... So it's 2 hours, plus then they remove the undercover cop. And then part 2 of this is around 50 minutes. What I will do, it will take the next witness as well.
Okay.
And then we will save the rest for Monday morning.
Sounds like a good plan, because that way we still have a little bit, but we aren't trying to shove it in and then running behind.
Yeah, because folks, we've been streaming today for 5 hours. The final part of day 4 and morning of day 5, and now the first witness after lunch, day 5. We've been at it today. We've been doing good. We should pat ourselves on the shoulder and ask the audience, if you wouldn't mind, hit the thumbs up, folks. Subscribe if you haven't. And if you are a person that likes to go more than one time a day to Starbucks, I would gladly accept one of those Starbucks so we can keep the show running. We do have costs. Thank you. And you can do that via Super Chat, gifted memberships, buy me a coffee,
Folks, you can feel free to have a seat.
Cash
Thank
App, PayPal.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Anna Isbell.
This is Isbell. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pleas and penalties of perjury? Have a seat.
What in the duck lips is this?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. What is your name?
Anna Isbell?
Do you spell your last name I-S-B-E-L-L?
Yes.
Do you know who Kouri Richins is?
Yes.
How?
Knew her from high school?
Isbell, I apologize for interrupting. Turn the mic towards you a little bit. You can sit wherever you're comfortable. It's easier to move the mic. Take it up.
Knew her from high school? Just living in the same area?
Do you know who Hayden Jeffs was?
Yes.
Who was he in relation to you?
My significant other for 13 years.
And he passed, didn't he? And it was a
Oh,
motorcycle
this
accident.
is biker and biker chic.
Oh, I thought his name was Jeff, though.
Yeah.
Or is it Hayden Jeff?
Let's just keep listening.
I can see you're nodding.
Yes, sorry. Try not to say yes because it'll start making me cry. But yes, he did.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry. Do you know whether Hayden Jeffs knew Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Did they know each other?
Yes.
How did they know each other?
He did a handyman work for her.
Were you with Hayden Jeffs on January the 22nd, 2022, when he received a call from Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Did you overhear that call on speakerphone?
Yes.
What on that phone call, if anything, did you hear Kouri Richins ask Hayden Jeffs?
For something for a client. I don't remember what it started with, the T or a P. We didn't know what it was. I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, I don't know who brought it up or how it got around to that. Hayden was just saying, fuck that client. Fentanyl? What? Fuck that. Fuck that.
Your Honor, your side.
Hayden's statements, Mr. Bloodworth.
No.
Your Honor,
Pause for 1 second. This is Bill. My apologies.
effect on Kouri Richins?
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jeff's side of this conversation, as related by Ms. Isbell, that's an out-of-court statement that you cannot consider for its truth. The only reason you can consider it is for context for whatever Ms. Richins may have said in response after hearing it. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir.
I interrupted you. Did you want to say anything else about that?
Okay, after Mr. Jeff said that, how did Ms. Richins respond?
She said, okay, thank you. I'll go.
Was there a second call then?
No.
Okay. Did you hear any other of the discussions between Ms. Richins and Mr. Jeffs?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. So this is the woman who claimed that she heard this on speakerphone with her drug-dealing boyfriend. Do you have any deal in this, Miss Isabel? Jezebel? Yeah.
Yeah. Does she have any implications? Was she offered any immunity to give these test or statements?
We're about to find out, I guess.
Now, typically, I will say the state tends to, in trials, get that out of the way first.
Yeah.
Where you offered. So by not bringing that out, they're implying that she came to them with this information kind of her own free will.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see through the defense if she was also persuaded to testify.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Anna.
Afternoon. Don't know about good, but afternoon.
Afternoon. I'm Wendy Lewis. We met, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say, I start by saying I'm very sorry for your loss, Peyton. I know that's been very difficult for you. Now, you, of course, have been called as a witness for the state, right?
Mm-hmm.
And was there a time,
Yes.
And did they reach out to you a couple of months ago to try and get you to come in and meet with them?
Yeah, I've tried multiple times.
Multiple times. All right. I'm going to show you just for what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1002.
Is this one of these times where they say, if you're not coming in voluntarily, we're going to jail you?
Yeah, that could explain her demeanor. She does not look like she wants to be there. But it could also be that talking about this is very close to her grief with her her ex. So
Should go see.
Anna, do you recognize those text messages?
Yes.
Were those text messages from your phone?
Yes.
And they were between you and Detective O'Driscoll, is that right?
Yes.
So your texts are in blue, is that correct?
Yes.
And his are in black?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that we publish that 1002 be admitted and published.
Not objection. That we publish.
Of course.
Okay. They state really don't want to know what she told the investigators originally.
Yeah, why in the world are we not?
Yeah. Sidebar counter 33. There's been not that many of them during day 4 and day 5. Day 1, 2, and 3, there were a lot of them, but not so much anymore. Okay. Skip. Might be a short testimony, but it's taking its time.
Okay. Thank you. Got a glass of water? Okay.
Katie, can you, or Your Honor,
Oh, I can.
whoever's controlling the screens?
No problem. So that's the text exchange that's been offered by the defense.
And it's just that one page.
Yes. Oh,
there we go.
Mr. Bloodworth, no rush. Take a moment. Make sure that's what the state regards as, is it 2 pages, Katie? 4. Okay.
These have to be used.
I'm sorry, Katie, I don't read that fast. Can we start at the top, please?
Oh yeah, yeah. Miss Richins has a lot of economics severed from this trial, where she has allegedly scammed a fuck ton of money out of a fuck ton of people. She's basically the female Alec Murdoch.
Yeah, I do know that her financial crimes were put into another one. I think the only semi-financial thing on this trial is the 2 counts of insurance fraud.
They mentioned the $250,000 loan, or if it was and one, if I remember correctly, Mo has the notes. The life insurance she allegedly took out in her husband's name just a short while before. That's about it that came into this trial, because she allegedly forged her husband's signature while being his attorney.
She had power of attorney, I believe, through his living trust.
Yeah.
But then he revoked that.
Then he revoked that and made his sister something of the sort.
Next page, please. Next page.
No.
I can't tell if they go backwards in time. It might go backwards in time.
Maybe.
So, as far as I'm aware, the first page is a screenshot that she sent. And then the following texts show what she screenshotted.
This is a midstream discussion. I'm sorry, Katie, can you go to the second page, please?
Counsel, I'm not persuaded that the first page of this proposed exhibit is in a form that would exist on an iPhone. Pages 2, 3, and 4 seem more consistent with how iPhone text messages exist in the world.
That's fine. All right, let's go 2, 3, and 4. We see 2, 3, and 4.
And doing some quick math here, it seems like the chronological order is something like
this
4, 2, 3. Does that sound right, Mr. Bertram?
Yeah. And just the way that I'm looking at it, Your Honor, it appears that 4 should be 1.
Right.
Then it should go to 2.
Right.
And then 3 and 4. And 1 is just kind of another screenshot off of.
We're going to get rid of 1. Yeah. So,
Okay, that's fine.
Katie, can you take a moment, carve it up, and reorder it?
Okay.
And then we'll have you take a look at it, counsel.
So this is why she was stolen. Oh, the sister is there. Eyebrow.
Oh,
No eyebrow, lady. No, folks, this is clearly a woman of the late 90s, early noughts, where it was very, very popular to just pick eyebrows down to one line. It was a really bad idea. First of all, it was really ugly back then. And then you have to tattoo or fake eyebrow, because if you only have one line of eyebrow hair, you will lose most of it.
Okay.
I know that's there.
Okay. Then page 2. Then foundation is.
Was sent.
Yes.
And his original text at the top was sent in December 30th, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded sometime later, which was sometime in January, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize all of these text messages?
Yes.
And are they accurate as far as you recall?
Can we show our pages too,
Yeah.
please?
Yes, the first one, it's 2 different. That's why it looks weird. But yes, they're all. Yes.
Okay. We now move to admit defense exhibit.
I'm sorry. Your Honor, just foundation. There's 2 different phone numbers that appear. I think we just need foundation on whose phone number is who.
One's Detective O'Driscoll's and the other one's Travis.
There's your fucking foundation.
Understand this. Lewis, could you list more foundation?
Yeah, I wasn't sure. So the first page, the 14353213618, that's Detective O'Driscoll.
I don't know his phone number off the top of my head, but
Do you recognize the text as being from him?
I think that the first one is Travis. Because I believe the first one is Travis. I don't know his number off the top of my head.
All right, let me see where there's.
I didn't say if there are other numbers.
We move to the next page, Katie. Is that a different phone number? That's the same phone number, correct?
It is not.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that one would be Travis. That
So-
one would be O'Driscoll.
Are you sure? Because they say the same thing.
The one is because I sent it to Travis to show him how Detective O'Driscoll was handling himself through this.
Oh, I
That's why,
understand.
yeah.
All right. So the first text is from Detective O'Driscoll.
What is pulled up right now? That one is.
And then that's when you sent the text.
That one's Travis. I had
To Travis.
screenshotted it to show him.
Why don't we consider these separately?
All right. So let's go to the text, the second page from Detective O'Driscoll. Take out the first page, Katie.
Oh, the investigators were assholes.
Starting right there. So let's. We can
yeah.
introduce. Is that 3 pages now?
Do we have a Proctor situation?
2. All right. If we could introduce the 2 pages of text between Ms. Isbell and Detective O'Driscoll.
Would you mind confirming with this witness what these 2 pages are?
And these 2 pages are text between you and Detective O'Driscoll, correct?
Yes.
And the black bubbles are from him, the blue are from you, correct?
Yes.
And that's an accurate representation of the text conversation you had with him at that time, correct?
Yes.
I think this is still Defense Exhibit 1007, if we could introduce, or at least mark it as 1007, this particular version.
Say it again. Well, I don't know what it is. How are we marking it?
I had to, maybe we could tell you.
So, Mr. Bloodworth, Defense Exhibit 1002A, a text message streamed between Ms. Isbell and a number ending 6267, 2-page document.
Okay, can I see the second page?
Of course.
Your Honor, no objection to the admission. We're going to need, though, before publishing to anybody, to redact the phone number except for the last 4 digits.
No problem.
That's a good idea.
I think that's the only place it appears, right? Is at the top.
Can you do that so we can still see the?
There you go.
Oh, that's on the previous page, though, right?
And then on both pages, please, Katie. Okay, we just show me page 2 again. Okay, numbers redacted. Any objection, Mr. Bleber?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense 1002A, a 2-page text stream involving phone number ending 6267 is admitted. Let me publish. Ms. Lewis, take it from there.
Thank you. All right, now as we just talked about, this was a text between you and Detective O'Driscoll.
Yes.
He sent you a text that said, so you can make our life easier and answer our calls, we can prep you on what you're going to be asked.
We can prep you. Oh, I start to understand why they desperately do not want these two jack-offs on the stand. Jesus Christ, you absolute imbeciles. You're saying the quiet part out loud.
Yeah. Are you new hires? What the hell?
Next time I knock on your door, I'll have a warrant and a catch pole for your dog, correct?
Yes.
Now, he was talking about that they reached out and asked you to come in to be prepped for your testimony.
Oh, overall.
Overall, okay.
Pause.
And
Ms. Lewis for a moment.
Your Honor, she misread the text. I know it's up there and the jury can read it for themselves. But
If they can. I mean, it's small. Yeah, can we zoom in, Katie?
Oh, please zoom in.
Yes.
Pause for 1 second. Can you folks read that?
Yeah, witness prep is standard practice from all attorneys, but these are the investigators. And it sounds bad like this, because the prepping time is just before trial, not to get them to testify at all.
Yeah, not to mention most people like dogs more than they like people. Do not attack people's dogs.
Yeah. And the prep is usually done by the prosecution, the prosecutors, investigators, not the fucking investigators.
I might have misread this one, covered him.
Yeah, I mean, the redaction might have been part of the problem, but.
Can we maybe go to...
I think because we blocked out the number, I can't see
Okay.
the first line.
All right. We'll just let the jury read it for a moment.
Your Honor, Ms. Lewis could also turn her mic back on.
Oh, that's right. Thank you, Brian. All right, let's try again. This is blocked out a little bit, but you'll be able to see it later, hopefully. So until you are needed to testify. So make your life easier and answer our calls so we can prep you on what you will be asked. Otherwise, the next time I knock on your door, I'll have a warrant and a catch pole for the dog.
Yeah,
you threaten to take somebody's dog if they... Oh, you absolute asshole.
Oh God, what in the no. Wow.
And I bet that is a dog that she and her now dead partner got together.
Yeah, this sounds like are they prepping to become ATF agents?
That's what he said, correct?
Yes.
I don't need to be prepped. Give me the time and date and I will appear. He says it's on your subpoena. You ask, is there more an exact date or a date? Do I need to be there February 23rd through March 26th? His response, we could have discussed that if you ever replied, but since you don't want to, you can plan on showing up every day at 8 o'clock. Next page. Your response, I don't need to be prepped. Give me the time and date and I will appear. So this is the same. It's repeated. It's on your subpoena, February 23rd. Plan on being there every day. And then you say, I would like it over text message so that I have exactly what you say in writing. And again, he says you're legally obligated to show up on the dates and times on the subpoena. So let's go back. First of all, what was your reaction when he sent you these text messages?
Oh, I was livid. I was very upset. I thought it was rude, inconsiderate, not how you should treat somebody that did nothing wrong.
Okay. And you were asking if he would give you an exact date to show up to court instead of telling you to be here every day, correct?
Yeah.
And he said, well, no.
Yeah.
You'd be here every day, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that's because you didn't want to come in and be prepped, correct?
I didn't want to speak to them at all.
All right. But you never refused to come in and testify because you were legally obligated to do so. Is that fair?
I never refused.
All right. Now, he said that next time I knock on your door, I'll be there with a warrant and a pull for the dog.
Mm-hmm.
So he threatened to arrest you if he had to come back to try and talk to you.
Yes.
And he said the next time. He'd been to your home before?
Yeah.
Did your dog attempt to attack O'Driscoll when he was at your home before?
No.
Is your dog a vicious dog?
He's a big dog. He's very protective, especially after Hayden's passed. He's behind a fence that you aren't supposed to open unless somebody did.
Yeah, this is the dog they got together. And this asshole cop just told her, I will be back to arrest you and get rid of your dog. Oh, you fucktard.
Yeah, no.
I don't like this cop at all.
No. And like I said, the state needs to be above reproach.
Yeah.
Sure, I don't think Kouri was a great wife from everything that I've learned, but the state needs to come at this case from moral high ground or something. They need to be blemishless, because they don't have a smoking gun. There's a lot of things that the state is counting on the jury to come up and pull all of these, disparate pieces of information and make a case. And you don't want this kind of interaction.
The psychodynamic. He's not saying he's going to take the dog away. He's talking about being able to handle the dog. I don't know that.
It was clearly to say, we will be messing with you and your dog's not going to protect you.
Yeah. And this is the same cop who got the other witness to align her story with the evidence they wanted. And she said, I will be there. Please give me an exact date so I don't have to show up every day. And he just said, fuck it. What, more or less. You can find out by yourself by showing up every day at 8, which probably interferes with her work. It's retaliation. You're muted.
Oh, I was saying, yeah, because Dingus is crying. He thinks he should be fed third breakfast.
Oh. And all of a sudden, I now understand more than any why the state seemingly do not want this asshat on the stand. Because if they have this on this investigator, imagine what else they have.
Yeah, especially with someone who's so tangential. I mean, this is a way overreach for what kind of witness she is. I mean, because basically all the state can... they can't even
say what she overheard.
Yeah, and she can't even be used for the truth of the matter asserted, just for, what Kouri was possibly in the mindset of, or what she might have been doing.
Knows him is there.
Did he attempt to bite Detective O'Driscoll?
Absolutely not.
Did he touch Detective O'Driscoll?
I don't think he's ever seen my dog. Maybe through the fence.
Through the fence. So you didn't sick your dog on Detective O'Driscoll?
Never.
All right. Okay, thank you. Now let's go back. Sorry that took so long. You recently completed rehab, right, Nana?
Yeah.
Fairly recently. I mean, it wasn't like last week, but fairly recently. And your drug of choice was alcohol. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You're doing well. No.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
How are you doing in 2022?
Sorry, what year was that even? I base my years off was Hayden dead or not at that time. I'm 2022.
Let me make it simple.
Yeah, give me a point of date.
During the time when this phone call happened, were you sober?
What phone call?
The phone call you're here to talk about between Hayden and Kouri.
I had just got done with dinner, so I think like Hayden and I had been to Sushi Blue that night. But I probably had like a drink there.
Okay. So before we get to the phone call, just a couple of other questions. So you said Hayden did handyman work for Kouri.
Yes.
Did he work on a number of projects for her? Do you know?
That I know of, yeah.
All right. And was Kouri good to him while he was working for her?
Yes.
She would help him out at times?
Yeah.
What kind of things would she help him out with?
Like just advice, helping with like she had helped him get insurance, well, like liability while he worked for her, so that she wouldn't be liable, like those kind of things.
All right.
She seemed very nice to him.
So you said in January of 2022, Hayden got a phone call. He was on speaker, and you could hear part of the call.
Mm-hmm.
Because you did go into the bathroom for some of the call, correct?
Yes.
All right. So is what you heard Kouri say that she was asking him for the Michael Jackson drug?
That was part of it.
Because you didn't know what that was, correct?
Yeah.
And were you Googling on your phone trying to figure that out during the phone call?
Going to, but I didn't because I was like trying to figure out what the first thing that she said because I thought it was a muscle relaxer. And then I was like, oh, it's Michael Jackson stuff.
So you thought she was asking for a muscle relaxant?
That was what I was thinking she was talking about.
Okay. And then you went into the bathroom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And did you ever at that call hear Kouri ask for the drug fentanyl?
I did not.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Okay. Interesting.
Mr. Bloodworth.
No, sir.
May we release this witness?
We may.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are released from the subpoena.
Awesome.
Free to go.
Thank you.
Take care. You mind taking that glass of water with you?
Yes, Hayden Jeffs died in a motorcycle accident. Believe a couple of years ago.
Okay, and not to sound like an idiot, because I'm assuming that more people have the last name Jeffs than just the Warren Jeffs, but is he at all related to them, or is that just a coincidence?
I have no idea. Okay. What interesting thus far. Let's see, we are now at 4:54. They end this at 6:12. So an hour and a half plus 50 minutes, so 2.5 hours. Yeah, we will start early tomorrow.
Yeah, and that'll give us a buffer to kind of go through the breaks in the morning as well, because if we get a little bit behind.
Yeah, and we will run as long as we can, or I fall asleep again.
Yeah. And then on Tuesday, Comcast is supposed to be coming, so we will see, what is wrong with my interwebs.
Yeah, and hopefully then Mo can start doing mornings, because I don't know when I'm 6 hours ahead of you guys.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can be here at 9 a.m. your time every day. So tomorrow I will try to leave as early as I can, and so we can start at 9 a.m. with the rest of day 5 and then catch up, because that will give us an hour and a half before court starts, because they are running on mountain time. So we should be able to be caught up during the morning session. But my takeaway from what we listened to and saw on day 4 afternoon with the housekeeping witness, for the love of fuck, you should have ended Thursday with you have your cross-examination, redirect, and then bring up a few more canons.
Yeah.
Now just became one direct and one cross, and then a tiniest of redirect. It would have been so much more effectful to splice these two things up and just hit the major things and then a few of the details. because
Yeah,
you
especially if the whole idea was to keep her on subpoena and have her come back. It's like
yeah.
they've tried to condense. Again, we saw this kind of work out for
Mm,
good in the Darrell Brooks trial when they had
mm,
the lead investigator kind of come up at multiple different times.
yeah.
So it has been done,
Yeah.
and I think that's the way you should have done this. Again, having the if he wasn't a twat waffle, but it
Mm.
seems like he's a twat waffle, so
Yeah. Yeah. I can't wait for this investigator or this pair of investigators to show up, because with that is the folks, that is the cops, Mr. Spray Tan guy. That is the one you use that tactics for, not this poor guy who will never be anything else but a street cop.
yes. There are times and places where you can get aggressive. It's what you can match energies, but it's when there's such a disparity between either the witness or the, you know, lawyer that it looks really, really bad. And I hope that the state starts bringing things together this week.
Yeah.
I understand it's a 5-week trial, so
Yeah.
we're only 1/5 of the way through,
Yeah.
but I shouldn't be this confused.
No. And we should be walking on our way towards beyond reasonable doubt. I'm basically where I started at this point in time, as I'll have to wait and see. And if I have to wait and see, then my current vote is not guilty. But with that, folks, I will see you tomorrow morning, hopefully 9 a.m. Me and Mo will be here if her internet works. I will be here. And yeah, it's an interesting trial.
It really is. I mean, I'm liking it, but I am confused as not being a lawyer.
Mm,
I've gotten used to a certain kind of rhythm for the
Mm.
way that most, states will bring in evidence and most defense will bring in evidence, and this has not followed any of that kind of.
No, it's a strange layup, because I'm constantly waiting for, and here it comes, and it doesn't.
Yeah, or
And
like we had the digital analyst guy, and then he
Yeah.
was only on there for 20 minutes, and it's like,
Yeah.
wait, what?
yeah,
Are
I mean, those are normally there half a day and bore the ever living skull out of us. But this guy just did a in and out, and okay, that was interesting. And then they tried to have evidence in through another witness, which is no.
Yeah, it's all been sort of confusing and discombobulated. So maybe everyone's just getting their sea legs
Mm.
under them, and this week will be more coherent.
Yeah, I hope we get into better evidence than what we've seen so far.
Yeah, because I think especially for those of us coming in kind of like the jury, it's been incredibly discombobulating,
Mm.
kind of, because those of you who have watched the pretrial hearings and things like that do know kind of the more evidence there. But as for now, for those of us who are like the jury, nothing is adding up or coming together yet. And that can be very disorientating.
Yeah, but folks, thank you so much. Hit the like, subscribe to Mo and everything. And I'm sending you off with what you guys named us: Santa Claus and Sailor Moon. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Snowstorm on the TV glow, red scarf, crescent bow, Santa Claus with a candy cane, pen, Sailor Moon hits pause again. Hey! Timeline tangle like tinsel on the floor. Where's the motive? I still want more. Santa flipping through thousand.